The mini tour of Western Europe continues for the European Le Mans Series this weekend. We're live here at Spa-Francorchamps, a beautifully sunny Spa-Francorchamps, although it hasn't been the case all weekend. But delighted to say that we are about to get going again after a bit of a mid-season pause with this year's European Le Mans Series. 3 races down, 3 races still to go here in Belgium, and then later on in the year at Mugello and at Portimão on the south coast of Portugal. My name's Johnny Palmer, joined by Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com. And after an interesting Michelin Le Mans Cup race yesterday afternoon/evening, for which the result has dramatically changed, and we will delve into that, I'm sure, at a suitable point. But we're looking forward to 43 cars on this grid, Graham.
Yeah, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Spa-Francorchamps. This, by the way, a minute of applause for one with the family we lost. This is Luca Persiani, race winner in the European Le Mans Series back in 2014, and since then driver coach with Iron Lynx. They chose that photograph for this moment, and they say it's because it shows off his free spirit and his sweet soul, as well as being a great driver and the very best coach. Rest in peace, Luca. Terrible accident at the beginning of the week in an off-road vehicle has taken a member of this family, and the entire paddock gathered on the grid for a minute's applause in his memory.
And once again, you really get the feeling how much of a family the European Le Mans Series camp is. And now we will pause for the Belgian national anthem, of course. That very similar, I think, to how the national anthem was performed for the World Endurance Championship.
I think it's the same young choir.
Okay.
It's delightful to see it.
They got a second booking.
They did.
There are a lot of bands around the world that would have wished that after their first gig.
Big money record deal on their way anytime soon, I'm sure.
Too right.
If you're trackside and listening on via the internet, welcome. If you're anywhere around the world and listening in and watching in, of course, welcome. It's going to be quite the 4 hours of action. 43 cars on the grid. And mentioned grid, third on the grid, Grid Motorsport by TF Sport, with the Aston Martin in this blue and pink livery. Martin Berry will be the bronze ranked driver to take the start. So Johnny Adam there, ready to play his part later in the race.
Yeah, all the GT3, the LMP2 cars did manage to get times in, although there's been some shuffling of the order. It hasn't affected the top 3 places. You might remember that we were hearing words that maybe something had happened in scrutineering that wasn't meant to happen with the 63 Lamborghini, but that was all cleared as far as any change to the lineup. It means that the 50 Ferrari in its sort of burgundy colour, very smart from Formula Racing of Denmark, will start from second place, and Hiroshi Hamaguchi retains his pole position. This is the first time we've had a Lamborghini on pole position, probably ever, in the European Le Mans Series.
Well, it will be, because
Lambo didn't build a GTE car.
Did we have a Gardo in GTC back in the day? Well, I'll check back.
Well, GTC was GT3 though,
it was indeed,
but Sarah Bovey, who is racing at a local race, her home race this weekend, not able to take pole position. There's a story behind that as well, but otherwise she'd done the hat trick of all 3 pole positions. The first change is when Iron Lynx's Lamborghini will start from pole, and it will be Hiroshi Hamaguchi to start that car.
It will. A couple of penalties for the grid in LMGT3. One is for the Iron Dames. That's because of the delayed start to their race meeting. They get a place grid penalty, and starting from the back of the grid, because as we have a quick look through the LMP3 grids, it's the 55 car. Matt Griffin must start that car. It's because David Perel was unable to set a competitive time, as the team had to give as much time as possible after a testing accident to Duncan Cameron.
And ideally, they won't want to be starting that car with Matt Griffin. He's the gold, and he's, between he and David Perel, the quickest drivers, and they want to ideally burn bronze time early on in the race. So I wonder whether they'll actually get Matt out of that if there's an early safety car, get him into pit road and put Duncan in at the earliest opportunity.
Fourth place on the LMP3 grid. This is Team Virage. Julien Gerby will take the wheel for the opening part of the race, and then we've got the 88 car, another car that's had strife this week. This car's been completely rebuilt after a huge testing accident, but that didn't stop the team setting third place on the grid. It'll be Alexander Bekantsov taking the wheel of the 88 Ligier, third, behind the defending champions in LMP3. We'll get to them in just a moment. That's what you could have won. Everybody else, bar the winners, will be thinking at the end of this race. That's the setting for Spa-Francorchamps, the pit building in front of you.
Yeah, this track, which historically went a lot further than it does now, but it's still a fair old schlep at 7 kilometres. It used to turn left at Les Combes and then feed back in just before the current curve, Paul Frere. Cool racing. Now, this is not the first pole position of the season for Manuel Espirito Santo. He did this in Barcelona at the start of the year as well, and he is a real talent.
He's not on pole.
Sorry, he's not on pole. No, you're right. He was nearly on pole.
He was nearly on pole. It was very close. Close thing. It's this car on pole. RRM
Yes.
Sport, back to their glory days. Great
and Gael
stuff.
Julian's done it for the second time as
he
well.
He has.
Which means Espirito Santo still only has one pole to his name. It'll be Michael Jensen to start the car, but Gael Julian, you and I have been very impressed with.
Indeed.
To this point. Still only 18, I think, but he speaks incredibly well when he's not in the car, and does a lot of talking in the car as well. And it was nip and tuck. If I tell you, 2:11.847 was the pole time, and actually Espirito Santo was only 0.04 of a second slower than that. Hence, perhaps, my confusion. The entertainment here in the paddock is so traditionally wonderful. Everyone gets here nice and early. There's the signing session. There's various stunt shows going on as well, including, I mean, you don't even need motorised equipment to do it. You just run at somebody and jump very high. And the fans flock, but what I like is that there are some big personalities here, but it feels like everyone's on a level playing field. If you can get the autograph of all the drivers, well done. People just want to get invested in the European Le Mans Series this year. Yeah,
big popularity boost this year. Sports car racing is in its pomp, and lots of people finding favourites in this packed 43-car grid.
The weather's helped as well, because it was really warm here yesterday, slightly cooler today, and there's a bit more of a breeze as well. Currently 15 degrees Celsius, so conditions perfect for racing. The question is always, is it going to rain? It nearly always does rain at Spa. But we had the deluge last night, which made the run for the car to get back to the hotel rather interesting. Maybe that means that we've had it now, and today can stay dry. It would be nice if we can avoid those early safety cars, just so this can develop into a pattern early on.
Indeed. John Feld there, third on the LMP2 Pro-Am grid. The American driver in the Nielsen Racing number 24 Orica, one of 8 in this Pro-Am class of LMP2 cars.
How close was John to a first ever pole position yesterday?
And Gianluca Roda will, apologies, I'm looking back, Giorgio Roda in the number 77 car. I think he thought he had this done in the Proton car. It's been an impressive, we've got him with Gianluca, Luca Persiani on his helmet, pointing out he's carrying his thoughts aboard the number 77 car. Thought he had it done, I think, for pole position, but it was not, and that came courtesy of a stellar performance from this man, Rodrigo Sales, in the Michel Mille by TDS car, the 29 car. He's hit a rich vein of form in qualifying lately, Johnny Palmer.
Again, though, such narrow margins. Look at those times. Third fastest, 2:04.6. second fastest, 2:04.57, and then a 2:04.53 for the eventual driver on pole position. So it's a mighty time from Rodrigo Sales, and as you say, he's really found a rich vein of form now with Richard Mille by TDS, ably assisted by co-driver / driver coach Matthias Besch, and the third driver in that car, who is Grégoire Saucet. Now, what a way to deliver the green flag to the front of the grid. Surely somebody should be, operating those handlebars rather than just standing on the top of a motorcycle and making it work. That's impossible. So tremendous way to bring the green flag from Sarah Lizzito.
And it's going to be Marta Garcia, by the way.
Woman. I like that.
Yeah, indeed. It's Marta Garcia, the latest Iron Dame, and Formula One Academy champion last year, and race winner this weekend in her debut weekend in the Ligier European Series.
Sarah Lizzito is also going to do the 4-hour race, by the way, but they're giving her a bit of a head start. Those bikes don't go quite as quick through Pouhon.
Let's get back to the grid. 43 we've already seen. It's going to be Sebastian Alvarez for the 43 Inter-Europol competition. But on the front row, Panis Racing, now handled by TDS Racing in a rich vein of form. It's going to be Manuel Maldonado to take the wheel of the 65 car. Pole position, though, AO by TF in the 14 car. Johnny Edgar will take the wheel for the start of this race. This team, perhaps astonishingly, still looking for a first win in the season.
And on paper, I was actually chatting to Johnny Edgar's dad last night.
No, you were chatting to him on a stool, not on paper.
No, I was pausing in my sentence, but what I said to him was, on paper, the driver lineup in car number 14, Johnny Edgar, Robert Kubica, and Louis Delatraz, I thought, well, they're going to easily win about 3 races this year. It means they're going to have to win today and in Mugello in Portimão to complete that, because for whatever reason, they just haven't been able to translate what should be raw pace into good results. And it is a surprise for them to be only getting their first pole position this weekend. But it's been massively varied. I think we have had now 4 different teams and cars on the pole position for 4 individual qualifying sessions. Shows you just how close it is in the ELMS this year. This, by the way, is the first of 2 formation laps as we set ourselves up for an 11:30 start this morning.
So 22 LMP2 cars split into 14 in the LMP2 class, where you don't feature a bronze driver, and 8 in the LMP2 Crown class that do. Take us through the grid, Johnny.
Johnny Edgar then didn't do the time. That was Louis Delatraz, but he'll start the car in the AO by TF number 14 alongside Manuel Maldonado for Panis Racing. They've had a pole this year as well. Sebastian Alvarez for Inter-Europol competition in number 43 is joined by Lorenzo Fluxa, who's impressed so far for Cool Racing. Then it's Matthias Kaiser and Bijoy Garg for Algarve Pro Racing and United Autosports, respectively, 5th and 6th, ahead of Ryan Cullen and Vector Sport in the 10 car. That was Felipe Drugovic who did the time. Jonas Reed alongside in the number 9 Iron Lynx Proton prototype. Clement Novalak starts the Inter-Europol competition car. That's an interesting one. He could make progress alongside Marcus Siebert for EDEC. Then it's David Heinemeier Hansen for Nielsen Racing, and the 32 Kane car will be started by Jean-Baptiste Simonauer. 2 more cars to come in LMP2. Carl Bennett for Cool Racing, number 47, and Ben Hanley, the 22 car, spun off the road and had its times erased, could not rejoin because it had caused the red flag. It starts at the back of the LMP2 field. There's Rodrigo Sales on pole position for LMP2 Pro-Am for Richard Mille by TDS. He has Giorgio Roder over his left shoulder. Then it's John Fowle for Nielsen Racing, number 24, and Francois Perraudot starts the AF Corsa car, number 83. Daniel Schneider for United, and Team Virage's Tony Wells on 20th position, ahead of Crichton Lentudis for Algarve Pro Racing and Andres Latour for DKR Engineering. These are all still LMP2 Pro-Ams. The first of the LMP3s will be started by Michael Jensen after Gael Julian's great effort for RLRM Sport, the 211.8, putting that car on pole, and he starts with Miguel Cristevao alongside for Cool. Then it's Alexander Bukantsov in another Inter-Europol competition car. Julien Gerby begins in the number 8 Team Virage car. Torsten Kratz for 12, that's the WTM Wochenspiegel Team Monschau by Rinaldi car. And Louis Rossi for Ultimate there too. Euro Internationals, Matthew Richard Bell, championship leader, has alongside James Dayson in the second RLR car, and then it's the Racing Spirit of Le Mans, number 31, started by Jacques Wolf. Then a bit of a gap on the grid before all of the LMGT3. See Hiroshi Hamaguchi with his pole for Lamborghini and Iron Lynx, and then Johnny Lawson for Formula Racing. It's Martin Berry and Takeshi Kimura on the next row. Grid Motorsport, Aston, and the Kessel Racing Ferrari. Derek De Boer and another Aston, and Charlie Tamani in a Ferrari. Sarah Bovey not on pole, and she's had a grid place drop as well, or the car has, back to 7th for car 85, ahead of Mike Wainwright's GR Racing Ferrari. Claudia Schiavone, Proton competition. John Hartshorn in the JMW Motorsport, BMW Motorsport Ferrari. Then Matt Griffin. Now that car's been dropped to the rear of the field and must start with their fastest driver this weekend, who is Matteo Grifoni in the 55. And Wyatt Bricacek, that bizarre moment as he was sent out for qualifying, got as far as Campus Corner, and then the rear wheel fell off the car and he could go no further. It caused the red flag. He hadn't got any times, so he starts right at the back in car number 4. And the work is on, even from the beginning of that race for DKR Engineering, but it's not beyond the realms of possibility. You just need to look at any ELMS race, really, to find a horrendous Saturday for a team and then a fabulous Sunday. Somehow they come through and get a result.
Yep, this is where the sports car racing prime directive comes in. Anything can happen, and it absolutely will. No matter how bizarre you think the last race was, somehow sports car racing continues to surprise. So strap yourselves in, grab yourself a beverage or two, some snacks, and join Johnny and myself and Steph Wentworth for what should be 4 hours of proper racing. The European Le Mans Series has served it up all season, as it has throughout this modern era, and with sports car racing, as I said a little earlier, Johnny, in its pomp, the level of interest in the ladder that will service World Championship level motorsports in coming years is right here. And you're looking at here is a substantial proportion of this year's and next year's grid for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Yeah. Lots and lots of good news to come from this paddock and beyond. Keep them peeled.
78 points, 77 points still available within this championship, so there's lots still up in the offering, and although the championships are starting to take a little bit more shape, it's only in these final few races where we get to learn whether it's going to go down to the wire, which it so traditionally does in Portimão, and often blows our minds in terms of having to deal with a race in isolation, but also the various championship permutations as well. It's a while before we get there. However, I will remind you that in LMP2, it is currently the 43 Inter Europol competition crew who lead the championship, but only by 2 points over today's pole sitters. So the fight definitely on within that, and there are other teams involved as well. The team that is in the lead of the championship in LMP2 Pro-Am are on pole, but they only have a 3-point advantage over the AF Corsa 83 team. LMP3 is currently led by the duo in Euro International. Now, all of the cars, bar number 11 in LMP3, have chosen 3 individual drivers. However, there is a change in the number 4 car, in that it's only going to be Wyatt Bricacek and Alexander Matchell in that car that will start from the back of the field. So sadly, we are not going to see Belen Garcia racing today. And in LMGT3, currently Andrea Caldarelli, Hiroshi Hamaguchi and Axel Jeffries are leading the championship, and therefore they're starting in the best possible position today. They extended their championship lead to a massive 8 points with yesterday's pole position. So
grid in good order. Eduardo Freitas will be talking to the teams on the pit walls in the garages to arrange this start. Let's hope turn 1 can be done in an orderly fashion. It's all too often a big challenge for these teams. But away we go, Johnny, and we're about to get underway for the 4 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, round 4 of the 2024 European Le Mans Series.
There is the now traditional European Le Mans Series fanfare music to greet this 43-car field as it emerges out of Blanchimont and towards the bus stop chicane. The LMGT3s are deliberately hanging back because of the gap necessary on the grid. However, the LMP2s are already on the start-finish line. It's always a dramatic start here because you accelerate away for the 4th race of the season and then immediately have to hit the brakes hard. And this is where the tyres are cold and the brakes are cold. And is everybody going to be given sufficient room to get through La Source on this opening stanza down towards Eau Rouge for the first time? The GTs just need to get through in a neat and tidy fashion, and you can hold your breath and say we've had a clean start up until now, which from the whole of the rest of the shenanigans this weekend is a bit of a surprise. But maybe everyone has been read the riot act a little bit in the driver's briefing and needing to behave, because it's a long race, but already some dicing developing. That was Matthias Kaiser having a long look at the inside of Ryan Cullen. Cullen's currently 5th for Vector, and Algarve Pro Racing, the chasing Kaiser car, is in 6th. But it is Johnny Edgar who leads. He's got a clear road of course in front of him. There's more overlapping further back though, Graham Goodwin.
That was an overtake from the 34 Endurapol competition car. Cracking start from Johnny Edgar. He's away and clear from the Endurapol car of Sebastian Alvarez, who's grabbed that second place. 37 of Cool Racing, 65 Palace Racing and Vector Sports number 10 in line astern from there. Watching further back down the grid, RLRM Sport are away and clear and retain their pole position start. So does John Phelps, is past Rodrigo Sales. Nielsen Racing lead in LMP2 Pro-Am, and it's Iron Lynx's Hiroshi Hamaguchi with a clean start ahead of Formula Racing Johnny Larison. Maybe
an indication as to how hard John Falb was kicking himself that he missed out on yesterday's pole position. He's made short work of Rodrigo Sales and Giorgio Roda, as you correctly point out, and is now extending the gap to 0.6 of a second at the head of LMP2 Pro-Am. Miguel Cristobal leading in LMP3, having got ahead of Michael Jensen. So Cool now lead RLR in the P3s, and Torsten Kratz making good early progress as well. Yes, he's bronze, but he's one of the quickest bronzes out there. So it's not a surprise to see the German from Mönchengladbach making some early passes. And here he comes again. And that's to the inside line of Michael Jensen. The merest of contact into the bus stop chicane at the end of the first lap. They're all still facing in the right direction.
Christopher clear of that group. Michael Jensen and Torsten Kratz getting involved. The middle order in LMP3 pretty fluid at the moment, making good progress, by the way, up the order from the back of the grid. Wyatt Brikacek now on the back of 4th place, Takeshi Kimura in LMGT3. He's got, what is that, about 5 seconds of 4 cars to get to the back of the LMP3 order. More tussling here, 22 and 9. United Autosports on the linked by Proton cars.
Well, again, United Autosports' hand has been forced because the regulations say that Ben Hanley has to do the opening stint in that particular car. So they've had to say, right, well, make as much progress as you can. We don't really want our quickest driver in from the start, but we've no choice. So get to the front and see if you can extend the gap. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ben Hanley certainly in the top 3 by the point we get to the first bout of pit stops.
Sarah Bovey getting on terms with Takeshi Kimura, Martin Berry and Matt Griffin tucked in behind. This Iron Dames cars had precious few miles, just did the few laps they managed to do in qualifying after the initial car written off in an accident earlier in the weekend. This car built overnight did not make free practice 2, and the first time it saw the track action was 15 minutes in qualifying, so it would not be a surprise if there were maybe some setup issues with that car. But at the moment, Sarah pushing hard, looking for a way past Takeshi Kimura. This will be for 4th.
And if you remember, this Porsche didn't even appear on the apron until about probably 3 or 4 minutes into yesterday's qualifying session. Rahel Fry saying to me, we simply weren't ready to start on time. We were having to put the car together, that late in the day. Obviously, it needed to go to scrutineering, then come back again. They needed to do the last bit of work on it and then send it out. So an incredible effort to probably turn. We don't know whether that arrived as an LMGT3 car, but probably not. It was a GT3 car.
100% was.
And it had to have all the torque sensors and all the extra gubbins added to it, and that's what took the time.
Takeshi Kimura ran a bit wide there, but Sarah Bovey under pressure first from Berry in the Aston Martin. Torsten Kratz, oh, what a big sideways moment for Kratz. He's up into second place, but nearly lost it all there on the exit of La Source. He's trying to get into terms now with Miguel Cristovo, who's getting away a little bit here in the 17 Cool Racing car. Talking getting away, the top two, Johnny Edgar and Sebastian Alvarez, separated by 0.3 of a second at the head of the field, Johnny, but they're 2.4 seconds clear of Lorenzo Fluxer in the third place 37 car.
Yeah, so Cristoval has this 0.7 of a second lead over Kratz, but Kratz has the fastest lap in the category so far. That was obviously done on lap 2 because we were still getting up to speed from the rolling start on lap 1, but Kratz is making his intentions felt. Cristoval, although he's a fellow bronze, on the whole not as quick as Torsten Kratz. 2x2 coming out of Bruxelles corner. Great move there from Julien Gerby, around the outside of the 88 car in his number 8. And that takes him up into 4th place in this LMP3 battle. Next target is going to be Michael Jensen. So it's the Virage yellow and orange colours ahead of the green and yellow of Alexander Bukantsov, and a cracking run now out of Speaker's corner for Sarah Bovey, looking to the inside of Takeshi Kimura, whilst in the background Matt Griffin's got ahead of the Grid Motorsport Aston Martin. Was there more changes behind as well? I think that's it, that's the one. So Matt Griffin making progress now. And, well, Griffoni is a gold, so, yes, you know, he's up against bronzes here. So again, it's likely they'll be able to get by, but he needs to do it cleanly and without any contact. And it's tricky when Takeshi Kimura and Sarah Bovey are involved in such a tussle. There will be bronze time to come for the 55 numbered Ferrari 296 when Duncan Cameron gets on board, and he will have to do an hour and a half, because the general makeup of an LMGT3 lineup is a bronze, a silver, and then either a gold or a platinum. And as the bronze, you have to do 90 minutes either split or as a back-to-back. Johnny Edgar and Sebastian Alvarez, while we watch this engaging LMGT3 battle, the lead 2 overall, trading fastest laps, and it's gone this time to Johnny Edgar. His lap 3 at 2:02.4. They are drawing a little further away from the chasing pack. Griffin looking to get onto terms. Now we see the lead 2. Over 2 seconds clear. It's fabulous Gibson-engined P2 cars, loved by the drivers, and with a dose more power this year, back almost to where they were when this formula was launched back in 2017, 2018, and lap records have been falling all over the place. Yeah, quick cars, virtually a brand new track surface as well. It was done in time for the 24 hours of Spa at the end of last month. And yeah, it's really paying dividends for some superb times that we can witness in the LMP2 category specifically. So you've got the 21-year-old Mexican Sebastian Alvarez hunting down Johnny Edgar. That gap is definitely closing. It's pretty small as it is. It's less than a second. Edgar to Alvarez, and Lorenzo Fluxer wanting to join the party as well. He's in the 2:02s. Yep. So Fluxer, who led the early stages of the Barcelona race, his home event, where he impressed. But he could have a say as well in the 37 Cool Racing LMP2. So we've got gap in the 10th for the overall race lead. John Falb and Giorgio Roda now, by the way, has also passed Rodrigo Sales. They're just over a second apart in the lead for LMP2 Pro-Am. It's 0.3 of a second between Cool Racing's 17 car Miguel Cristovo and Torsten Kratz in the number 12 WTM by Rinaldi car in LMP3, and Iron Lynx and Formula Racing Hiroshi Hamaguchi, biggest lead gap in the field at the moment, and it's a mighty 1.7 seconds. So 2 changes with Takeshi Kimura falling back a couple of spots. Sarah Bovey's got through, Matt Griffin's got through, the car slipping back then to 6th in class. But Hiroshi Hamaguchi, who we're not seeing a great deal of, is still leading the LMGT3 division. We're not really watching him a great deal because he's leading by 2 seconds, and this is where all the scrapping is going on. As the Grid Motorsport by TF Aston Martin thought about an overtake at the end of this lap. So that was Martin Berry trying to be late on the brakes compared to Kimura. And then almost on a tow rope behind is Mike Wainwright and Charlie Samani.
Yeah, Mike Wainwright just making his way past Charlie Samani in that little tussle into and through the bus stop. And that is a change for the lead, LMP3. Torsten Kratz has got by Miguel Cristovo. WTM by Rinaldi Racing, the number 12 Duquesne leads this race. The second Duquesne, by the way, the car of Wyatt Brickercheck, has not only caught the train of LMP3 cars, he's making his way up. He's already up to 8th. He's passed the ultimate car of Louis Rossi and James Daneson in the number 5 RRM Sport car.
Now Johnny Edgar does the fastest lap of the race, so 0.8 of a second, a slight increase to his leading margin over Sebastian Alvarez. But Lorenzo Flux is able to do a 2:02.4 last time around. In fact, both of the leading cars are half a second quicker than that. So as Edgar improves, really, so does Alvarez.
Yeah, taking him with him, and both of them into the 201s for the first time. Pace is coming up here, but it's not been that long before they're going to be in traffic. My guess is towards the end of this lap or the next lap. And then we're going to get into the lead battle, catching the LMGT3 tail-enders. We are 11 minutes into this 4-hour race. And so far, it's a tale of pace and not incident. That's unlikely to last for 4 hours.
I'm quite enjoying it, to be honest. That's why we all love sports car racing. And drivers wanting to get into a groove as early as possible, particularly when they're the lesser experienced examples. I think I'm right across the board in LMP2 Pro Am. Yeah, they've all started with their bronze-rated drivers. So John Falb has just done the fastest lap within that category, and he has opened the gap up by 1.1 seconds now. Although Giorgio Roda's just done the best first sector of anybody, I think I'm right in saying, 35.4, no, best in class rather, 35.4.
There's a mark of the kind of difference in the pace between the silver drivers at the lead of this race. They're in the 201.9s. John Falb, that fastest lap in LMP2 Pro Am of 204.6 for John. And now it's a battle for second. The number 8 car, Julian Gerby, looking to make progress, but he's in a tussle, not just with the 17 car. He was eager to get by, but needed to take to the escape road to do that. But that's allowed the number 11 car of Matthew Richard Bell to get by Julien. So this is quite the battle for second, with 3 quick, consistent drivers in these little Ligiers.
It's a good opportunistic moving there and overtaking from Matthew Bell, because he read the situation perfectly. Julien Gerby going for a move around the outside of Miguel Cristobal, but ran off the track. And the 11 Euro International car, the championship leader in LMP3, had to be there to make sure that Gerby couldn't cut back in and take third position. So it's dropped him to fourth place.
Correct.
As Torsten Kratz leads.
He's getting away, Kratz. Other storylines developing, by the way, with the Kessel Racing car having dropped back in the order. Sarah Bovey has haired off with Matt Griffin in the tow. And they're in pursuit of Derek de Boer. In third place in his Racing Spirit Le Mans 59, Aston Martin. That gap is coming down rapidly.
Here comes the dice for 5th, 6th, 7th, and then some in LMP3, and the DKR engineering car that's being driven by Wyatt Brickercheck for this opening stint. Again, he's been the quickest driver of the weekend so far in car number 3.
Trouble, and that's the GMW car, I think. That's John Hartshorn's car. That car, I think, has put into the wall.
Is that the exit of Pouon?
And was that? It was a touch with the Vector Sport car and the Algarve Pro car. And yes, John's been in the wall heavily.
And what happened to the Algarve Pro car after this? I think Vector got away with it. That was Ryan Cullen. But driving the Sky Blue car... 25 is tumbling down the order. Matthias Kaiser. Yeah, well, Kaiser and Cullen had been embroiled in their own fight in the early stages. Kaiser hadn't managed to get ahead of Cullen, but the problem is now there's so much damage been done to that Ferrari, it won't be able to move.
Safety car's been called. Yeah. Pit entry is now closed, of course.
Yeah, so it's not a virtual safety car. On straight into a safety car, which automatically locks the pit lane to anything other than emergency service.
Big old thump. Let's hope that John is okay. The older driver's in the field, John. Just completed his 4th Le Mans 24 Hours. We drove the 3rd Proton Mustang, finished 4th.
Yeah.
Astonishing result.
Terrific. And I'm trying to work out whether actually that glancing blow off the side of Matthias Kaiser's car made the impact into the wall slightly less than it would have been otherwise. Yes, it unsettled the Liechtensteiner driver, Matthias Kaiser, and pitched him into a spin as well. But it was big impact. John Hartshorne is able to get out of the car and walk away.
Slightly gingerly.
Well, you can understand that.
You know what? That's all I need to know. He's okay.
The difficulty, of course, is that he does sit on the left-hand side of the car, and it's the left side that suffered most of the impact. And sadly, having to look at what is left of that Ferrari, it looks okay from this angle, but...
Watch it again. He's there. I don't think there was room for that Orica around the outside there at all.
Well, that was Ryan Cullen, who was getting... Well, he had committed to the outside line. That may have been a mistake on Ryan's part, but once you're there, that then put the LMP2 car onto the curb, where grip is limited, but it was the contact that pitched the Ferrari into a spin. And this is Matthias Kaiser's vantage point, with the Ferrari swinging back across into his path. And as I say, I actually think that took some speed off the Ferrari before it then collided with the concrete wall, but it has put Matthias Kaiser a number of positions down because of a spin.
So John's just sitting there awaiting for intervention, and after an incident like that, he will be taken to the medical centre to be looked over.
And the incident involving car 10, Vector Sport, and 66 JMW Motorsport is going to be investigated. They've not included the 25 in that because it was sort of the after effect, if you like. But a real shame for Matthias Kaiser. I hope that the Algarve Pro Racing car's not been damaged through that. They don't feel the need to pit either of those cars yet. Obviously, the safety car, as I say, has closed the pit lane, but you could come in if you need to repair some big damage. But they're happy to stay out for the time being. This is what happened at the start of the race then. Plenty of tyre smoke, but we avoided any contact as far as I can gather. Oh, that's where maybe the Rodrigo Sales start didn't go entirely to plan, because John Fowle was already into second place, having got ahead of Giorgio Roda. Nice out-braking manoeuvre there from Derek de Boer, which actually put the other Aston Martin, number 59, ahead of the 97 car briefly.
He's really enjoying his season in the European Le Mans Series. I've chat with Derek de Boer last couple of days, and big smiles.
Well, the American is running in 3rd position now, and several places ahead of Martin Berry in the other Vantage in the entry, but we are one Ferrari down, and it's a very pretty livery on the JMW Motorsport car this season. Sadly, that car looking rather second-hand on the front left now. Let's hope it's not too much work for the team to engage in to get it fixed up for Portimão, which is in only 4 weeks' time, and that John Hartshorne is entirely okay as well. Encouraged that he was able to get out of the car on his own, walk across to the concrete wall, and is effectively hitching a lift now, waiting to be picked up, to be taken back to the paddock, because it's a long, long way from home for that to have happened. Exiting Pouon, which is turn 11, towards turn 12, the first of the Lufania flicks to the right, to the left, but John didn't get quite that far. And that happening then on lap 5 of the LMGT3s. This will extend the pit window, as in the fuel margin for everybody. You're burning far less fuel behind a safety car, which is probably doing about 60 clicks in comparison to full race speed, so maybe adjust what would normally be a 40-minute opening stint, particularly now that the LMP2s are virtually back to the speed that they used to be, so 40-odd minutes and you're doing quite well. They might be able to reach 50 minutes if this continues, because the other thing is, from a recovery perspective, they're going to have to wait for the gap of the safety car train, so for everyone to go by and then start the recovery meaningfully, and the track's going to have to be swept as well.
Well, first things first, they've got to get the field under control. That's happened now. That will allow them to get intervention equipment, flatbeds, etc., from the inside of the track, which is where they are at that point. I mean, keen to see is whether or not there was any further damage to either of those LMP2 cars. Looks like the Vector Sport car is okay. The chunkier hit was actually with the Algarve Pro car.
Agree. And the tyres are going to be very second-hand as well. And bear in mind, you only get 3 sets of tyres for this whole race. And some of them will have been used in qualifying as well. So the last thing you want is a full rotation, which is what Matthias Kaiser suffered. And Algarve Pro will be assessing that now.
That's it, the double hits.
Yeah, it's done quite a bit of damage to the right-hand side of car 25.
Yeah, it's a matter of, has it interfered with the major aero surfaces and in particular the cooling for a number 25 car? But do you remember defending champions in the European Le Mans Series? 25 car, and that's it. And that was quite a chunky hit, wasn't it?
Kaiser could see what was happening. He just couldn't steer.
Nothing could do.
He couldn't steer left far enough because you want to keep it out of the wall yourself, of course.
I think Matthias Kaiser did really well there.
He did. Well, actually, he did a full spin and then just buried the throttle again and just drew himself out of there and went, well, that's happened. Couldn't have done a great deal about it, and let's push on. But yeah, the situation is going to have to be thought about now within Algarve Pro Racing. They will have some contingencies. We caught a brief glimpse of Stuart Cox on the wall a moment or two ago as well. That's one of a couple of cars that he's running in today's race, the other being the 20 in LMP2 Pro-Am. But to have lost a couple of spots and taken that car back to... They were battling over 5th and 6th in the early stages. Car 25 is now outside of the top 10, but is still in the race, crucially. And actually this safety car helps them in that everybody else is not able to open up too much of a gap. The gap really was emerging between Edgar Alvarez Fluxer and everybody else, but it's no more. It's been fully closed up, and we go again.
Indeed. So what's going on right now? We're not seeing the incident site. Well, number one, the car's going to be recovered. Number two, there is quite a lot of muck on the racing surface. They'll want to have a go at cleaning that. And there was an impact with the barrier. That was a concrete wall.
Yeah, it was.
So that is not going to move very far. So my guess would be this will be a reasonably quick turnaround for this caution period.
They are indicating that the pass around is beginning. I don't know whether there were that many cars out of position. I mean, John Hartshorn was at the tail end. Was he at the tail end of the field though, or had Schiavone fallen behind him in the 60 Proton competition car? Because it might be that the 60 needs to be sent around.
Yeah, we've got the 57, the 51, the 86, and the 60 have been sent around.
Okay, so it is the tail enders in LMGT3, but any other overlapping really was yet to happen because we were barely 15 minutes into the race. But nevertheless, this pass around still has to be done, and it essentially means that the races within the race, within those subcategories, aren't broken up. And if we were 2 hours into this race, it would make more sense, because very easily the overall leader can get into a difficult position for everyone else. It can separate what would ordinarily be a very close fight, for example, in the GT category. And this is a rule that was brought in recent years to make sure that it's fair for all as we continue.
So as we said, Johnny, the car already behind the barrier, and now the tractor with the cleaning attachment on board, looking to get rid of the grass and mud from the racing surface. So he's just holding until the majority of the field have gone through before he has a crack at that little task. But I don't think we'll take more than a lap or two. Of course, what this does do, closes up those gaps. Johnny Edgar from Sebastian Alvarez, Lorenzo Fluxer, Manuel Maldonado, come on, Novalek, Ryan Cullen, Ben Hanley, Bijou Garg, Jonas Reed, Marcus Siebert, Matthias Kaiser, Jean-Baptiste Simonauer, David Heimer Hansen and Carl Bennett in LMP2. That's the order for the top 14. It is all 14 of the LMP2 cars in order, as it is for all 4 classes, by the way. John Falb leads in LMP2 Pro-Am in his 24 Nielsen racing car, 15th overall, with Giorgio Roda, Rodrigo Sales, Daniel Schneider, Tony Wells, Francois Barodo, Crichton Tudis, been the last time out, and Andres Latorre behind in the 8-car LMP2 Pro-Am field. LMP3, as the tractor gets to work, and I think thinks his day is done. He's leaving that incident site. So once that vehicle is in a place of safety, the race control will be able to consider getting this race back underway. But LMP3, it is W10 by Rinaldi Racing's Torsten Kratz that leads the way after taking the lead from Miguel Cristobal, who's been fending off a spirited attack to this point by Matthew Richard Bell and Julian Jerby. Michael Jensen, Alex Bekantsov, Wyatt Brickercheck started from the back of the grid, has made his way now up to 7th. Jacques Wolf, Louis Rossi and James Dayson complete the 10-car LMP3 field. And the drama so far has come in LMGT3. That's led by pole sitter Hiroshi Hamaguchi, his Iron Link 63 Lamborghini, followed by Johnny Lawson, Derek De Boer, Sarah Bovey now up to 4th, Matt Griffin starting from the back of the grid is up to 5th, Martin Berry, Takeshi Kimura, Charlie Samani, Mike Wainwright, Claudia Schiavone, and of course, as we've seen, the BMW Motorsport 66 car, the Ferrari John Hartshorn out of the race after that pretty heavy incident.
Yeah, not nice to witness, but as long as the drivers behind the wheel are okay and can step away, then race cars can always be repaired. And sometimes there is a bit of misunderstanding. It often comes when we reach the Lappery stage, very early on in this race. And bear in mind, this is the longest circuit we go to all year, so I'd expected maybe a bit more time before the leader, the overall leader, caught the tail ender in LMGT3, but that's just an indication of the speed differential these days, particularly as the LMP3s have been wound back up to their near original pace.
Yes, indeed. Something like 580 brake horsepower from these cars in a very light package, of course, a light and strong package, as you've already seen. But the pace is coming, and I think we've been talking about lap records, Johnny. Race lap records gone.
Indeed, yeah. It didn't last long at all, did it?
No.
So 201. Are we at already? Yeah, 201.907. Safety car is going to come in this lap. So great work by all of the officials and the Spa-Francorchamps track crew, not least to get that Ferrari out of the way on a flatbed. But the bigger issue for me was sweeping all the grass and the grime away from the exit of Pouhon. That's a very high speed sequence of corners. The double gauche it'll be.
Fastest car on track at the moment is Pedro Cachero in the safety car, making haste for pit lane. Field now under the control of the leading car, in the hands of Johnny Edgar, the AO by TF14 car. And it's just going to be a few moments and we're going to be back to full noise, full pace, full action, and 3 hours and 32 minutes to go, Johnny. Green flag.
Absolutely nose to tail, but nobody can overtake Johnny Edgar before they get to the start line then, and Sebastian Alvarez will be well aware of that. Remember, he jointly leads the championship with his co-drivers Tom Dillman and Vladislav Lomko, so they're there or thereabouts, crucially, but you've got to keep the car in the fight, and exactly the same thoughts, I'm sure, for Lorenzo Fluxa, sitting there in 3rd position. It's a good restart coming out of the bus stop chicane for Johnny Edgar in the white-fronted AO by TF car, and into the first corner will go the Cumbrian, chased by Mexican driver Sebastian Alvarez, then the Spaniard Lorenzo Fluxa. It's Manuel Maldonado representing South America. It's a truly worldwide entry this in the ELMS this year, as we hear the beautiful sound of that 4.2-litre Gibson normally aspirated engine, absolutely flat chat over the rise through Radiant and onto the Campbell Straight for the 11th time, Graham.
Yep, Johnny Edgar in control at the moment, gets to Lake Lombe with an advantage. Sebastian Alvarez pulls out the toe, but no way through there. No major changes in lamp spotting, and a very orderly restart. So settling in for the long haul here.
Ben Hanley making progress again, although he's off the track, coming through the right-hander at Bruxelles, wanted to get on the inside of Ryan Cullen, but Cullen wasn't going to make that easy at all. The two Astons now are door mirror to door mirror.
That's Derek De Boer dropping back a little. He's now behind Sarah Bovey and Matt Griffin. So Bovey up into 3rd place now, and of course, not just in 3rd place, but this has done her a big favour in closing what was quite a chunky gap. She's now all over the back of the Formula Racing car of Johnny Lawson, and it's got Hiroshi Hamaguchi's car just ahead, a Lamborghini, and of course that's a package she knows well. That's the car she drives with the Iron Dames in the FIA World Endurance Championship. She knows its capabilities.
And it's always useful to know what your rivals got at their disposal, so you can exploit its weaknesses. Not that many of these LMGT3 cars have a great deal of weaknesses, but they operate in different ways. They've all been independently designed by huge OEMs and not really designed to race one another in their raw form, but that's where balance of performance comes in. And also you have success ballast as well. And it was interesting to hear Hiroshi Hamaguchi mention that. We got a heavy car this weekend because we lead the championship and we've had some success as well. And you've got to make the car work with an extra, I think they're carrying an extra 35 kilos this weekend.
Indeed. This LMGT3 class new for this season in the European Le Mans Series alongside the FIA World Endurance Championship. Yes, GT3 is a global formula, but the thing that this does differently, it's about energy management and it's about the ability to monitor real-time the performance of these cars. Put bluntly, it's a new way to stop people cheating.
Because they will. They'll always find a way around the rules.
Of course they will.
It's what the rule set doesn't say. It's often what Adrian Newey has been known to mention. You know, you give him the regulations and you're automatically thinking, right, well, it doesn't say you can't do that. So let's give it a go. So, developing battle here in LMGT3. Johnny Egger still leading, by the way. Sebastian Alvarez right with him. You're not missing anything there. Lorenzo Fluxer, obviously that gap has closed out of the safety car period. Here comes Matt Griffin, takes a look to the inside. You're not going there, Matt, says Sarah Bovey. She's going up the inside here. She's going to make it, but Matt Griffin goes around the outside of the Porsche and does the same to Johnny Lawson. Can he make it stick? He can't quite. That was a brilliant move from Matt Griffin. Looked like a good move was developing for Sarah Bovey, but the wily old fox, if Ireland has foxes. I'm sure they do. They generally dress in green.
They've got one.
They've got one.
He's driving a Ferrari here.
Yeah, so, but actually, Griffin could have pushed that even further and overtaken the Ferrari in front of him, but he knew he was off the track and therefore would have had to give him the place back. But the overtake on the bright pink Porsche was legitimate prior to that. And then Lawson didn't need to give him the track space to the left of the second element of Lecombe. So he knew he had to slot in behind the number 50 car and wait for a second opportunity maybe to get ahead of Johnny Lawson. I'll remind you again, Matt Griffin is gold graded. He's been told by the championship to start that car because he was starting from the back of the field in 55. And therefore, in the spirit of race strategy, important that really they lead at the end of this hour-long stint for these LMGT3s before they put Duncan Cameron in the car.
Aboard with Martin Berry. Sound of the Aston Martin Vantage, this 2024 spec car. Big step forward for Aston Martin's GT3 product worldwide. It's bringing success, including an overall win at the 24-hour race here earlier this summer. In terms of continue racing. So, competitive package here at Spa. In LMGT3 form, they're there with the lead pack. We're over half an hour into this race now, so a sixth of race distance done. Yellow at turn 1.
Just been through there with the grid motorsport by TF car, so it must have happened behind Martin Berry, unless it was something minor that it didn't spot. The yellow's been removed though now anyway.
Someone's having a bit of a moment. It looks like someone's having a bit of a moment up at Radion as well. But no harm, no foul, no yellows, so we continue. Hiroshi Hamaguchi ploughing on. Matt Griffin looking for an opportunity to get with and by Johnny Lawson.
And Wyatt Brickajek's got a bit stuck here behind Jacques Wolf. He will be faster, I'm sure, than Wolf on the whole, but the RLRM Sport car, sorry, the DKR engineering car can't get by the Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Is this what happened moments before Martin?
That's the dusty moments. That's the one who's gone around. It's 17 cars been around. Wow.
So that's the car that started second in LMP3. We've seen some absolutely whopping accidents similar to that if a car goes further to its right and slams into the tyre wall.
Lucky to keep out the wall, but massively compromised the DKR car.
And Miguel Cristobal, that was. Wyatt Bricacek did eventually get through in the number 4. And as you say, needing to take avoiding action, but rejoining eventually, and now behind Jacques Wolf. As in LMP2 Pro-Am, it is still John Fowle leading by 1.5 seconds over Giorgio Roda. Change of position there, was it? For the 34 car in Inter-Europol competition colours.
34 is behind 65 and started there, so I think there's tussling here.
Well, yeah, I was surprised they'd put Clement Novalak in for the starting stint there.
Two teams in great form, by the way, Inter-Europol and Panis Racing. Panis Racing, as we said at the start of the show, Johnny, this year looked after by TDS Racing for the first time, and rather oddly, perhaps in the colours of yet another race team, Mark VDS Racing this year. They make their return to four-wheel motorsport. They've been pretty much ever present since their glory days in GT racing in two-wheel motorsport, but back here at Spa.
So Manuel Maldonado of Venezuela, although runs with the UK flag, due to licensing and having spent quite a bit of his life so far, in fact, in the UK. Clement Novalak of France.
Johnny Larson getting a warning he must respect track limits, so his defence against Matt Griffin beginning to take a bit of a toll here. He's got to look after this or he'll be taking a slow run down pit lane.
Good times coming through from a variety of LMGT3 cars, including the race leader, Hiroshi Hamaguchi. He's just done his best lap of the race with a 2:19.1. But Takeshi Kimura not hanging around. Likewise, Derek De Boer as well. So the track conditions nice and cool. Track temps just a smidge over 31 degrees. It's cooler today than it was yesterday in the air. About half, actually, 16 degrees. We were virtually getting to 30 at the peak of the heat yesterday. Very pleasant if you were watching track action, but rather warmer in the cars themselves. Johnny Edgar spent much of this opening stint trying to shake Sebastian Alvarez. He built himself a tidy margin of over a second, and then the safety car came out. It's now hovering around the half-second marker, though, and that was a particularly good opening sector on this lap 15 from Sebastian Alvarez. So he's shadowing the Englishman's every move. Also a very good opening sector on this lap for Lorenzo Fluxa, the 19-year-old from Mallorca. So he's charging hard in Cool Racing's number 37 car, going purple through sector 1, and the gap's 2 seconds to the tail of Sebastian Alvarez's car.
To make clear, he's not physically going purple. It's the timing screens that shows it's the fastest sector of the race so far.
I don't know how hot or how hard he's trying.
It could be going purple. It could be.
Through sheer frustration.
Still, nose to tail, Johnny Edgar followed through by Sebastian Alvarez. Lorenzo Fluxa dropping back again. In third place, Manuel Maldonado for the 2 seconds back, and the pressure from Clement Novalak, as we've been saying, and that pair being caught by Ben Hanley, who's coming up through the field. He's in 6th now. Milton Racing's John Falb still fending off Giorgio Roda and gapping again the Italian driver in LMP2 Pro-Am. Jensen here with Wyatt Bricacek recovering after that moment in avoidance of the Cool Racing car at Radion. This is the battle now for 5th. It'll be frustrating for Bricacek, who was showing real pace at that point.
Hamaguchi going faster again. Johnny Lawson finding decent time. I think the LMGT3s are in a little bit of clear air themselves now as well, so having had to make room earlier, prior to the safety car for some of the LMP2s. Once again, the race leaders overall will take a bit of time to catch up with the LMGT3s. Johnny Edgar, after the next few corners, might just catch sight of Claudio Schiavone's orange Proton Competition Porsche, and then it'll be a steady stream of LMGT3s that they need to work their way through. The question remains how much fuel mileage they brought back during that safety car, because I would expect ordinarily an LMP2 car has to have to pit within the next 2 laps, but it might be they can go a bit further though now. Well, they will be. It's
a pretty high load circuit as well. There's got a lot of full throttle here, so you're absolutely right. They're sort of getting towards the pit window now.
That's why a lot of teams find coming here to Spa in the World Endurance Championship so useful, the race before Le Mans, because it was in the LMP1 days when P1s would run with their low downforce setting here at Spa as a kind of practice for Le Mans the following month.
Yeah, Spa, with the investment that's gone in here, the spectator facilities being rewarded with people coming back to motorsport. That's great to see. Good to see people trackside here. And it was well populated as we made our way down to the TV compound, Johnny. And those of you watching on and saying, well, those grandstands don't look very full. One of the beauties of this circuit is you can get around pretty much all of it. And that's what endurance fans know what to do. There'll be people on the spectator banks on the right-hand side of the pictures here, watching the cars go through at VMAX. There they are. There'll be others watching as they tumble down the hill. The rise and fall of this circuit is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's tough work if you even want to walk up Radion to get to the Kemmel Straight. Some members of our team are crazy enough to run it at least once each weekend when we come here.
Absolutely.
You and I are not stupid enough to do that. We tend to be in team catering, don't we? When
I think that's
when they're doing their lap.
They'll come back and say, we went 8 minutes quicker than we did last year. Oh, that's very interesting, you say, as you grab another profiterole. Johnny's
had his 5th pudding. I'll go for a run later, maybe. Giorgio Roda's pretty quick now in the LMP2 Pro-Am. In fact, he's now in front of Rodrigo Sales, and here are the pit stoppers as we suggested. So John Falb's come in car 24. That's the reason why Roda now leads.
And Schneider is also on pit road in the number 21 car, so we should start to see the next lap or so a train of LMP2 cars.
When will Johnny Edgar pit? When will Sebastian Alvarez pit? Will one almost pit in response to the other?
The other thing to say here is, quite often the difference between the pro drivers and the non-pros is their ability to retain pace while saving fuel. It's quite miraculous what they can achieve. Famously, many years ago, 20-odd years ago in fact, a car in a lower class, GT2 as was, took the overall win here at Spa in the 24 hours, and that was with Stefano Ortelli having realised he could switch the car off behind the safety car, come all the way back down the hill, and I think he saved a full fuel stint in that race.
Wow.
By doing that. It meant that he stayed out the pits for, 3-4 minutes, and in a very rainy race beat the GT1 cars to finish in doing that.
These little tiny things can make huge differences.
Massive.
Johnny Edgar's now going to try and get past as many LMGT3 cars as he can in one move. This is the overall race leader who's caught this intense fight for the lead in GT. 4 cars, they're not all going to make room for him, so it's a delicate situation this, and Alvarez, or maybe Inter Europol competition, have said, get Alvarez in so he doesn't have to deal with the GT traffic, and we'll get our pit stop out of the way now.
6-7 LMP2 cars on pit lane, including Sebastian Alvarez, Lorenzo Fluxa, Manuel Maldonado, Clem Lovelack there as well as David Heimer Hansen and Bijou Gard. Ryan Cullen too joins that list. Rodrigo Salas at LMP2 Pro-Am, he's on pit lane. Johnny Edgar then still leads up into 2nd place now, and closing on the leader with that traffic for the Air by TF car is Ben Hanley. But of course, both those cars do owe us a pit stop.
Yeah, but Ben's job, I'm sure, when he was putting that car, was get to the front as quickly as you can, or as near to the race lead as possible. Then remains to be seen what United will do with the 22 car. Will they get Ben out so that they're saving a bit of drive time for him until the end of the race? Because in the 22 car, the driver makeup is silver, gold, gold. And if you go with that combination, there has to be an hour, basically, for everybody. There's no maximum drive time, but each of the 3 has to do a minimum of 60 minutes each.
Yeah, we're 45 minutes into the 4-hour race here at Spa-Francorchamps. There's your race leader, and now clear of traffic. Johnny Edgar has got the hammer down again, is extending the lead over Ben Hanley, as Hanley himself is dealing with the traffic. He's just cleared it, that the race leader dealt with just a lap or so ago. And he comes to the pits. In comes Johnny Edgar. 6.8 seconds ahead of Ben Hanley as he made the pit entry.
No rear wing on that Inter-Europol competition car. Is that the 34? Turning right at Bruxelles. It is the 34. In fact, the whole rear clip is no longer on that car.
What's happened there?
So it makes it almost look a little bit more svelte. They've gone all Peugeot on us. But it's not ideal to the integral design of an LMP2. And has that white to wall somewhere or tagged a tyre wall to remove that rather important piece of bodywork? I'm sure it'll be straight into the pit lane. It hadn't already pitted, had it, car 34? Oh, it was on an outlap.
It was on an outlap, so...
For Clement Novalak.
What has happened there? We're going to hear from the team. This, remember, is a team doing very well in the championship.
Yeah.
It's not great news in such a tightly contested formula. It's a rapid turnaround there for AO by TF. Looking to see if there's any outliers in the pit stop times.
How about this for the race lead in LMGT3? Sarah Bovey to the outside line. Hiroshi Yamaguchi, she got back ahead of Matthew Griffin. So I'm not sure where Bovey did that.
That's a while ago, I think.
Was it? Okay.
I think so. But Johnny Lawson has fallen back behind both of them. So Sarah Bovey beginning to get on the terms here with Hiroshi Yamaguchi. There goes our race leader. Still waiting, by the way, taking the lead for the moment. Cool Racing's 47 in the hands of Carl Bennett, but he has not pitted. Sebastian Alvarez. Keep a look and see. I think he has taken the lead.
Yeah.
He has taken the lead.
Yeah, he's now ahead of Edgar, who's also under pressure from Fluxer, and Fluxer marginally ahead as they break the timing loop at the end of the Kemmel Straight, but he didn't get the position. So on the timing screen, Fluxer's ahead of Johnny Edgar, but in reality, the AO by TF Sport car is hanging on to what is third at the moment. It will become second just as soon as Carl Bennett makes his first stop in 47 Cool Racing car.
And that is because he spent a second longer on pit lane than Alvarez and 2 seconds longer than Fluxer. There's the damage.
And that's not a way to treat the new piece of bodywork that's going on. A slight bit of a foffle there as one piece is moved away and the new one comes in.
That's going to cost them very dearly. Very dearly indeed.
We still don't have an answer as to how that happened, but there was still a portion of the rear deck attached, so it's torn the whole top piece off, including the rear wing. But the bullets where the legality panel is and those tail lights was still there, so at least they could remove it relatively easily.
I can't believe it's a structural failure of that component, so there has to have been some kind of impact somewhere. Now Sarah Bovey really harassing Hiroshi Yamaguchi. Got a good run down towards her Rouge. And where's the grip? Where's the traction? Keeps a tight line. She's got a good line through. She went off the track in trying to keep that line. That's given Matt Griffin a good run on her, but she's got a great run here on the Lamborghini. It's 3-car train, the double toe here for Matt Griffin. They'll fan out now.
He goes to the left, now he goes to the right. He's going to plug that gap that Sarah Bovey has inadvertently created, but she sticks to the inside line.
A hit. Oh, there's a big hit!
And where's Lawson going? Is he going to be involved as well? He's gone totally left to try and avoid spinning Matt Griffin and Sarah Bovey. Lawson's caught in it as well. Off. Lawson couldn't get through. He wasn't actually he didn't make contact with the two cars, but he had to go somewhere because he was fully committed. So Griffin to the inside line. Bovey, I think, lost it on the curb.
She hit the rear of the Lamborghini. That unsettled the car. Fishtailed into the side of Matt Griffin. Watch this. There she goes. That's the first thing. She loses it. Collects Matt Griffin. Lawson tries to avoid the pair of them. I think it's Johnny in the barrier, actually.
Well, there's no grip on that grass because we had a whole load of rain last night, so it will be like a swamp, that area of grass at Les Combes corner. Bovey's moving again. So can get to the pits, I would assume, as around the outside was that the now repaired 34 car. No, that's the 43 with the yellow nose, principally, for Sebastian Alvarez.
34 is back out and running.
Yeah,
and just taking a look and seeing whether or not Matt Griffin and Johnny Lawson have yet rejoined the race.
They're both being shown in the middle sector somewhere, as you would expect, but we haven't yet seen them complete Sector 2.
We're going to go to virtual safety car here, Johnny.
So there's got to still be cars stranded then on the grass. It's either 1 or 2 Ferraris. It'll be a virtual safety car inside this 30-second period at exactly 20 minutes past 12.
It's neat and tidy and very clean until we got to this after the second element of Les Combes, and it looked like almost that Sarah Bovia got too good a run out of that. She hit the rear of the Lamborghini, and then that unsettled the Porsche. Back end of the car, stepping out, hit Matt Griffin side by side and took both of them to the inside.
Doesn't pit, not pitting, and you can pit under a virtual safety car, so they have decided to carry on. Now, the crew that look after the 85 car will have informed Sarah Bovy, you have got damage on the front, but it might be all right. I am concerned about that crack that is getting larger and larger, because the front fender, front right wing of that Porsche is modular and slots in behind a significant chunk of the front bumper. And is that going to get worse? It's where the headlight is housed, but maybe they're just going to give it a few laps to see how bad it might get, because they don't want to disrupt their strategy too much. It's too early ordinarily to be pitting an LMGT3 car.
It's getting close to it. Well, that is the Johnny Lawson car, and
but are there two Ferraris there?
Let's have a quick look and see.
55.
Matt Griffin has continued.
55's been, no, it's showed and stopped.
That's stopped.
It's got a red letter S next to it. We haven't yet got a second sector time.
Let's watch it again. Take us through this, Johnny.
Well, Hamaguchi's leading, and then there's some contact, with the Lamborghini from the nose of Sarah Bovy's car. That disrupted it, but she also was on the curb, pitching her slightly to the right, and where Matt Griffin was about to make the move for second place. Griffin had pulled off a blinder up until that point,
yes,
and he was, unfortunately, the innocent party, I would say. But even more of an innocent party is Johnny Lawson going, what do I do here? The track's blocked by two sideways cars. He had to go left.
That was quite a chunky hit for Johnny into the barrier.
He had to go left. There was no grip on the grass, and that puts... Oh, he's driving away, mind. The 50 car is moving again, spewing gravel all over the place. And as you say, that's done quite a bit of damage to the rear left. The lights all still work. Maybe you can get away with that.
Well, but doesn't lose the lap, by the way, because that is the race leader behind.
The class leader of Hiroshi Hamaguchi has not got past him, and of course cannot overtake whilst we're under virtual safety car. If you are unaware of the virtual safety car within the European Le Mans Series, this is a new thing for 2024. Generally, a VSC will be out for 2 laps. It will be followed automatically. It's followed by a safety car period. So we never go back to green straight from a virtual safety car. We'll then go into a portion of safety car. That's Matt Griffin who's moving as well. So both of the Ferraris involved in that incident are going again.
Car 85 under investigation for causing a collision. I'm afraid that's right. That's certainly right. They should be investigated. So there's Matt Griffin driving away from the scene, and less damage to that car, at least. He's got damage to the left rear, big damage. That's broken suspension.
And every credit to Matt to try and get that car back, but I fear that they won't be able to fix that in sufficient time to get a good result today. Yeah, there are 3 wheels steering on that car, and there's quite a lot of counteractive effort that Matt Griffin is having to put in. That's quite a skill, isn't it, to drive a car in a straight line? But it's now the smoke coming from it. I don't think it's actually tyre, Rob. That might be a bearing that's starting to go.
Well, I mean, trying to unpick this, there is an investigation into the incident. That's completely correct. It was good, hard racing to that point. The error, if you can call it an error, was the closing speed with the Lamborghini was too quick at a point where there was nowhere else to go other than into the rear of the car. That triggered the other incidents.
I actually thought, I mean, the Griffin approach, he went left initially, so Bovy counteracted that, and then he went right and braked really late, plugged that hole, which was going to be a superb overtake, but then Sarah tried to go 2 abreast with Matt through Les Combes, and that was always going to squeeze or compromise her line a little bit. It was a combination of the contact she made with the Lambo and the fact she was on that quite high curve, which unsettled the car and put her into Matt Griffin.
Indeed. Clement Lovelap, by the way, under investigation for pit lane unsafe release. That's the car that lost the rear clip. Has that happened on pit lane?
Okay.
So, just to sum things up, we're on this virtual safety car. The safety car will follow in a lap or so's time. Cars have got the opportunity to pit under the virtual safety car. As soon as the safety car is called, pit lane will close. So this is to give everybody an opportunity to pit who wishes to do so. And keep an eye on who might take that opportunity. Hiroshi Hamaguchi certainly has. I'm just waiting to see anybody else on pit lane. The 25 car, I think, maybe.
Yeah.
So safety car will follow on from that, get the field back under control before we go back to green flag racing. In terms of what happened in that incident, 3 cars, big queue in the pit lane, and what's that? What's caused that?
Well, has a car stopped? Because the pit lane is open. It is open because we're under a virtual safety car. So all of a sudden, it is a Monday morning rush hour at the pit lane entry road here at Spa.
Is the pit lane entry light on in error here?
Might be.
But that's...
Safety car procedure, no further investigation. Now, all of a sudden, the LMGT3s are... Well, Hiroshi Hamaguchi was already in the pit lane, wasn't he? But everybody else couldn't get there.
So he's going out as they're coming in.
Yeah, and that has massively compromised everybody else.
As is the 59 car. Well, this is going to be quite the pickle to sort out.
I didn't think there was anything in the regulations about the pit lane entry road being closed in the virtual safety car, but I am going to check the regulations now to see if that makes things a little clearer.
So here is Sarah Bovey. So unpicking the incident again, Sarah, impact with the Lamborghini that she was trying to overtake. She had the other car here, the 55 car, alongside her. She's trying to attack and defend at the same time. An error has been made, no doubt about it whatsoever, and it's had significant impact on the races of 2 other cars. But was there dangerous driving at any point there? No. That was, I saw that initially as a racing incident that went on to have some significant consequences.
Yeah.
There you go. They've fixed that with the addition of some race tape. 55 is going to be going into the garage. Matt Griffin, you can see impact damage on the side of that car as well, look, just below the number panel. That's not hurt the cooling pack for the 296. So Matt would have told the guys what he could feel, they would have seen what we could see. The EF Corsair Spirit of Race crew will now go to work.
Yeah, pit lane's closed for a full course yellow. Pit lane's closed for the first 3 laps of a safety car, but there's nothing about it being closed under a virtual safety car. So I don't know what was going on there, and whether there was a car that had parts stopped or was blocking the pit lane for whatever reason.
Incident involving car 24, John Falb, turn 5, 11:31. That's an hour ago.
Oh, was that the start of the race?
Yeah. Off-track and lasting advantage.
Was that when he was taking the race lead? Because he led initially in LMP2 Pro-Am, and the race started at 11:30, so 1 minute later he's now being investigated for something.
Matt staying aboard the car as the guys look and see whether or not this is something they can fix quickly. Doesn't look like it is, but these race crews, frankly, capable of performing miracles at times.
Yeah, well, if it's a track rod which can be whipped out quickly, I mean, those things are designed to buckle rather than, sometimes you get damage in the rear left which then ripples down the drive shaft and into the gearbox. But if it's just bent as a towing arm or similar, then maybe that can be changed, and then it's worthwhile getting the car out for the better part of 3 hours, even though it's out of contention now off the lead lap in LMGT3. Everybody else has rejoined.
They seem to be struggling, by the way, to get the quick release clip off the rear of that car.
Okay.
So whether or not there's damage to one of the mating plates for that.
Massive advantage, though, we think now, for Hiroshi Hamaguchi in his Iron Lynx Lamborghini compared to everybody else in LMGT3, because they were all in that queue, weren't they? Apart from the Lambo, I think everyone else was being made to wait. So it's actually a 47-second advantage under safety car speed, or virtual safety car speed.
I don't understand that. don't understand that, because we saw, unless that the 59 car coming in, not going out, wasn't it? That's what it was. It was the 59 car coming in.
Right. 55-0 Formula Racing car was also in at the same time as Hamaguchi, but it had lost so much time in the incident at Lecom.
That will be equalised when the safety car is scrambled.
Yeah, okay.
As long as it's as long as not a lap on it, the field will close up, so those gaps will come right down again.
That is a good point. Yeah. So whatever was going on,
that is
hopefully won't have a lasting effect.
The overall classification, much as it was really, Sebastian Alvarez leads Johnny Edgar, Matthias Kaiser in the, by the look of it, still up to speed 25 Algar Pro Racing car. They'll have taken a look at the car when it came in for that pit stop. Ryan Cullen and Johnny Edgar, by the way, back on pit lane.
We are under safety car. We are under safety car.
Right. Now, looking to what they've done there, he's anticipated the safety car is coming out.
Car 43, let me put the safety car in front of you, please. We are now under safety car. All cars do pick up the pace and catch the line of cars behind the safety car, please.
A chance then, after 60 minutes of action, to remind you, refresh your memory as to precisely what has gone on. Johnny Edgar had a killer getaway, and Sebastian Alvarez was trying to stick with him in the early stages. To the high side, Manuel Maldonado in the number 65, number Panis Racing car, which had had a good qualifying session as well. But everyone rather well behaved, certainly in comparison to the Michelin Le Mans Cup start yesterday. And if you haven't seen that, it's certainly worth a watch. Plenty of damaged cars, and a number that didn't even make the end of the first sector, let alone the end of the first lap. But in ELMS, we have lost one or two numbers, but in some cases, cars were forced to start with their quickest drivers because of causing red flags in qualifying sessions yesterday. Amongst them, Ben Hanley in the number 22 United Autosports car. Torsten Kratz is just fast. He's bronze, yes, but he's one of the quickest starting drivers out there. That didn't stop him making a slight mistake out of La Source. Terrific overtake from Julien Gerby around the outside of Alexander Bukantsov at Bruxelles, and that delivered him into the apex at Speaker's Corner, turn 9. However, here, Gerby trying to draw level with Miguel Cristobal in the number 17 Cool Racing car. And as he backed off to give Cristobal the place back again, Matthew Richard Bell took the opportunist moment to also bag a position. Dicing again as Wyatt Bricacek was looking to work his way through. And then the first meaningful accident that involved John Hartshorn, but also two LMP2 cars. Ryan Cullen trying to go around the outside of the British driver in the 66 JMW Motorsport Ferrari, doing a huge amount of damage to the 296. We think the two LMP2s got away with it. The second driver involved, Matthias Kaiser, in his Algar Pro Racing car with really nowhere to go. He almost got through, but then the Ferrari caught the right-hand side and pitched him into a full spin, a 360, but then he came out of it, unblinking, and continued on, but he'd lost about 4 places in the process. The best news was that John Hartshorn was able to walk away. This was a dramatic spin at the top of Radion for Miguel Cristobal in the number 17 Cool Racing car, all on his own, severely delaying Wyatt Bricacek in the number 4 car as well, but he was able to rejoin, and amazingly, Cristobal did not hit anything. As you think about the number of accidents we've seen there over the years. And then this in LMGT3, the 3 leaders, 2 of them getting together, synchronised spinning from Sarah Bovey in the pink Porsche, from Matt Griffin in the emerald green Ferrari, and Johnny Lawson having, in avoiding action, to go left, left and left again, and sadly making contact with the tyre wall. Amazingly, both Ferraris were able to limp back to the pit lane. The 50 car is still running, the 55 with more substantial damage though to the rear left corner. And we're now starting hour 2 of this year's 4 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. It's the 4th race of the year. Johnny Edgar did indeed pit for a second time. And
that's important because we are going to close up now under the safety car, and he's fully fueled and nobody else is.
Yeah.
So what he's done is he's given himself a lap, maybe 2 laps more of fuel with absolutely no impact whatsoever on his race position. As long as he's on pit lane before Eduardo calls the safety car, he's absolutely able to leave the pit lane, and he absolutely did that.
Duncan Cameron, who they put into the 55 car, is now getting out because that is over and out, I'm afraid to say, for the 55 car. But yeah, we're trying to work out precisely how much fuel was put in. It's got to have been brimmed in the number 14 Johnny Edgar LMP2. But let's try and find out what's gone on at 55. Here is Steph Wentworth with the team.
Yes, you just saw Duncan Cameron getting all of his gear off, but I am here with the man who ended up retiring the car, Matt Griffin. I'm so sorry that it's ended this way. Do you want to just talk about the instance from your perspective?
Kind of started even before the race started, really, because of a specific rule in the ACO. We had to start last, and I had to start the race. So straight away, I'm out of sequence with the other drivers around me. So I'm the gold-rated driver. Usually, all of the bronze start. So I was making my way through the pack, and honestly, was up to third, quite relaxed. I went up the inside of Sarah into turn 5. She closed me quite aggressively, but I said, okay, it's spent, and I was on the outside, like looking at her, thinking I have loads of space, and then it was completely ridiculous. I just saw the onboard. It seems like she hit the Lambo, then had a big oversteer moment, and basically took me out of the race. It's absolutely ridiculous, and I don't know why, because if anybody is smart, they should say, okay, Matt's the gold driver, we should just let him go and not fight with him, because Duncan is a bronze and he has to get in next. So the fact that she was even defending so hard against me, I don't know. It's put us out of the race. It's completely ridiculous. Ridiculous driving.
Yeah, so it's absolutely gutting for you. Surely that's a penalty incoming from them from your perspective.
Yeah, 100%. They took me out, and then she was spinning, and then she ended up taking Johnny out as well. So they've destroyed our team. And what I don't understand is for what? It was all she had to do was say, okay, Matt's passed me around the outside. I can just chill, and then let's see if I get him back at the next corner or whatever. But at a certain point, you need to relinquish when someone has passed you, and that's why if you race with, if you race with all the pros, if there was a, even though she does get paid, so technically she's a bronze driver who gets paid, which again is a contravention to the rules, but if there was a proper professional there, that incident wouldn't have happened. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Thanks for talking to us, Matt. Thanks.
He's not happy, is he?
I was going to say, the message is fairly clear there from Matt Griffin, who now goes over to chat to Duncan Cameron. Gold versus bronze, he's right there, and sometimes you pick your battles, I suppose, is his argument. So you've got two bronze drivers duking it out for the LMGT3 lead, and he says, well, I am on average quicker, so why not let me go, because the car's going to get slower later on in the race when Duncan Cameron takes over. Be interested to know your thoughts, folks, as you watch that. Agree or disagree, but there's no sitting on the fence from Matt Griffin today.
Well, my view, what it's worth, it was a mistake with extreme consequences, and as Matt quite rightly and emotionally explained, and remember, Matt is a pro paid by the team and the bronze driver in that car, and he's representing the interests of his team and his customer, and that is Duncan Cameron, who will not race this afternoon. So he's right to be emotional about it. It was a mistake, no doubt about that. There was no, I don't think, a deliberate act involved in any part of that. He's also absolutely right. He was alongside the Porsche, and I think what we had there was Porsche got great traction off the second part of Les Combes, and I'm struggling to understand just how it was that she got such good traction that she hit the Lamborghini as hard as she did. Because that car should have been off that corner pretty much as quickly. So did Hiroshi Yamaguchi have a moment of some regard? Maybe he was just seeing cars behind and alongside and spent too much time looking back and not enough time looking forward to that moment. But no two ways about it, that was a mistake from Sarah.
Yeah. We haven't had a decision on that yet, though, have we? And the thing is, even if the 85 is penalised, even if Sarah Povey does get a penalty, that doesn't help Matt Griffin, Duncan Cameron and David Merrill. They're out of the race.
There is, of course, a principle that for the main, you penalise the action, not the consequence. Okay? It's a pretty well-established thing in law as well. You penalise the action. And that remains to be seen what kind of penalty comes the way, if any, for the Iron Dames. But yet another chapter in what's an extraordinary run of amazing stories of good, bad and indifference with the team that puts the pink cars on the tracks of Europe and the world. It's 2 hours and 50 minutes to go, Johnny. We are now under safety car. Sebastian Alvarez leads Johnny Edgar by 0.6 of a second. 38 seconds, by the way, on pit road. They effectively ran down pit road, topped it up.
Yeah.
And lost nothing.
A drive-through takes, I think, about 21 seconds.
Well, he's lost nothing.
No, but what I'm trying to work out is how long was it stopped in the pits having fuel? It's going to be about 17, call it 15 seconds. Yeah. So he's had a 15-second blast of fuel, which will have brimmed the tank. And now they're in a great position for this next segment of the race. It might be able to do the next 40 minutes, for instance. That's a nice message to read. Start of the race, no further action necessary.
There you go.
Because it was clean and everybody ran through the grid hatchings. They weren't out of order as they crossed the start line.
One other car, by the way, did exactly the same as AR by TF, and that is, by the look of it, Lorenzo Fluxa in the 37 car, currently sitting in 13th, 12th in LMP2, because the Brown leader, John Falb, who is under investigation, by the way, is ahead. They've had a 38-second pit stop as well, so they've done exactly the same thing. To explain what I'm talking about here, we're under virtual safety car. The cars are there at 80 kilometers an hour. The difference is, I think the line into pit lane and through pit lane and out of pit lane is slightly quicker.
Yeah.
So he's not lost that much time by taking that route. He's down at 6 kilometers an hour on pit lane, so he's going slightly slower. He stopped for what we think is about 17 seconds of fuel. He's got a full fuel tank, and none of the other cars around him have done so, and he hasn't lost a position on track.
But the other thing is, once he'd come into pit lane, within a few seconds, we changed from virtual safety car to safety car, so that's even more time that effectively that car's gained, because the safety car doesn't go around it at 80 kilometers per hour. So they've kept their position, but they do now have lots more fuel than their nearest rivals, and this could be the point in the year where the number 14's luck, or management, if you like, strategic calls start to really go in its favour. 6 laps in for this particular stint. No, there'll be fewer than that actually for Johnny Edgar. But he stayed at the wheel. They're having to burn the hour that Johnny needed to do. Well, he has done that now because he started the car. But keeping him in for the time being, you're losing nothing in that regard because we're under safety car. And Edgar's a very fast silver driver anyway. But Robert Kubica will be waiting in the wings for the middle stint, possibly plural stints, with Louis Delatraz still to come, who was the qualification star yesterday afternoon. Sebastian Alvarez, though, as the championship leader in the number 43 car, is still out front on lap 24. We're still under safety car, although it's going to come in this lap because the pass around has again been completed, so the field has been reset, and any cars caught in the wrong place now waved by, which will make sure that the battling within LMGT3, in LMP3 and in LMP2 Pro-Am is as fair as possible. And Sebastian Alvarez can now dictate when he gets going again. The safety car drivers have shot off into the distance, making a beeline for the pit road. When does Alvarez, though, start to push like crazy? Still not yet. And they're heading into Blanchimont through Curve Paul Frere, weaving from left to right, still weaving from left to right, even though the green flag is now being displayed on the start-finish line. Listen in the background, I think Alvarez has gone.
Yep, under control of Sebastian Alvarez.
Although down back at Grid Motorsport by TF, this car does not know that the race has begun again because everyone is still touring their way through Blanchimont. Now the pace is being picked up, but no, Alvarez still hasn't gone yet and is still weaving rather erratically, perhaps to throw Johnny Edgar off the scent, who's given up the weaving process and is waiting now for any indication of the Mexican driver ahead of him getting going. He will do now through the second element of the bust-up chicane, out of turn 19. Oh, there's a spin further back on the restart. Was that a P2 car? I think it was, yeah. It's the Duquesne car, number 30, that is stranded in the middle of the road. And that is Jean-Baptiste Simonauer, who either got hit or tried to give it too much right foot on coolish tyres. Either way, the car's rotated and has potentially stalled right in the middle of the track.
But he certainly can't rejoin with the rest of the field thundering towards him through the bus stop.
Yellows breed yellows is the old phrase from American racing, and it can happen here in Europe as well. Alvarez, Edgar, Kaiser and Cullen, we're all still racing at the moment. Double waved yellows at turn 19, but this part of the track is entirely unaffected. Lap 26, and Edgar, we think, in the white and red car, as Simonau's moving again, but the white and red car, so we don't need to go into another full course yellow, for instance, but how did he end up there? There's a car right behind him.
He's hit twice from the rear.
By?
I think, I'm not going to identify that without being absolutely sure.
Is it not the Vector Sport car? It's the right colours for number 10. Happened before that, those group of cars worked their way through though. No, Vector is fourth, so it can't possibly be them.
I thought it might have been a Nielsen car.
Okay.
But I'm not confirming that.
No, but we have to kind of offer a guesstimate, if you like. I've already said the wrong car, so feel free to do the same.
Car 27 and 30 at turn 19. That is indeed Nielsen Racing's David Hammer Hansen.
I knew you would be right, and I incorrect. Sorry, everyone at Vector. I love your team, I promise. And Ryan Cullen's done a splendid job to this point, and he was entirely unaffected or uninvolved with that incident at the restart. He's in fourth, but now under pressure from a driver change behind in 22. Ben Handley got out of that car at the pit stop, and Philip Ugran got at the wheel in number 22. Marcus Sieber in the Edex Sport number 28 is in 6th position, and then it's Bijoy Garg and Jonas Reed in 7th and 8th places, but totally together in this fight for 3rd overall. Matthias Kaiser's done really well to come back from that spin when he was cleaned out in the incident that involved John Hartshorn and Ryan Cullen, up in 3rd place now, and clearly that car's in pretty good shape despite the damage it carries.
Remarkably, by the way, after all of that, Sarah Bovey's still in 2nd place at this point, and there's trouble for the race leader. Is she still in 2nd place, or has that changed as well? So didn't see what happened there with Hiroshi Yamaguchi, but he was leaving La Source very slowly indeed. He's had a moment, I think, under braking, and there's trouble there for the 22.
That's Philip Ugran, as mentioned, and Ugran rotating as Ryan Cullen is trying a move here on Matthias Kaiser. And they have been totally together for the whole of this opening stint. Remember, it was these two cars involved in the John Hartshorn crash, and that happened on the exit of Puon. But Hamaguchi, put on the grass by a prototype, and that's once round, in fact didn't fall behind Sarah Bovey. She's only coming over the finish line now to begin her lap, but she probably did get through.
We have yellow flags at T4. We have
in fact, Derek de Boer now leads LMGT3, so Sarah's dropped positions as well.
Yeah, so there's all sorts of shenanigans going on here. There was contact between the Vector Sport car and the Algarve Pro car. Then we had the issue for Philip Ugran.
And this is what happened to Sarah Bovey.
Oh dear me.
She's out now. She's out of the race now. That's totally broken the steering. And Hiroshi Hamaguchi's probably out as well.
He was in trouble.
We have yellows from T1 all the way up to the top.
So, remember, limping back, but yeah, has hit the rector cell barrier there on the run-up Radion on the exit of Eau Rouge, but you think after that spin he hadn't got back up to full speed?
He definitely wasn't up to full speed.
Well, no, but I think that's the advantage that you get of just ordinarily coming out of La Source. That was purely momentum. I don't think he had a problem. Remember, he had virtually stopped at La Source and was accelerating away from that incident, whereas Sarah Bovey had the full wind behind her, but had chosen then to go to the outside line. Meanwhile, that's another car off. Championship leaders, car 11's in the gravel at Les Combes now as well. And all of a sudden, this race has spiralled out of control, it feels like. I'm getting memories again of the Michelin Le Mans Cup from yesterday afternoon.
Trying to move the 11. Axel Jeffries looking as you would, knowing you're not going to get a drive today.
Where is Sarah Bovey? Did she get through Sector 2? I can't imagine so, with the steering broken.
In Sector 2.
Okay.
Slowly.
Well, she got to the end of the Camel Straight then, amazingly. But that steering is totally bent. Look at the amount of gravel, again, pouring out onto the track at Les Combes from the number 11 car of Matthew Bell. And he slipped back to 10th position, and possibly in anticipation of another caution period, although we're not under full course yellow yet, but LMP2s are pitting, including Giorgio Roda and Rodrigo Sales. That's early compared to the amount of fuel they will have burned, but they are possibly preempting. Yeah, here we go.
Under safety car. Leader, slow down. We are under safety car.
So that's a mega call from people like 77 Proton Competition and the 29 Richard Mille by TDS LMP2. Yeah. They've done a full pit stop. They've done driver changes there as well. So René Binder now drives 77, and Grégoire Saucé is in the 29 Richard Mille car.
Pull, bear right and stop. I'll tell you when you start moving. Leader, please slow down. We are under safety car. We need to group everyone up so that we can work clean and remove what needs to be removed.
So this is going to be for recovery of the 63, and I think a significant clear up of gravel. Duquesne have been in and out. Rasmus Lind out the wheel of the number 30 car. Most of the LMP2 Pro field, because the field was so closely matched, after the safety cars now dropped behind the LMP3 cars, but are now fully fueled.
Yes. Yeah, so it was already condensed, wasn't it? Because we weren't long out of the previous safety car period. So there won't be too much resetting of the field.
No.
If this was an IMSA race, they wouldn't do a pass around because the previous safety car was so close to this one. But it remains to be seen what the decision is going to be. Of course, there are some cars that have now pitted, mainly in LMP2 Pro-Am. So that could change whether a pass around is needed or not. Jean-Baptiste Simonauer, who you'll remember spun at the restart, although he was given a helping hand.
Twice.
Yeah, the initial contact didn't spin the car, but the second one did, because he was trying to go through the corner at turn 19. Not great when you get hit when you're trying to go through a 90-degree left-hander. So that's still being investigated. We didn't get a decision on that, I don't think, yet.
85, by the way, Sarah Bovey has not reappeared out of Sector 2, I don't think.
I agree, because now their message or the letter next to her name is stopped, and then we get sector times up until this point, so we can't identify precisely where that car is, but it hasn't yet reached the end of Sector 2. Nor has the 30 car, who is Jean-Baptiste Simonauer. He's there now, though, so catching up with the safety car.
On his way out the pits.
Yeah. Yeah, but I've actually... And now, all of a sudden, everyone finding the safety car speed, so there's a lot of overlapping, but thankfully nobody running off the road needing to avoid. That's the problem, is you crest the rise at Raidillon and find that traffic is going almost at walking speed when you'd been hustling along to catch up with this train. So there was a bit of confusion there coming out of Eau Rouge Raidillon, but no contact, I don't think, and that's the sorry sight of Hiroshi Hamaguchi's Lamborghini that had gone into a spin. Now, which of the prototypes was involved with him at turn 1? I don't think we've got to the bottom of that yet. And as a result, he was going down into Eau Rouge and Raidillon much, much slower than Sarah Bovey. She chose to go to the outside line to try and take the race lead, but the two came together, and it's broken the steering on Sarah Bovey's car. It put the Lamborghini into the tyre, plastic barriers rather, before the tyre wall. And sadly, Hamaguchi is out of the race.
Yeah.
They are the championship leaders, we should not forget as well. So this is going to change the complexion of the ELMS standings coming away from Spa.
So despair at Iron Links. They're not going to be very happy with that whatsoever. And of course, whilst the Porsche is run by Proton here, it's a fellow squad in their other endeavours. So circuit goes quiet again. Safety car has picked up pretty much the entire field at the moment, with the exception of the Duquesne team car that is catching the train. There is some reordering of the crash barrier up at Raidillon, and the flatbed is there ready to collect the 63 car. So somewhat, how could I put it, interrupted for us at Spa-Francorchamps so far, Johnny Palmer. Doesn't get away from the fact there's been some great driving at the front of this race in LMP2. Still Sebastian Alvarez with Johnny Edgar behind. Ryan Cullen up to third. We saw that move with Matt Kaiser. Marcus Siebert, Friedeck Sport, up in 5th place now ahead of Bijou-Garg. LMP2 Pro-Am with a massive lead at the moment, although that might balance back out in due course. The 83 car of Francois Perraudot. There's Hiroshi Hamaguchi making his way to the intervention car. He'll be taken, I'm sure, to the medical centre for a quick checkup. That's what the regulations say. Let's look again here, Johnny. Didn't have the momentum.
No, but I still need to know why the Lambo was on the grass at the first corner. Who was involved there, and was in fact Hamaguchi's line compromised? So many times in the past, we've seen a prototype overtake a GT car into turn 1, then brake at the point that they can, and the GT can't stop in time. So I wonder whether there may be a penalty going to the prototype that effectively caused all of that. That's the 11 car of Richard Bell off the road as well.
Yeah, I'd like to see that from the rear.
There's no rear-facing. I don't think there's a rear-facing camera on Matthew Bell's car, but yeah, I know what you're saying. I'd like to see all of these incidents so far today from a variety of angles.
I'd like to understand whether or not that Lamborghini was carrying damage.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The point I'm trying to make here is it didn't look, it absolutely was not up to full racing speed at that point, and that seemed to surprise Bovey.
Yeah, but Sarah will have seen what happened. Will have seen the Lamborghini spinning ahead of her, so will have known that Hamaguchi's speed was compromised and maybe thought, I've got to overtake here.
Yeah.
Rather than wait for the Kemmel Straight.
But I think different. I think she would have been waiting to try to get the drag down the Kemmel Straight. Look, at the end of the day, there are few people who are going to know more about the risks at Spa than a Belgian driver. She knows that's a place that it's tricky to overtake. You can do it, but it's tricky to overtake. I think she was looking to place herself to be ready to get over the crest and on the power down the Kemmel Straight. What I don't know from what we've seen is whether or not Hiroshi Hamaguchi was not just slightly hampered in terms of his pace, but perhaps his handling as well.
Yeah. Well, it was a big old spin on the grass on the approach to La Source, and I still want you to basically wind back your own feed of our coverage to find out precisely which of the, I think it was a P3 car that was side by side with Hamaguchi, and that was in a sense the whole moment that then led up to the two GT3 cars clashing with one another. But yes, there may be two layers to why Hiroshi was so slow into Eau Rouge. Lack of momentum, yes.
P2 car.
It was a
P2 car.
Just wind that back again.
I'm trying to find exactly the moment. It's definitely a P2 car.
All right. We've got various screens on the go here, folks, in an effort to try and bring you a vaguely professional broadcast. But there's a lot going on. We're spinning a lot of plates here. Yeah, that does appear to be an Oreca.
A light-coloured Oreca.
That is alongside the Lamborghini.
And way over, the other thing is, way over to the left-hand side.
Well, my fear is that the LMP2 car's overtaken Hamaguchi and then slammed on the brakes, and Hamaguchi has nowhere to go because a GT car can't brake as readily as a P2. We've seen that many times before in WEC races as well, but it's tricky to identify that car because it all happened in a flash on the approach to La Source corner. And as a consequence, Hamaguchi's then, from a standing start, having to go down to Eau Rouge and try and be as quick as possible versus Sarah Bovey. But Bovey tries the overtake around the outside. There's a clash, and it effectively puts both cars out on the spot. I'm just wondering, is that the... OK, might be either the Nielsen car or the Cool Racing colours potentially, or is it the wrong grey? It's the wrong shade of grey.
I think it might have been the white-fronted Nielsen 24. It's that angle. It's that the line coming through.
What I've just spotted there is that it feels like Hamaguchi doesn't go through or can't turn right enough.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Has he got a handling problem? Was the car going where it actually shouldn't have gone? And was he in full control of that car at that moment?
Well, it was almost as if he had got a steering problem.
That was exactly the point I was trying to make.
Just ask me to express it next time, and I can do it a lot clearer. The 12 WTM car is the one that's clashed with Matthew Bell. I don't know whether we ever said that, but Wochenspiegel, Team Monschau, Rinaldi car, and the 11. So was that a race for the class lead at the time? Yes. 12 and 11. And the 12 car of Torsten Kratz, therefore, might be in the firing line for a penalty next as well. Thank you to everyone in that stop-and-go director's gallery for digging out these replays and playing them over and over and over again for us to finally get there to describe precisely what's going on. Terrific work in EVS, I think is the technical term for that, to show the replays and feed them in. Forever grateful. So Sebastian Alvarez is leading from Johnny Edgar in second and Ryan Cullen in third position. And now the decision to get the AO by TF Sport car into pit lane to get fuel, that effect is not able to manifest itself so much now. So the extra fuel will still be useful towards the end of this stint, but is it slightly compromised because we're under safety car again?
With thanks, by the way, to Inter-Europol competition and Earl there, PR, and with thanks to Jeff Carter for chasing it down, and Steph in pit lane, we can now report what happened to Clem Novelek in the 34 car in losing the top element of that rear clip. And rather unfortunately, that was a misunderstanding in the release from the pit stop, and the car hit a pit crew member. That impact was sufficient to break that part. Now that must have been quite some hit. I can happily tell you that that crew member is okay. So that's good news coming out of bad news. That's also, by the way, why the 34 car is under investigation for an unsafe release. So 34, having had the rear clip snapped in half, the wing element at the top with the was broken clean off in that impact. But that crew member is basically okay and is back with the team in the garage. So thank you all for keeping us up to date on that. And the good news is that whilst I'm sure that hurt a lot, crew member is basically okay.
Not nice to witness, and there is actually somebody in the grandstand opposite the pit lane that I think caught it on film. So we've watched that, and it's not a pretty sight, but amazing to hear that the mechanic is absolutely fine.
He's coming in at the end of this lap. Safety car lights off. He's coming in at the end of this lap.
That is the best possible news we can hear. A freak incident, which can sometimes happen in the pit lane. As I hear a squeal of tyres, that's a safety car, I think, picking up speed. So it wasn't somebody falling off the road again.
Just on it.
Absolutely on it. Well, yesterday morning, you and I were mesmerised by both safety cars doing their exploratory laps.
Looking for where the grip is.
One of them was like 45 degrees to the idea angle of travel, and it was superb. A drift show from the ELMS safety car drivers, and it was great to see.
It was indeed.
Right then, another restart. Let's see whether we can get a bit further into this green flag period.
Safety car is in the pits. Track is now green. No overtaking before the line. No overtaking before the line.
Out of the double right-hander at Campus and Curve Paul Frere, and up towards Blanchimont corner we go. And this time Alvarez has gone a lot earlier than before, and Johnny Edgar needed to react. He has reacted. The gap back to Ryan Cullen is slightly more significant, and Edgar much later on the brakes, it appeared, versus Alvarez, but he of course can't overtake until they've crossed this line. They're greeted by 3 green lights, and let's assume we can get to the end of this stint on this amount of fuel and see how far we can go. But Edgar could potentially go further than anybody else.
I'm going to correct myself now on the screens. It was the number 47 Cool Racing car of Carl Bennett. You were right, Johnny. That hit Hiroshi Hamaguchi at turn 1 under investigation for causing a collision. So was that the initial cause, what then transpired at, well, we'd only know by speaking to Hiroshi Hamaguchi, and I'm sure if he makes his way back that Steph Wentworth will get with the Japanese driver was very eloquent post-qualifying. It would be good to hear his perspective on that.
Oh, another spin, and that is the two cars off, and it's the 29 and the 50 Formula Racing car. 29 had been spending a long time in the lead of this race, Gregoire Sauce. And where is that on the track?
It's a Radion again.
It's Eau Rouge Radion again. So the two maybe have tangled and gone straight on in a very similar situation to the Sarah Bovey-Hiroshi Hamaguchi clash. And because they're off the road in a very vulnerable spot, it might be that we have to go into a full course yellow as well. That's been a big crash.
That's going to be a safety car again.
For the 50 car, and Johnny Lawson, who is able to get out just about. And also off in a similar fashion is the 34 car, totally sideways.
How did he hold that?
But I wondered whether, as the camera panned over there, we might have missed this incident. No, but we've got that as well. And Lawson spinning round and round, and I think this hit into the tyre wall is going to be, well, not too bad. The more substantial contact was car to car.
It already happened through Eau Rouge.
And it's a virtual safety car that will be happening in the next 5 seconds, and that will mean we're into another safety car at the end of this.
No,
can the 29 car drive away? No, it can't. It's going to attempt to, Gregoire Sauce, but the problem is the rear right wheel is hopping up and down by a couple of foot.
I think at that point he didn't realise the damage that had been done to the rear. So both those cars are done, I'm afraid. This is extraordinary, Johnny.
It is one of those natural things in motor racing where, because we're not getting into a rhythm, it just throws us back into a caution period, because naturally, after a safety car...
Please be advised, we have an incident at T3 drivers left. I will need to cross the track with a service van. We are under virtual safety car, so I'm deploying the van on track. Please be advised.
Naturally
another incident.
Naturally, under a safety car, I was going to say that it takes a few laps for everyone to untangle themselves, but that was into Le Fagna, involving 2 LMP2s and a GT car, the car guy Ferrari, along with Algarve Pro.
Yeah, we couldn't see which of the 2 Algarve Pro cars it was, and a United car involved there as well.
Well, that felt like it was a battle on track for position, but there isn't a Nielsen car with a United anymore. It could have been, well, no, it might have been, was it Richard Bradley and Andy Merrick? 4th and 5th in LMP2 Pro-Am. We'll have to see that again to know for sure. But I don't like seeing all of these very badly damaged cars, and Johnny Lawson looked very ginger indeed, walking away from the incident in car 50.
It has to have been Richard Bradley and Andy Merrick.
Okay.
Because they are together on track.
The spin for Clement Novalak.
Wow.
And he's almost beyond 90 degrees there to the direction of travel. That's where the dorsal fin is so important, because in the old days it might have been that car actually took off if the air got underneath it. But that big fin across the back of the engine, above the engine, does an amazing job now.
Well, I mean, there you go. That right there is a great example of that work having paid dividends. That car could have rolled in that situation, dug in and rolled, but reduction of the air pressure through the gaps above the wheels, and then that dorsal fin that is there to basically raise the speed at which the car will take off. That's what it does. The easiest way I can give you to explain what that does. It's about stopping it from lifting off, but that was destruction testing of a set of Goodyears right there.
Yes.
Well, I can't recall a European Le Mans Series race where we've had this level of attrition, Johnny, and certainly not this early in the race. We're not even halfway.
Well, that is the concern about how desperate everybody is to get overtakes done, to muscle their way through the order when we have so many more stints still to do yet. And it shouldn't be everything on the table in hour 2 of a 4-hour race, but that's how it feels, and that's how maybe the European Le Mans Series is considered these days. It is so competitive out there. And the overtake that you might be able to pull off at a restart could be so crucial to your finishing position in many hours' time. But the 29 is out of the race, and this was in a very, very strong car, qualified expertly yesterday by Rodrigo Sales. Gregoire Sauce, only a very short time with him behind the wheel, and we're not going to see Matthias Besch at all.
We've lost almost half our GT3 entry so far. we've lost JMW Motorsport. That was the incident early on with John Hartshorn and the clash with the Vector Sport car. Matt Griffin, we heard from earlier. That car retired in the pits after damage with the earlier incident with Sarah Bovey and Hiroshi Yamaguchi. Hiroshi Yamaguchi, we saw that incident just a moment ago. That is the clash with the Orica at La Source, and then the second clash on that same lap with Sarah Bovey that finally put the sword to his efforts. That's also accounted for. Sarah Bovey's Iron Damon's Porsche, and now Johnny Lawson with the incident currently underway with the Richard Mille by TDS car. What an afternoon.
But Racing Spirit of Le Mans, don't want to speak too soon, but their Aston Martin is in front at the moment, ahead of Charlie Samani's AF Corsa Ferrari number 51. And Martin Berry makes it 2 Astons in the top 3 as things stand. ELMS recovery crew now on the scene to pick up what is left of car 29. And the balancing points, the pickup points, have been positioned in a perfect place so that that car can be lifted effortlessly onto a flatbed. They'll have to do the same as well for Ferrari number 50. But yes, of the top few on the grid, 63 that took pole position in LMGT3, no longer in the race. The 50 car that was second, no longer in the race. The 97 Aston Martin does still circulate, as does the 57 Ferrari for now Esteban Masson. So Masson taking over from Takeshi Kimura. There are other pit stops allowed to happen because this is a virtual safety car, so the pit lane remaining open, and the good time to do a pit stop should you need fuel. Also some driver changes taking place for LMP2. Well, yeah, that needed to be happening sooner rather than later, because we've got to still do 2 driver stints of at least an hour for most of the LMP2 cars. Some of them have already done their driver change, but now that AO are pitting at the same time as everybody else, that's their advantage. That idea to fuel the car gone, because everyone's going to be on a level playing field again. I'm sure Johnny Edgar got out of his number 14 car during that pit stop. We'll wait to see whether it's Robert Kubica, or it is Robert Kubica, I was about to say, or Louis Delatraz getting on board, but Kubica would have been my guess, and that is the case. Also the 22 car of United Autosports, called as the race leader currently, and Philippe Ugran was already in that car. He'd taken over from Ben Hanley at the end of a double stint from Ben at the start of the race. So United Autosport, number 10, leading actually the Torsten Kratz WTM by Rinaldi Racing car. We've got 5 recovery vehicles, possibly more than that, all positioned now at Raidillon. So it's going to take a bit of time for all of those cars to drive away and make the situation clear again. It's actually 6 intervention vehicles there, with spare plastic barriers about to be installed as well. But Ugran leads, second place overall, an LMP3 car. Kubica slotted in behind Torsten Kratz to be second of the LMP2s, and then 2 more LMP3s, Julien Gerby and Alexander Bukantsov, as high as 4th and 5th overall. And those cars, even had we stayed green, will probably not need to pit again for 20-odd minutes or so.
So yeah, the fueling advantage, there will still be an advantage in terms of time for AO by TF, but we're now at the end of driver time for Johnny Edgar. Oh, that was close. It got away. This is a lovely time to sit track, a lovely weather to sit trackside. Incident between Hamaguchi and Bovey at turn 3, under investigation causing a collision. No surprise at all about that.
Yep.
And what I would say is that the stewards, because it will be the stewards, not race control, will have significantly more resource to deal with that than we do, including all the circuit CCTV.
Yes, and they might even have to be able to look at telemetry as well.
And beyond that, they've got some very experienced trackside observers and marshals that can assist them.
So we know that the incident that happened before that was being looked at as well into turn 1 that involved Hiroshi Hamaguchi. Derek DeBoer out of the 59 Aston Martin.
From the lead.
And after the craziness that happened all around him, he's kept his head, brought the car in from the lead, handed it over to Casper Stevenson, and Racing Spirit of Le Mans are in a wonderful position now. Not helped really by this safety car, because all of the GT3s, as will be the case with all the other categories, are going to be concertinaed up.
Well, it's 4 of the top 6 cars, I think, in the current point standings in LMGT3 are out of the race.
Yeah, I know.
Before halfway.
And we were really looking forward to good fights with many, many cars all the way through the 4 hours. Sometimes a track decides that there are too many cars in the race, in effect. I've been there. I've been to races in the past before with something like 100 entries, and it just doesn't work. 40-odd cars, you would have thought that would be okay around Spa, but clearly not today. As we head to the pit lane now to catch up with Steph Wentworth.
I am in the Algarve Pro Racing Garage and joined by Matthias Kaiser of the number 25. Great stint from you. It was difficult at the very beginning. You had that incident where you were hit. Were you carrying any damage? Can you let us know what you were feeling in the car?
Yeah, so overall I think there's quite a bit of damage to the car. I think the team did a mega job in the strategy to keep us in the race in the position we still are. I had a lot of vibrations from the tires after that incident. I think I'm lucky that I didn't hit the wall, and I'm lucky that it didn't cause race-ending damage, but still there's a lot of damage. The balance of the car changed a lot. I also feel like we're lacking a bit of top speed now, but the race is still long. A lot can happen, as we see. There is a lot of incidents, so we try to make the best out of what we can still.
Yeah, so is it more just a race of kind of sticking it out to the end because you don't know what's going to happen with the other drivers?
Yeah, I think at this point for us it is a little bit trying to maximize what we can still get out of the race. I mean, we're still in a very good position, which kind of is surprising, but the car was very difficult to drive after that contact with the GT car. So we try to get the best out of it, and yeah, race ain't over before it is over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Super guy, Matt Kaiser. Clearly enjoyed his stint apart from that moment. And of course, this is the championship defending squad, the 25 crew.
Yeah,
safety car has now been deployed, by the way, Johnny.
Yeah, which was automatically going to happen at the end of the virtual safety car. So VSC leads to SC as per the regulations. Depends how long this is going to stay out for, though, and whether, again, there's redress of the field necessary. Philippe Ugrant leading from Torsten Kratz, so there's definitely some jumbling of the order there, because I mean, 3 of the top 5 positions overall are LMP3 cars. You wouldn't have expected that after an hour and 45 minutes worth of racing. Tractor directly in front of our camera at turn 1, probably doing some track sweeping yet again.
I would say, though, that the LMP3s have only made 1 stop so far.
Yeah.
So, and that has been a long stop. We'll explain that as we get through to it. But of course, because that was done in a virtual safety car, they have all burned one of the 2 time stops they must do. They can do effectively. You need 3 stops. It's our race, and it's generally speaking, it's going to be 1. It's going to be 2 time stops and 1 rather speedier one. I just said 6-hour race, didn't I?
That's fine.
It's
one of the minor mistakes we might make today. However, you haven't spotted the time that Torsten Kratz did in the pit lane. We need a minute and 45 from him.
44.
And he's done a minute and 44, and I bet something like 0.9 of a second, but it's not a minute and 45.
Dear.
That does not count as one of their longer stops. You have to do 2 1 minute and 45 seconds pit stops in the race. Your 3rd stop, and it doesn't have to be the 3rd and final stop, but it has to be a 3rd stop at some stage, can be as quick as you like, simply because you can't do a 4-hour race without stopping at least 3 times in an LMP3 car. But they've tried to pull off a blinder there, and it's just fallen the wrong side according to our timing information. Certainly the case goes correctly with Julien Gerby, who's done, how long did that car stay in the pit lane? 1 minute and 48, so that's absolutely fine. And Alexander Bukatsov, bang on the money at 1 minute 45, in the 88 Inter-Europol competition car, but WTM by Rinaldi effectively will have to still do 2 more stops that are 1 minute and 45 seconds, and that could be very, very damaging indeed to car number 12, which is at the moment neatly placed in 2nd overall. Got to get those right, and to be honest, it might pay you to be 3 seconds slower than trying to be split seconds on the money, 1 minute 45. Onward we go in LMP2 Pro-Am as well. At this stage, Alessio Rivera appears to have a very good advantage in number 83 over Colin Noble's Nielsen Racing, number 24, which is 2nd in category, but there are 2, 4, 5 cars between the 2 leaders in LMP2 Pro-Am. Some of that, again, might be corrected in the wave-by system, the pass-around. But of course, the difference between the LMP3s that are right up there and other wave-bys, they won't be moved because they are legitimately 2nd, 4th and 5th. That's a fight for position.
Oh, yeah.
So they won't be correcting of the order as you might get in an IMSA race, for example.
No, indeed. So, we've effectively burned bronze time in the LMP classes. But bronze drivers still, of course, aboard the LMP3s until they stop. They've been fuel saving like crazy. Because ultimately, that will pay off in their final stops.
Yes.
They won't need to put quite as much fuel in the car.
From a bronze perspective in LMGT3, again, the time is done. They only needed to do 90 minutes.
Yes.
And we're at 1 hour and 50 now. So
no bronze drivers left.
They all got out.
Yes, they have.
Johnny Lawson is the exception, but of course that car's now out of the race anyway. It's not being shown as stopped, but it is stopped. It's on a flatbed.
Okay, team managers, let's look at the monitors to see if you're eligible for pass-arounds, because we will be working on them again on the next lap.
The use of the word "again" there, rather stressed by Eduardo Freitas. I think deliberately so.
Good to see a shot of this train so we can see who is going to get that pass around.
So Ugran, the first car behind the safety car. Then you got Torsten Kratz and Robert Kubica, for whatever reason, has not quite closed the gap. Kubica must be a few cars back in the train, maybe. But a reminder that if you're in some of the slower categories, not in LMP2, and you are trapped between the safety car in front of you and your class leader behind you, then you will be allowed past to make up something like 9/10 of a lap that otherwise you would have lost. And that will make the fight in those subcategories of LMP2 Pro-Am, of LMP3 and of LMGT3 as even as possible, as fair as possible, until we get to the finish at 3:30 this afternoon, which still feels like a very long way off, purely because this opening couple of hours has not gleaned a huge amount of racing.
I'm not convinced we've got a lot of pass around to do here.
I think that's right. Most of it will happen on the Kemmel Straight. It's the safest place to do it.
Car's backing up there at the moment.
Yeah, that's happened before.
It's a touching scene there in the Zero Sport Garage.
Isn't it just?
Yeah.
A match made in heaven.
He probably needed burping.
Well, you're going to make your own entertainment this afternoon with the lack of racing, sadly. But we will get going again very shortly, and it remains to be seen whether we're going to have more pit stops, because if you didn't get in before the safety car period, then you're locked out again of pit lane for the first 3 laps of this safety car.
Well, and the GT3 side, the LMGT3 side, is pretty sad this first couple of hours. Don't like to see damaged cars and irritated, annoyed drivers after multiple incidents with this. What this is likely to do, though, is to throw the championship up in the air. The championship leaders are out of this race. Just looking again at these, the Iron Lynx Lamborghini led the way from the Racing Spirit Le Mans Aston Martin, which leads the race. Could this be a defining moment for them? They came into this race, by the way, with no race win, but a point ahead of the Iron Dames. They're out. 4th place, 2 points behind the 2nd place car, Spirit of Race. They're out. 5 points further back and still in this race, GR Racing. They currently run in 5th place. Formula Racing, right there, 6th place before we got into this race. They're out of the race. And then Grid Motorsport by TF and the Manu Collard, Charlie Samani, AF Corsa car, 7th and 8th, and would do really well with a bundle of points. Little pop there, good to see.
Fast asleep.
Absolutely.
Wake me up when the racing starts.
Yeah, it's significantly calmer than our puppy at home. Sorry, Trudy. More energy than an LMP1 hybrid, that thing. And deploys it in much the same fashion.
Through its front legs.
All four.
All four, of course.
All four.
We're still waiting for the pass around to be completed, so we're not going to get racing again at the end of this lap, but it might be the next time around. The indication to those circulating that the safety car will be coming in is generally done towards the end of the second sector. And Philippe Hugran this time will need to dictate the pace, and the nice thing for him is that there is that LMP3 car of Torsten Kratz in behind, so Kratz won't be anywhere near as fast as Robert Kubica, and Kubica's not allowed to overtake the WTM by Rinaldi car until they cross the line. So that could be crucial for Philippe Hugran's getaway. The Romanian driver who's the silver element in the lineup for car 22 this year. It's 2 golds, as in Ben Hanley and Marino Sato, together with Philippe. And they probably would have started with Hugran had they been given free choice, but because the 22 car caused a red flag yesterday, they had to start from the back of the LMP2s and with Ben Hanley as the starting driver. So their hands have been tied up until this point. But to be in front at half distance, they would have taken your hand off for that as an offer at the start of the race, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Closing in or halfway. It's been incident filled. Sadly for everyone tuning in, and thanks for sticking with us, there's not been a whole lot of green flag racing, but you can see from the body language of these cars, they're keen to get at it as quickly as they can. And there will be a lot of teams here looking to take advantage of this rather extraordinary race to perhaps relaunch their seasons. There are points available here. So behind the safety car, United Motorsports 22 leads the race. There was, by the way, I don't think any requirement for wave-by. Safety car is coming in this lap.
Safety car lights out, safety car in this lap, safety car in at the end of this lap.
The number 14 car, I think, is third in the queue. I think we are in line astern in race order, more or less, certainly for the first group of cars. There is the Porsche safety car pulling away from the field. Philippe Hugran will control the field, mighty gap as he backs the field up.
Where's everybody gone?
Yeah.
There are cars in this race, folks, although we are significantly down on the number that we started with. And here's Philippe Hugran.
Yeah, there is the AO by TF car, third.
He's gone. Look at the tram lines that he's just left from those rear tyres. So all of a sudden he goes. Now Torsten Kratz tries to stick with him, but Robert Kubica's caught entirely napping. And I said about Kubica not being able to overtake Kratz before the line, he wouldn't have been able to do it anyway, because he's nowhere near close enough.
Absolutely. He's played a blinder there, hasn't he? Now he's caught him, and from this point forward, the Polish driver's pace is going to be cramped. Trying to get the right launch, tries to get the right moment to get the power down, but still, there goes Hugran across the line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds before we can get to the stage that Robert Kubica can clear the number 12 car.
And down the inside of the Inter-Europol competition car tries to go Ritoma Miata in the Cool Racing 37. And that was on Vlad Lomko. Lomko also needed to clear his teammate in the LMP3 Inter-Europol competition car. That's Bukantsov, and Lomko did do that, and plenty more now nipping by Bukantsov through Eau Rouge Radion.
Yep. That's the number 83 car alongside the unlinked Proton car. There was almost side-by-side contact. 3, maybe 4 cars trying to get that sorted out.
Also trying to thread his way through was Fabio Scherer in the United number 23. He's the other side of the second Cool Racing car, which is 47, and that's Fred Vesti at the wheel of the Cool car, but he has allowed Fabio Scherer through. Having to be wary of the number 8 car on the high line at Bruxelles, which is a P3 car from Virage.
And that's part of the problem, isn't it? We've got such a tight-knit group of prototype cars. You're sort of assuming the car in that group has got equal pace to you, and if all of a sudden it's an LMP3 car with substantially less grip or substantially less grunt, you could very easily be caught out.
And you don't necessarily know they're there, as you say, until the cars around you clear. By then it might be a bit too late. But yes, in order to read the situation, maybe it's the case that some engineers are having to play the role of spotters around here to say, you know, you've got an LMP3 car in the gaggle of LMP2s that you're trying to battle with as well, to give everybody ample warning. There was Torsten Kratz allowing a few more LMP2 cars through on the exit of Campus Corner. Torsten Kratz continues to lead the LMP2 category in the WTM car, the white and red and black, and then it's Team Virage Julien Gerby who did a splendid job in staying out of the way as much as possible, but also keeping the pace up.
But as you said a little earlier, Torsten Kratz and the W10 Barinaldi crew got bad news coming. Were they a second short on that long stop? Effectively, that means they still have to do 2 long stops. That could cost them 40 seconds later in this race.
Yeah. Well, that won't count as a long stop, and they will have to do 2 more, therefore, whereas their rivals have done at least 1. They've only done possibly 1, and there is 1 more to come. Although, checking down the order, you know, teams like Cool Racing, Miguel Cristobal, looks like 2 have been ticked off there already, as is the case for Matthew Bell in Euro International and Jean-Ludovic Foubert, but they've lost a considerable amount of time, because remember, Cristobal had his big spin at the top of Raidillon, over an hour ago. Matthew Bell ended up in the gravel after clashing with Torsten Kratz. That all happened at Les Combes corner. Which was the other car that I just mentioned? Jean-Ludovic Foubert, which is the 31 Racing Spirit of Le Mans car, and they're down in 8th position, in fact, no, 9th position in LMP3. So, although they've done some of the longer stops, they've not really got road position to back that up. We have ticked over the halfway marker now. So 2 hours and 2 minutes done. Philippe Augrand leading. He's the second driver to be put into car 22, and United still have Marino Sato to lean on to bring that car to the finish much later on.
Kubica closing that gap as you would expect him to do. Aided by TF, looking to claim their first victory of the season. 22, 14, 43, 37, 28, the top 5. The pace all of a sudden quicker. In LMGT3 we're aboard the number 97 car, but the second here in the hands of Johnny Adam, 1.1 seconds back. Casper Stevenson in the 59 Racing Spirit Le Mans, so it's an Aston Martin 1-2. Here are the 2 leading cars. They come past us Kayaski and Miguel Julien on the way out of the pits. First of the LMP3 cars to pit for a second time.
Where's Kubica going to pull this manoeuvre off then? He's got a wonderful run through Eau Rouge. Onto the Kemmel Straight they go, and certainly defending initially is Philippe Augrand. Then he puts the car in the middle of the road. Is it going to be around the outside from the Polish driver? That is absolutely terrific from Robert Kubica to take the race lead. He kept the car totally within the confines of the circuit, and back to the front goes AO by TF.
Great stuff. Was there minor contact here? No, don't think there was. I think it was clean. I think it was clean.
If there was, Kubica was marginally ahead anyway, and I think that was then his corner to defend, if you like. And Augrand may have forced the issue.
Now this is an interesting moment. What pace has Robert Kubica got now? He's got an empty track in front of him. Next car ahead of him, he's coming through turn 12 now. Next car ahead of him is at Raidillon.
Yep.
So now we'll see what pace they've got aboard that AO by TF car, and this is a real opportunity to gap this field.
So Torsten Kratz up against Julien Gerby. And now, after all those LMP2 cars have disappeared down the road, then at least these two can do battle on their own. Turning left through Speaker's Corner is Louis Rossi in the third place P3 car. That's the Ultimate number 35 entry. And Alexander Matchell is a bit further back for DKR Engineering, but at least they're burning some Matchell time now. Remember, they're running bronze and silver with the absence of Belen Garcia not taking part this weekend with DKR Engineering. So in LMP3, if you run with a bronze and a silver, there's no restriction either way for a silver rated driver, no minimum or maximum, but the bronze has to do 1 hour and 45 minutes. That is different from, oh no, if you run with 2 silvers in a 3-driver lineup, still as the bronze, you have to do 1 hour and 45 minutes. So not a great deal changes for Alexander Matchell.
Well, this pair of Aston Martins at the lead of the order. You can't see from this angle is that Johnny Adam has got his mirrors full of the Kessel Racing 57 of Esteban Masson. He's right there. They're gapping Manu Collard in 4th, the 51 Ferrari. Martin Berry there, watching on. This is pro driver. There is Johnny Adam into the bus stop, where there's Masson. That's 1, 2, 3, with a couple of LMP3 cars as they start to work through their pit stop cycle. Team Virage's Julien Gerby has come to pit lane from second. Of course, Louis Rossi at the moment up into second place in the junior LMP order.
Cracking sight when a big heavy GT car, all the weight lurches forward onto that front axle as it is slowed dramatically for the most patient corner on the racetrack, which is La Source. You just cannot rush that because you'll risk spinning, you'll risk a bad exit, and a bad exit out of La Source is so costly because that will alter your top speed when you get to this bit of the circuit, the Kemmel Straight.
Absolutely. 1, 2, 3 on pit lane, number 17 from Cool Racing. Defending champions, of course, in LMP3, also a Team Virage. The LMP3 battle should start to form here. Here's where they do have the option to choose between a long and a shorter stop. I'll check that out for you. DKR Engineering had a very short stop. Team Virage, Bernardo Pinheiro aboard the car. And we talked at the start of this race about one member of the endurance racing family that we lost very recently. We should also remember Paolo Pinheiro, the chief executive. I think he was his position at Portimão, such a welcoming venue for the LMS for many years, and was lost suddenly. He's the son, the father of Bernardo. Thoughts of quarter with them. To racing though, Johnny. Track limits warning for Casper Stevenson as he tries to escape from Johnny Adam. Kubica pulling away quickly from Ugran, and he does that with the fastest lap of the race. It's a 2:01.487. At this point forward, remember, every progression in fastest lap time is a new race lap record for this class.
Yeah, so it's the same car that holds on to the fastest lap of the race, but Kubica goes even quicker than we've had historically at this venue in the LMP2 division in the past. So very impressive to get a lap time that is that fast this far into the race, but it's not been a conventional race, you could say, because of the stop-start nature of it. And they're more likely to encounter clearer air with the field still spaced out a fair bit, although the LMP2s are now fanning out from effectively the end of the lap at the chicane all the way back to the start of Curve Paul Frere.
Masson with Johnny Adam for second place. Is there going to be space there to do it? Also noting, by the way, Vlad Lomko is catching Philippe Ugran for second quickly. He's with him now, in fact. So we'll keep an eye on that battle. That is the 43 Europol car on the 22 United Autosports Orica. There they are. This is the battle for second place. find that pair also closing in is Ritomo Miata. The pace is coming up nicely here. We finally get some sustained green flag running for this race.
Very good run again on onto the Kessel with after the Kemmel rather, with Ugran behind, or rather in front of Lomco. I'll get it right in a minute. Around the outside will go Vlad Lomco to take the position away from Filip Ugran. So Ugran led a couple of laps ago, was overtaken by Robert Kubica, and now the Russian driver Lomco closing in and getting in front for second place.
Yeah, good move there. It always looked like that was he had a great run, didn't he, coming on to the long straight, and he got it done before the apex. Nice and clean. What can Miata now do? He's now just under 2 seconds back from Lomco. From Ugran, rather, my apologies.
Alessia Rivera is the race leader in LMP2 Pro Am, and Rivera is one of the quickest LMP2 drivers, full stop, in this race, so not surprising to see him progressing to 8th place overall, as Johnny Adam and Esteban Masson continue their squabble, 2nd and 3rd. So the Aston in the two-tone green of Casper Stevenson is gapping Johnny Adam at the moment, because Johnny's got more than his hands full with the Masson Ferrari.
But actually not. He was about 2 seconds back when we went back to green. He's come, that gap's come down a little.
So are they actually working together, perhaps, to reel in the LMGT3 race leader?
85, by the way. This is going to be somewhat pointless at this stage. Drive-through penalty for causing a collision at turn 6. That is the clash with McGriffin accounted for. So that's the initial crash between the Iron Dames and the two Ferraris. On 27. Is the David Herman Hansen car. Was a drive-through penalty causing the collision at turn 19. That was the collision that turned round Jean-Baptiste Simoneau at the final turn at restart in the Duquesne team car. So it's going to be the 27 car. Currently sits 13th. Benjamin Pedersen, by the way, ex-IndyCar driver, at the wheel of that car. In addition to the crew, but I see Nico Pino in that squad.
Is Nico busy somewhere else this weekend, or he's just not in the team anymore?
It's done.
Okay, interesting. Sometimes that can develop through the course of the season for one reason or another. But I hope to see Nico appearing in other areas in the near future, because he's got a big talent.
Racing in WC.
Yes. I'm trying to remember whether he ever had a single-seater career, but it tends to be that when you sort of depart that and favour sports car racing, then you never really go back again, because your position in the ladder of single-seaters is kind of gone by that point, and it's very tricky to return. I'm sure in his early career, yeah, things like Formula 4.
Euro Formula Open was his last effort.
That was 2 years ago.
It was 2 years ago, and 2 years of that F4 British Championship as well. Before that, so I did find a rich vein of form in LMP3. Now running with United Autosports as part of their McLaren effort in FIWC. A second notation that Casper Stevenson must respect track limits. He's living on borrowed time here. It is a fast to gap this pair. This is a spirited battle.
Well, Masson definitely had a long look to the inside at La Source, so he had a really good run out of the chicane at the end of the lap. Again, in the draft of Johnny Adams' Aston Martin, but still about a car length or so away. And in the very distance, you can see Robert Kubica as the overall race leader, not far away from catching this pack. So it's first, second, third in the LMGT3, and the first place car overall now 4.5 seconds clear of Vlad Lomco.
By the way, it's Ritomo Miata just taking Filip Ugran for third overall. So the 37 Cool Racing car working hard to stay with Kubica and Lomco. So AA by TF lead is on board now in that 37 car as he gets into terms with a couple of our remaining LMGT3 cars.
And Ugran's about to be snapped up here by another car. This is the E-Deck Sport of Richard de Gueres, but de Gueres can't find a way through into the first bit of Pouhon. Difficult for Ugran this, because he's got the zebra liveried Ferrari ahead of him, which is the 51 of Manu Collard. Very rapid indeed, of course, in the GT ranks, but around the outside, de Gueres on Ugran. Yeah, that was all getting a bit too close for comfort, but purely because they're having to work their way through slower LMGT3 cars that are not hanging around, rest assured, but they're never going to be as quick as a P2.
Stefan Riquelme in the Vector Sport car is closing this pair as well. This is closing up. Ugran's not giving this up. Looks the outside. Don't think he's got the ponies to do it there, but he's sticking with the plan. Here comes Riquelme as well. He wants to be part of this, and he's the quicker of the three at the moment.
Partly because these two have been bottled up in amongst GT traffic.
There.
That was Ugran to the side of Richard de Gueres. De Gueres says, well, I've got to go over to this part of the circuit because I was put there, and Stefan Riquelme will swallow up Philippe Ugran in one fell swoop, and maybe de Gueres as well. De Gueres thought about turning in and had to redress his line as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we would have had 3 LMP2s and a big old pile-up and a box of bits. But they're all still going, thankfully, against the grain, you might say, of this race otherwise. But that's when these guys are really in their prime. Richard de Gueres had the awareness that there was a car there. He couldn't turn in, so he had to think of other ideas.
Also closing, by the way, but from a little way further back, it's about the length of the Kemmel Straight is Ollie Caldwell in that recovering 25 car after the damage suffered with the clash with the 66, the JMW, very early in the race. Caldwell is flying as well. He wants to be part of this, so that will be a gap that is important to watch as well for Algarve Racing. He's actually in a battle at the moment with Alessio Rivera. There you go again. This is the two cars coming into the bus stop. This is where there was the clatter to the side there. That pushed the E-Deck Sport car wide. And what happened here?
Grid Motorsport by TF Aston Martin in for a pit stop.
Didn't see what we were supposed to be seeing there.
Johnny Adam, well, he'd not been in the pits for quite some time, and it all seemed to go pretty well because it brought the car into second position. So there may have been a slight pause in an otherwise seamless stop, and the purple and dark blue car rejoined. Esteban Masson now, though, is a lot distant, not more distant from Johnny Adam. So these LMP2 cars, perhaps all crowding the GT3, the LMGT3 cars, has rather separated their fight in the GT division. Riquelme looking for a way through on de Gueres, but de Gueres has got to the front of this little three-way fight.
That's changed again, hasn't it, since we last saw this group? So Riquelme had to cede the position to de Gueres. He's still under attack from Ugran, and look how much closer Ollie Caldwell is to this battle now. It was the length of the Kemmel Straight last time around. It's not that anymore. I think he's taken something like 3 seconds out of Ugran on this lap. He's still got that traffic to clear, remember. That will be a bit of a pickle for him, but he looks like he's going to catch that traffic where he wants to, which is on the Kemmel Straight. Back now. There is the 25. He is going to pass at least one, maybe two, maybe all three. And I think he's gobbled up about half the length of the Kemmel Straight in a single lap.
So Ugran's trying to hang on to the coattails of these LMP2 cars, but bear in mind that Ugran is a silver, and he's just been overtaken by gold-rated Richard de Gueres and gold-rated Stefan Riquelme. So purely on the consistency of lap times, they should have the measure. De Gueres and Riquelme should have the measure on Ugran, and so it is playing out like that.
Leads the race, by the way. There by TF. It's 2 seconds the gap between the 14 car of Robert Kubica and the 43 of Vlad Lonko. Ritomo Miata 5.5 seconds back, and on last lap, pretty much identical lap times for all three of those drivers. E-Deck Sports Richard de Gueres is then 11 seconds back, but closing, having cleared traffic on that group. Taking Stefan Riquelme with him, beginning to drop Philippe Ugran, who is beginning to fall into the clutches of Ollie Caldwell. LMP2 Pro-Am, 8th overall. Alessio Rivera is with Ollie Coldwell in battle for 7th overall. He has a 5 overall race position gap. I'm just looking for the 7 seconds covering that gap between Alessio Rivera. Ken Bolognesi, Rennie Binder 3rd in LMP2 Pro-Am. He's 14th, so it's Deco Engineering and Proton competition. Colin Noble in that fight as well for Nielsen Racing in 15th.
Aston Martins are pretty much together now, well, not quite together, because an LMP2 was able to sneak through the gap there, you might have spotted. Here's the DKR car number 4 around the outside of the Ultimate machine, which is the 35.
That's
it hasn't
for the
quite
lead.
Got the place yet. Is it for the lead?
Yeah, because the Ultimate car has only stopped once. It stopped once in 2 hours and 20 minutes.
And that wasn't a long stop either, according to my records.
Yes,
was it?
It was 1:45 for them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that has ticked off one of those crucial stops, and they have not done, it would appear, what WTM by Rinaldi Racing did with their 1 minute and 44, running it very, very close, but not quite close enough.
Cars 85, forget that, that's out the race. 77, which is the 3rd place car in LMP2 Pro-Am, and the leader in LMP2 Pro-Am, all will get 5 seconds added to the next pit stop, overtaking at the end of the safety car. So that would have been going back into green flag racing. So that is going to bring AF Corse's 83 car right back into that pack.
Yeah, so lots to still happen in this. We're trying to kind of predict what might be being planned for in the last few stints. But if you're in an LMP2 car, then we're still looking at 2.5 stints yet to get back. As now the DKR car's totally off the road, dropped a couple of tyres in the gravel, and the 35 will take the LMP3 lead back again because of that error from Alexander Matchell in car 4. And actually that incident could have been a lot worse because the speed he left the track there coming out of Blanchimont, sometimes you don't get that back and you go straight to the scene of the accident.
Indeed. This is remarkable fuel economy from that 35 car, if that timing screen is correct. You know, we've had a lot of yellow flag, caution, safety car running.
Well, normally under green, you can do an hour per stint in an LMP3 car. So they've squeezed an extra 20 minutes out of that. And it might have been an hour and 10 and an hour and 10. That seems more feasible. How about this incident for Matchell, though, in the gravel and for quite a long number of metres?
Found his way on the wrong side of the EDEX Sport car, then just drifted wide, run out of room, basically, to keep the track. This is a battle for second. And hang on a minute, what's going on here? It is Kessel racing to the lead. So it's taken both of the Aston Martins, so Esteban Masson having got an absolute cracking run here. It's gone by Johnny Adam and caught and past Casper Stevenson now.
And why is there a gap back to Johnny Adam when these two Astons were totally together? So something clearly has happened. Is that a bit of damage on the front right of the 59 Aston Martin as well, or is that just a bit of the paintwork that it's confusing me?
But the gap between Johnny Adam and Casper Stevenson is pretty much the same as it was.
No, they got closer to one another than that. The Stevenson to Adam, they were about a car length apart with the Ferrari behind them, and now it's totally changed. Masson's in front of both of them, and there's a bigger gap. So clearly something's happened. Whether it was a mistake from Casper Stevenson, which then forced Johnny Adam to have to back out of it, but I'm comfortable now that there isn't any damage on the nose of the 59 Aston.
Car 29, that is the TDS. Richard Mille by TDS car, stop and go, car's out the race, 2 penalty points due to the contact at turn 3 with car 50. So that's been called against Gregoire Saucy. So that's the replay of how he got past Johnny Adam. The other car is about 1.2, 1.4 seconds up the road at that point. And the later that lap, at the end of that lap, had caught and now passes the second Aston Martin, so quite the lap from Esteban Masson.
Are they saving fuel? The Aston Martin saving fuel, do you think?
They might well be.
what point are they trying to get to? Because from here, well, it depends how long they've got to go on each of their stints, I suppose.
Well, the other thing you've got to look into is, have they compromised any part of their strategy because of the safety cars and because of driver time?
Yeah.
So all sorts of things get in the mix when you get into as confusing a race as this.
Agreed.
So it could well be, it looks now as if Johnny Adam is catching Casper Stevenson again. New fastest lap of the race is Robert Kubica. He's now 3.6 seconds the good of the Vlad Lomko. And the pair of them are pulling away from the Togo Miata. It's another warning on screen for Casper Stevenson about track limits. That's the third I've seen.
And normally, if the pattern continues in that fashion, then it will be a drive-through penalty as the first message from race control, and it can get progressively worse if you keep breaching the track limits after that.
That is the second stop for Ultimate, and that has come after 2 hours and 25 minutes.
And that is a long one as well, because you can spot that because the mechanics just basically stand around, just start whistling. Oh, DKR off the road again. That's Alexander Matchell making a slight mistake. And now as he tries to fend off the 15 RLR car, no, he can't squeeze that and make sure that that Gaël Julien does not get by.
That's not for position.
It's not for position, though. That's what was confusing me.
That's the RLR car getting back onto the lead.
Or is it RLR? No, it's the other RLR car. That's Daniel Ali, isn't it? And the number 5, rather than Gaël Julien. But both RLRs have been struggling in this race.
88 and 17. It is Daniel Ali trying to get back on the lead lap.
Yeah. And
it's all happening, isn't it?
The fight into the chicane was between Kai Aski in 88 and Cedric Ultramar in the Cool Racing car.
Solly Caldwell
fighting with, on the outside, Andy Merrick. Not too far away.
No,
Fabio Scherer is actually
that's
in the
other one. That's
lane.
Richard Bradley. It's the 20 car. My apologies.
But it was definitely Andy Merrick that they were fighting with.
And Wayne Boyd in the Virage car.
The lighter blue number panels tells you that they're in LMP2 Pro-Am.
This is 3-car battle for third in LMP2 Pro-Am, and it's gone the way of Wayne Boyd, hasn't it?
Merrick left in the gravel, although Bradley now is continuing to fight with the Virage car, and yes, Wayne Boyd still staying ahead, even though the two cars arrived into Les Combes side by side, third and fourth. And then Andy Merrick, after that trip into the gravel on the exit of La Source, has lost ground, as you would expect, and now running in 5th position for the Welshman. Kubica still leading. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, incident between 20 and 21, that one we've just observed, noted by race control. 2.8 seconds, yes, Robert Kubica leads the race by. The gap's just come down with a bit of traffic, I think. Vlad Lomko round at a 2:02, it's a 2:04 for the Polish ex-Formula 1 racer. Richard Geras at the moment has been the quickest man on the track this time around as he tries to get into terms with third place with Vittorio Miata. Pace is still there here. Castle Racing's Esteban Masson pulling away from Casper Stevenson, 5 seconds up the road now.
Rivera's having a cracker in the 83 AF Corsa Orica Clear. Now, the question remains exactly how much drive time Francois Perrodo's done in that car. He's the bronze in number 83. We haven't had any of Mathieu Vaxivière. But then again, in a 3-driver lineup, you still only have to do an hour. So Perrodo, I think, has done the 60 minutes.
Oh, yes.
And a lot of that was behind the safety car. So that's the reason why a number of the Pro-Ams actually are having a much better race than we might have expected, because most of the bronze driving time hasn't been held at racing speeds.
So all sorts of urban flow to come in all 4 classes here. Looking good for Castle Racing right now in LMGT3. They've clearly got pace at this stage of the race. Kubica keeping an eye on his pace at the moment. I think that was just traffic. He's edging away again now. 3 of 4 classes in the same group of 5 cars here. Through comes the Nielsen Racing car, safely through.
That car started by John Fowl. We've got Nick Yellerly, though, in that car now. This is for his first ever ELMS appearance, is it not?
I believe that's so.
And in fact, well, he's never driven an LMP2 car.
So was due back in, I want to say 2016. It was announced as being part of the leader on the pits and on the second place car too. It was part of the Jota effort, but that didn't happen. So he tested but never raced for the team. So let's sort out here with the Nielsen car coming around the outside. Is there any kind of tussle here? I don't think so. I think it's all neat and tidy.
Yeah, that promised to go wrong, awry at any possible moment, but they all squeaked through. Away goes the race leader, Robert Kubica, although Ritomi Miata, through not pitting, has actually taken up the race lead in number 37, Cool Racing.
It's a longer stop here for the 43 car.
Fuel hose has been detached, first gear is engaged. They couldn't let the 43 car go straight away because the Cool Racing was being released.
That was a lot longer.
It is.
Only 54 seconds on pit road from Mayo by TF. The 43 car did how long?
It's not out yet.
But remember, that could have been them taking the advantage of getting the splash earlier. That could have been where that unwound.
The AO car, you mean?
The AO came in, if you recall, as the safety car, just before the safety car was called. If they wanted to turn around the car quickly in a driver change, they may not have opted to take that advantage at that point.
But all three abreast into Bruxelles, and they just about get away with it. How on earth did the contact, was that avoided with the Duquesne car? But it was. Now, I made the point earlier on that all the LMP2s pitted again, though, after that.
They did.
And they all then were able to brim the tank, surely. And that negated any advantage that the 14 might have got.
It's 54 seconds on pit road for the AO by TF car. Vlad Lomko was on pit road for 1 minute and 6.
I think they had a fuel hose issue. Because eventually that was released. How close was this, by the way? Ultimate was the third car in that, the number 35 LMP3 car. And the pincer movement on the Duquesne number 30. And who is that now?
Which, by the way, was for position.
Yes. Yeah, so the 14
Rasmus
car
Lind.
trying to get ahead of Rasmus. Yeah, indeed.
That
Rasmus
was a...
Lind, I should say.
Yep. That was a pretty low percentage move from Kubica.
Well, it came off. That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
But yes, it was high risk. It shows how important it was. Remember, these days, particularly in sports car racing, maximise your outlap, maximise your in-lap, do not lose any time, and if anything, gain positions, and he did just about do that.
It's going to pay off.
Yeah.
Miata, by the way, on pit lane, as is Ollie Caldwell, who just a moment ago was up to second, as is Rasmus Lind. So Robert Kubica will shortly regain the lead. And I think by every measure is keen to put his authority on this race.
Now Lint has overshot the pit bay where he needed to have stopped the number 30 car. Going back to what was going on with the 43, obviously we were viewing the pit stop from a fair distance away, but it did appear that they were waiting for the fuel above anything else. So they may well have done tyres, and then eventually the hose came off. Then they couldn't release the car because a Cool Racing car was already in the fast lane, and if they'd gone straight away, that would have been an unsafe release. So I think one thing has led to another and possibly a third thing.
Pretty certain they didn't do tyres.
Well, OK, so that's even more costly than to have been a fuel-only stop, and for it to have been over 65 seconds.
They would tend to do that at this stage with the driver change, and we've not changed drivers. Robert Kubica it is, though. He's now 16.8 seconds to the good from Vlad Lomko. So that's made a big difference on track. Ritomi Miata seems to have retained third place, and he's right with Lomko. So the net results of a longer stop for Inter Europolis, it's dropped them off the lead. There is the battle for second now, and it's drawn Miata right back into contention for second place. Fourth, a little way back, Matteo Caroli, he's pushing on. Ahead of Richard de Geras now, and Ollie Gray in the 34 car, and that's quite a recovery for them after that disaster on pit lane. Clipping a team member and breaking the rear wing on that car. Team member, again remind you, after that incident, we are told from the team, is Okay, that's great news. There's going to be bruises there tomorrow. Vessel Racing lead in LMGT3. Now from GR Racing, that's because the two Aston Martins, Casper Stevenson in the throes of a pit stop. Morgan Hannafin now brought the grid motorsport by TF car. That car on its out lap.
So Ritomo Miyata is pushing on because he's just done an absolute best sector 1 time. So 34.6 for the Japanese driver. And that actually is following up from a PB for his car. So bettering any of his previous laps and indeed his teammates. Car 37 going faster than it's managed all day. But the same story can be said about car 28, the Edex Sport car, which sits in 4th, and Alessio Rivera, who's just done a class best lap time of a 2:02.8. So again, conditions out on the circuit are very, very good. 17 degrees Celsius in the air, nearly 40 degrees at track temp, but we were 10 and a bit more degrees hotter than that yesterday, when the ambient temperature was in the late 20s at the hottest portion of the day. Riccardo Pera up against Matteo Cressoni. And this is that old classic battle of Ferrari versus Porsche for 2nd and 3rd in LMGT3. They're ultimately trying to hunt down Esteban Masson, but he's 18, nearly 19 seconds clear at the head of LMGT3 and will pit at the end of this lap, Esteban Masson. So I'm sure we've had all of Takeshi Kimura's drive time done. Daniel Serra still to come as the platinum rated driver in number 57. So if anything, that Ferrari's going to get even faster when Pera takes charge. Is this the point that will happen? Now, this is an awkward time to be pitting if we stay green to the finish, because these cars are going to have to pit again with about 25 minutes to go. So Masson slipping to 3rd. Pera will take up the LMGT3 lead. And the two Aston Martins are still right together. Casper Stevenson stayed on board the 59, but there was a driver change in the 97 with Johnny Adam out and Lorcan Hannafin taking over. And a few moments ago at the end of the Kemmel Straight, an overtake for Panis Racing, number 65, down the inside of the 25 Algarve Pro Racing car.
Yeah, that's Charles Malaysi on Ollie Caldwell, 2023, I want to say, teammate at Alpine. Now, Ollie Caldwell, of course, continues on in LMP2. Sean Malaysi, Alpine hypercar seat. Kubica, 17 seconds to the good from Pladlonko, who's under pressure still from Ritomo Miyata for 2nd place. Matteo Caroli looking to see what he can do to try to close that gap, but it's 16 seconds. Richard de Geras, 5 seconds further back. Ollie Gray, Stefan Riquelme for Vector Sport, good run from them again. He's in the mix with Ollie Gray for 6th. Then we get out to Alessio Rivera leading LMP2 Pro-Am. That car, though, I think has to serve 5 seconds in the next pit stop, doesn't it?
Oh, OK.
I'm sure that's right. It's one of 2 or 3 cars that does.
Right.
Ben Viscal, I think, has already done that. I think Alessio Rivera has not yet done that.
So just tell me again, which car were you asking about?
83, I'm sure, had to do 5 seconds more. What I don't know is whether or not they've already done it.
They're 2 different things.
They could well have done. I think they may have done.
OK.
So they are something like 20 seconds clear of their nearest class rival. It is the battle for the 2 Aston Martins and LMGT3. At the moment, this is the battle for 5th, but that will wind back to be close to the lead battle, sort of podium positions, and Lorcan Hannafin goes by Casper Stevenson.
So the Astons are at Pouhon, heading out towards Le Fagnes corner and about to be caught by the 22 United Autosports car, which went right over, straddling the white line there, being absolutely having its wheels driven off. Car 22 for United Autosports. That's in the hands of Marino Sato.
Yep, top 3 cars, by the way, at the moment in LMGT3, all on pit lane fourth place car, the 57 car that led into that pit stop cycle, is on its way out. So GR Racing, Proton Competitions 60 and the 51 from AF Corsa all on pit road, which means that from this point forward, the 57 and this pair are closing that gap.
With thanks to Jeff Carter, the press officer of the European Le Mans Series, 83 did indeed take its penalty on the last stop.
Right, so that's...
we can scrub that.
Good news for them. So their advantage over the nearest class rival, which is the number 3 DK Engineering car in the hands of Turkish driver Ken Bolabesi, at the moment is pretty close to 30 seconds.
Kubica leading by 17.3 seconds. In LMP2 Pro Am, Alessio Rivera still well ensconced in that top 10 overall, with Mathieu Vaxivière still to come in the closing stint, and with an hour and 20 still to go. From this point, we might see LMP2 starting to pit, because we're 2 stints away basically from the end of the race. So are they going to marry things up with where the checkered flag is expected, or do you just push on until your fuel runs out at the end of this stint, and then maybe think about a shortened stint at the end, not quite a splash and dash, but maybe a 20-minute spell rather than the normal 40 minutes?
There are multiple incidents still under investigation, by the way. In LMGT3, as we suggested, Esteban Masson has cycled round to the lead again, but second place is now Matteo Crisoni in the number 60 Proton Competition Porsche. That comes courtesy of, I think, what was a fuel-only stop against a stop for tyres for the cars around him, but it's put him ahead of the battling Aston Martins. GR Racing and AF Corsa emerge in 5th and 6th place. Davide Rigon, though, now at the wheel, and he's emerged 10 seconds back from Casper Stevenson. Lots of racing still to come in this, I'm afraid, rather truncated LMGT3 field after dramas for the other half of the runners in the first half of this race.
Hearing from Inter-Europol competition, with thanks to Earl Alexander, that was just a slow stop for car 43. It was fuel only. You were quite right, they didn't do tyres. But whether it took a while to get the nozzle on or the nozzle off or both, who knows? But it took about 10 seconds longer than the time you normally would do a fuel stop in. Sarah Bovey now back in her civvies, chatting to members of the Iron Dames crew, the engineering team behind their Porsche. Precisely what happened at Les Combes corner, involving 3 other cars, if you count Johnny Lawson as well.
5 seconds to be added to the 20 car. That's Algar Pro Racing, just taken over by Alex Quinn after that contact with the 21 into La Source. That's been called against the Algar Pro car, so we'll be taking the next pit stop.
Here we go to the fastest part of the circuit in the command of Ritoma Miyata at the wheel of his LMP2 car. Still living every single moment of that crash. There were 2 different ones, of course. I'll work out who she's talking to.
It's not Andrea Piccini, I can tell you that.
But she's in the Iron Lynx garage, chatting to the Lamborghini guys. So it's more about what happened at Eau Rouge Raidillon, and saying, listen, I thought I would go left because I thought Hiroshi had a problem, and then it appeared that he didn't quite go through the corner. I'm putting words in her mouth here, but this is potentially what she's chatting through, and of course it put both cars out on the spot if you weren't with us earlier on.
Ritoma Miyata looking for a way onto the back of and round the 43 car for second place overall. He's got the great toe there, looks to the outside line. There's no room this time around for the Japanese driver. This is developing into quite the battle. Ahead of them, by the way, Robert Kubica is just heading for the hills. 19 seconds up the road now. Showing pace that has to be said, Johnny. It's going to take a safety car to impact.
So Miyata very close indeed to Lomco, and doesn't want to lose touch with Kubica if he can help it, but Lomco's not going to create the opening. Niata's going to have to try that himself, and close enough. He was coming out of Speaker's Corner at turn 9, but then the gap opens up again before Pouon. So these two are getting a little tangled up or a little distracted by one another, and that's playing nicely into Robert Kubica's hands. The AO by TF Sport car, number 14. 1.2 seconds adrift is Oliver Gray in the Inter-Europol competition car of Richard de Guiras, the EDEX Sport car, with Alessio Rivera in the AF Corsa number 83, still leading in the LMP2 Pro-Am. DKR Engineering leads in Alexander Maxwell's hands for LMP3, car number 4, and it's Antoine Ducin in his Racing Spirit of Le Mans car number 31, is 27 seconds or so further down the road, with Bernardo Pinheiro for Team Virage in car number 8 completing the podium at this early stage. But we still have an hour and 15 minutes still to go, and in the case of LMP2s, probably 2 more stops, 2 more to get them home. And that assumes we stay green. That's quite a big assumption, I will admit, at this point, because we've had so much intervention from the safety car.
So amongst the 4 classes, Johnny, the ones at the moment that look to be the surest hits, if you like, are Kestrel Racing doing really well at the moment in LMGT3. Robert Kubica increasingly dominant here in LMP2, and for the overall win. Pretty certain both of those cars would be first-time winners this year.
I'll bow to your greater knowledge. I need to go back through the archives, but I've got too many screens open for
definitely AO by TF, because that equates with the rather nice stat for Louis Delatraz. If he wins here, it will be a win.
For 4 different teams, in 4 different seasons, yeah, but sequential years. Entirely so. And it goes back to the point that I was making earlier on about AO by TF. I didn't expect to have waited this long for as good a race as they've been having to this point. Let's not speak too soon, because there are many that don't want us to put the kibosh on it, but it's pretty sweet at the moment for AF by TF, leading by nearly 21 seconds. But it feels like the type of race that could twist and turn in a matter of moments.
In fact, Kestrel Racing have not had a podium this year.
Okay.
In the European Le Mans Series, they currently sit 11th place in the championship, 9th retirement and 4th so far. And Esteban Masson is looking to right that wrong.
Quite a sketchy exit out of turn 9 then for Nick Yellerly. He was all through the gravel, although he did keep 2 Goodyear tyres on the black stuff. But it wasn't the ideal route out of there. Louis Delatraz is getting a final chat from
Jean Denis.
Oh, beg pardon. That was his dad, was it?
That was his dad, yes.
Excellent. And he goes, yeah, I know what to do. I know what to do.
I know you've been in Formula 1. I know
you were famous once, but now it's me grabbing the headlines. It certainly has been this weekend.
Here's a little bit of a remarkable stat about our LMGT3 Championship standings, by the way. It's the top 2 cars in the series standings haven't won a race. Iron Lynx, until today, not off the podium. And it certainly will be now, because that Lamborghini is not going to complete this race. And it's Racing Spirit Le Mans, 6th, 3rd and 2nd. Well, they are still somewhat in the running for a potential podium finish.
Quite a lot of drivers are now starting to push it a bit as far as track limits are concerned, mainly at the end of the lap, so coming through turn 19. I wonder if they're shortcutting the left-hand element of the bus stop chicane. Lomco, in fact, he's been pinged twice in recent times, along with Oliver Gray in number 34 for Inter-Europol, and Charles Milac's being watched in car 65 for Panis. 6th overall, 5th in the LMP2s, but if they continue to do that, then we are going to be very close to potential drive-through penalties.
Yeah, Ollie Gray, I think, has got out the car now.
Right, but of course it's not the driver that accumulates that, it will be awarded or assessed to the team.
Leader in the pits, Robert Kubica. This will be Louis Delatraz climbing aboard for the final 70 minutes of this race. That was some stints from him, putting something like 20 seconds on the field after the last safety car, and did that with verve. Vladlomko, for the time being, takes the lead of the race. Ritomo Miata also on pit lane, as is Richard de Geras. Great export, and I'm sure we're going to see some more driver changes here. Kubica helmet off. Should be reasonably chuffed with his day, I'd have thought. Yep, that was almost cracking a smile, almost.
It was high risk at times, though.
Oh, it was.
You know, think about that move on the 30 Duquesne car of Rasmus Lind, and the Swedish driver was getting the pincer movement from the 35 as well that it was trying to overtake. So you had Lind trying to clear the 35 Ultimate car, and then dive bombing the two of them was Kubica on his outlap, but breathing, and all the panels were still straight on the 14 car. It's in a cracking position now, although having fallen to fourth, but with Louis Delatraz now having taken over. Cold tyres, remember. Tyre warmers outruled from this championship last year.
Yep.
This is the second year of that rule set. It makes it more interesting. It means you can't push like crazy on the outlap, but you kind of do need to get the tyres in the window as early as possible.
Well, Delatraz emerges from pit lane 56 seconds off the lead, but the three cars ahead of him, which by the way include the LMP2 Pro leader from AF Corsa, all are on a different pit stop strategy and will need to stop again. Well, they'll all need to stop again, but they'll need to stop again. So it's 2 stops left for the lead 3 cars, 1 stop left if all goes well for AO by TF. Marino Sato, meanwhile, off sequence as well, is right with Delatraz. He's getting a track limits warning as I speak. Vladlomko pitting from the lead now, expecting to be followed down pit lane pretty shortly by both Alessio Rivera in the 83 AF Corsa car and Charles Malaysia in the Panis Racing car, which looks set for a pretty good result here today. Car 37, by the way, which is in this mix as well, unsafe release noted.
So that's Miata in the Cool Racing car, which have been going great guns to this point. Malte Jakobsen's now taken over the 37 car, but Miata's labelled as the driver. He was still on the timing screen effectively until Jakobsen triggers it with his new driver ID. Vladlomko released. Is that a better pit stop? Well, no, it'll be slower because they will have done a driver change in car 43 with Tom Dillman, who did well in qualifying yesterday. Was he third in the end? Car 43, yes he was. Dillman third. It was Charmy Lacey that put the Panis car on the front row, and Delatraz, who's now taken charge of number 14, took the pole position for the first time for AO. There goes Delatraz through Eau Rouge with a couple of chasing LMP3s that he will have just cleared, I'm sure.
Alessio Rivera leads the race at the moment. Goes to the pit stop, but it is the LMP2 Pro-Am car that leads. And it's 2 Pro-Am cars in the top 4 because Nielsen Racing's Nick Yellerly has made great progress, and he's in 4th place right now.
So Rivera, Milesi and Marino Sato for number 22 United Autosports cars, as we have 67 minutes of the race still to go. Getting to the really important stage now then, and for the majority of the LMP2 field, 1 more stop to go. When we get to the hour mark, we'll give you a rundown of what the positions are, but that will pretty much trigger a flurry of LMGT3s and probably LMP3s as well to tick off longer stops if they need to do them. Looking down at, for example, Team Virage in the number 8 LMP3 car. I think they've still got to do a longer stop, but that remains to be seen. There's been 1 or 2 little quibbles
tweaks
with the timing system so far today, so some of the data will have been recorded somewhere.
I think we've got a couple of long stops for some of the top cars still to come very soon indeed in LMP3.
Well, in fact, I mean, look across at Virage's last stop. That wasn't a long stop. They've only done one other one, so definitely it's going to be a 1 minute 45 for car 8 when they pit for the final time. And then, and only then, will the complexion of LMP3 start to become clear.
So 66 minutes left. Fair to say, Johnny, that the opening period of this race was somewhat incident-scarred, but we've had some very good green flag running and racing since then. They, of course, lead the race from Panis Racing, 1.4 seconds between the two, but both those cars need to pit, as does the third place car and the fourth place car.
Marino Sato being told to respect the track limits a little more. Again, it's at turn 19, and there's that incident that involved cars 20 and 21 that's going to be looked into as well. So that was within the LMP2 Pro AM ranks. Algarve Pro, was that the one, the Richard Bradley and Andy Merritt one for quite some time ago? Yeah, at the Fania corner.
Meantime, the battle of the cars that we know are on the same pit stop strategy. AA by TF, car handed over to Louis Delatraz on new Goodyears. Tom Dillman, courtesy of a quicker stop because they don't think they did take tyres. That gap's 6.5 seconds now. We'll keep an eye on that one. So, onto pit lane, Alessio Rivera, driver switch ready for them. Panis Racing take the lead for the moment. They will likely be on pit road shortly, though. Here comes the 83 from the lead. Excellent effort here from AF Corsa. Running Oreca's both sides of the Atlantic. They'll be back in the IMSA Championship with their efforts next year again too. Hopefully have news of further AF Corsa programmes in the coming days.
There's the 65 that leads after nearly 3 hours, but remember that pit stops are happening at various different times within a 40-minute chunk that an LMP2 car can generally do. So we're expecting Ritomo Miyata and, or rather Shami Lacey, Marino Sato to drop away from the overall race lead. Nick Yellerly's doing a splendid job in command of the Nielsen racing car, number 24. And Louis Delatraz not panicking just yet because he knows that he's got a stop that has been done. He'll have to stop one more time, but those cars ahead of him have not yet done their penultimate stops, so it'll be 2 more, we reckon, for Milesi and Sato and Yellerly from this point on, and that should rather open the door to Louis Delatraz to be in a great position entering the final hour in car 14.
So, incidents early in the race, big shake-up, particularly in the LMGT3 order, but also interrupted the LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am battles. So it's all still set to shake out. We've got cars that have been involved in substantial delays and incidents, Johnny, still in this fight.
Yeah, and as we so often know, that because there are things being investigated in the system, that can often result in a last-minute message, either to do a drive-through, or sometimes if there's not sufficient time to react to a drive-through penalty, then 30 seconds is added to the race time after the flag. And we've always got to be paying attention to the Alcamel screens here at the track to see what adjustments are made. But it can affect some key players, so you can't take your eyes off the result until, well, certainly until it becomes final, which can be a few hours, in fact, after the race has finished, whilst the investigations continue.
Nick Yellerly pits, cycles back down through the order for the moment. That's pushes Louis Delatraz and Tom Dillman. The gap is closing still, you know, it's 5 seconds between those two. Still got Charles Malaysia, Marino Sato at the top of topping and scoring, but I believe they owe us pit stops.
Yeah, I think we're pretty safe to say that. But I'm impressed with the speed and their consistency as well. A few moments ago, got very, very tight indeed between a couple of LMP3 cars, and that's the 12 for WTM by Rinaldi Racing of Leo Weiss, almost tangling with Cedric Ultramar.
That's a battle for position, by the way.
Yeah, 17 for Cedric is in 4th, and Leo Weiss was gunning for that position. He remains in 5th. Jean-Baptiste Le Hay wasn't quite close enough to capitalise on that eventual mistake from Leo Weiss. Kai Askey in the pits in the Inter-Europol competition, 88 from P3, and also Gaël Julien making their final stop in the RLR M Sport car, number 15, because you can make it home from here even if you stay green in an LMP3 car. Fuel burn around this place is pretty high. The amount of time you're on full throttle, well, particularly in the early sector and the third sector, in fact, it's foot to the board for most of it, but the middle, tricky, technical section of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit means you can't go fully low downforce. You need lots of that invisible hand pushing the car down onto the track surface through places like Les Combes and Pouhon and Le Fagnes as well. So it is definitely a walking a tightrope in terms of the ideal setup around this place. And I was having an interesting chat with one or two over the weekend in that they are compromising their straight line speed down the Kemmel straight because of that, what that gains you then in the second sector. From the end of Kemmel all the way round to Campus Corner, the car's got to stick like glue.
Into the final hour, Johnny. Panis Racing, Charles Malaysia leads from Marino Sato. That's 24 seconds, the gap. Louis Delatraz is closing in on Sato, but Delatraz on a different pit stop strategy. The two ahead of him will need to stop, but he's being closed down still by Tom Dillman. Now, I'm guessing that Delatraz is looking after those tyres, and I'm guessing he's on a fuel strategy as well, but the pace isn't quite what we'd expect from Louis at this point. It's a heavy car recently out the pits, but
well, I think back to that race he had at Le Castellet last year when he was driving on very, very old tyres for, what team was that for now? I'm trying to remember, but oh, it was Racing Team Turkey, yes. As I remembered it, Steph Wentworth, like a kind of somebody on my shoulder, my conscience.
Really?
Popped into my ears and went, Racing Team Turkey, Johnny. Thanks, Steph. Yeah, remember the front left tyre because of senior cornering? There was nothing left on it.
Shredded.
Side by side here, they're coming out of the final corner. We're concentrating on the 65 going into pit lane. However, the two cars on the racetrack, that's the 23 United Autosports car, battling with 47, of Cool Racing. So it is for position. It's Ferdy Habsburg and Paul Di Resta. So no wonder they're taking chunks out of one another.
But they are way, way back.
You wouldn't expect him to be 19th and 20th overall.
Marino Sato also on pit lane. That means here comes our leader. And in the background you can see the green and yellow car, the 43 car. So Tom Dillman, 4 seconds back now. So the 22 car comes to a stop.
But yeah, going back to the point about Louis Delatraz, he knows what it's like to have pushed way too hard and have no tyre left. So maybe he is deliberately taking things easy whilst the car is heavy, whilst the temperature of the tyre, well, it'll be there now, but you've got to be conscious not to be whacking the curbs, particularly if he's thinking, I need these tyres not just for this stint, but for the next one as well.
Third place, by the way, behind this battling pair is the first of the LMP2 Browns. It's now Algar Pro Racing in the hands of Alex Quinn. Fourth, as I speak, Malte Jakobsen, 13 seconds off the lead, closing. And he's just gone by Felipe Albuquerque in the 21 United Autosports car. So the young Dane ahead of the highly experienced and very rapid Portuguese driver. Who's in here, I think that is for Ollie Jarvis, who's on IMSA duty this weekend.
Here's Delatraz clearing an LMP3 car, the Inter-Europol competition one of Pedro Perino.
Meantime, LMP3 final stops are underway for a number of teams. This is going to start to wind out now. Just to exactly who is going to emerge in contention here. There's number 8 car, held up there amongst it, the Team Virage squad, Bernardo Pinheiro. Right-hand drive, these Ligier prototypes.
Well, Virage had done 2 stops, the second of which was 1:07, which isn't one of the long ones, so this has got to be 1:45. As far as the DKR car, the WTM car is concerned, they attempted a long stop as their first, but it was a second, probably a lot less than a second short. But 1:44 is the only time we get shown, and that is not enough. So they will have had to have converted their other 2 stops into long ones as well, and that's now going to be very, very costly. Yeah,
it's going to cost them dearly, I'm afraid. So AO by TF regain the lead. It's 4.4 seconds ahead. The charging Tom Dillman. Alex Quinn is a further 2.2 seconds back. You can see him there in the background. That is the Algar Pro car, but it's not the Pro Class car. It's the Pro-Am car. Cool Racing's Milton Jakobsen a further 6 seconds back and closing on all the cars ahead. He's in the 202s, the cars ahead in the 203s or 204s. Felipe Albuquerque still motoring on, dropping a little bit of time to the Dane that last time around, and Bent Viscal right there as well. And 3 of the top 6 cars, Johnny, are Pro-Am cars.
Yeah, mighty effort, but as we've said many times before, they are identical in terms of specification to the LMP2s. It's only the driver makeup that is different, and with the bronze burning time, or the bronze drive time, so affected by safety cars in the opening half of the race, this is where the field is effectively equalised.
The remainder of the top 10, by the way, all occupied by LMP2 class cars. It's Duquesne Team, Ironlinks Proton, Vector Sports and Edex Sports. James Allen, Matteo Cappietto, Felipe Drugovich and Job van Uter, and those 4 cars separated by less than 2 seconds. There's a lot of red. There we go. That is the group we're just talking about. Van Utert at the back of that group with Drugovich ahead, Cappietto and James Allen looking to make an escape from that group in the Duquesne Team car. There he is.
Noticing all of a sudden a little bit of porpoising from these LMP2 cars. It's probably been happening all weekend, but the 3 of them, I mean, dirty air does exist, of course, in this type of racing. So when the air's not cleanly running over your car because it's heavily disrupted by not 1 but 2 LMP2s, as is the case with Job in the 28, then maybe he's starting to feel that a little bit more than, say, in qualifying yesterday. Therefore, important for Job van Uter to recover or to clear these 2 cars as quickly as possible. Felipe Drugovich directly in front in the white, black and red, and then it is the 9 car of Matteo Cappietto for Ironlinks Proton.
Not too far behind, by the way, is the Team Virage car, and traffic there finishing the lap. Tristan Vautier dropping back a little to that group, and also Luca Giotto in the 34 car. It's involved in the pit lane incident earlier. In 12th position, 8th in LMP2. This time, weaving around Cappietto, trying to fend off Drugovich. He's going to go on the outside, he's done it!
But Job van Uter didn't make the corner at all. He wasn't attempting an overtake, but found himself on the runoff at Les Combes. Didn't really taken advantage from that, so could just feed back in, as long as he did so safely. And now he's got good momentum coming out of Bruxelles corner, so Matteo Cappietto does appear to be struggling a touch in comparison to Felipe Drugovich. And is this Job van Utert's moment, not into Pouon, but possibly at the end of the lap into the chicane to nip ahead of car number 9. They're all LMP2 cars here, as opposed to the Pro-Am versions, but they're not.
From Vautier.
Vautier I wasn't mentioning, but Vautier you can lump in there as well.
He's right there now. He's caught them, and they're being caught as well by Luca Giotto in the 34. So, of course, we've got a couple of cars freed up, and Van Uter has made his way past Cappietto. Vautier is closing as well on the Italian.
Vautier for his first ELMS race of the season 2.
Battle here for third place in LMP3 between Julien and Wyatt Brickercheck. Brickercheck, remember, started from the back of the grid. Julien from pole position.
So we didn't necessarily cover this earlier on, but in the number 19 Virage car, we've still got Tony Wells, but no longer Matt Bell or Nelson Piquet Jr. Is that just a temporary thing then?
So not sure about Piquet. Matt Bell is another driver cup tied with him, so this weekend he drives for the AWA Corvette team in GTD. It's a GT only race this weekend at VIR in the United States.
And Tristan Vautier is a name I associate with IMSA racing, actually, but he hasn't got a drive in the championship this year.
The two of them, and the last time I gathered they drove in the same paddock, he tells us, or Wayne Boyd and Tristan Vautier, was the Road to Indy back in 2011.
Right.
Two different series, but I think in aligned teams. Here comes the race leader through that battle. And the gap is still 4.7 seconds. So Tom Dillman not closing the gap anymore. Might briefly through this traffic, but then he's got to deal with it himself.
Our focus here really was the fight for third in LMP3, but then, as you say, Louis Delatraz arrived on the scene, and actually now the 4 car has got ahead. So Wyatt Brickercheck squeaking in front of Gael Julien. These two should have done battle together on track in qualifying yesterday until Brickercheck's car lost a wheel on its outlap of qualifying.
Oh,
so
there's a hit to the rear of Dillman from the third of those LMP3 cars.
Which is the Racing Spirit of Le Mans, number 31, now being driven by Anton Ducas. So the second place overall car of Tom Dillman, the yellow and green 43, will now clear Wyatt Brickercheck.
What damage has that run through the trio done to his chase here? It was 4.7 seconds as he got into that traffic. Let's see what the gap is when they clear the next timing beam on pit road. The current leader in LMP2 Pro, Alex Quinn, threaded the needle. Didn't give a lot of space there for the LMP3 car to brake, but no harm, it would appear. And, race control and stewards can decide whether or not there was foul.
That's tough on Ducas if they do penalise him, because, I mean, what choice did he make? He didn't even know Dillman was going to be there, probably when he hit the brakes.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden a P2 car arrives. It was a fairly even headbutt, so I think it's done, you know, it's done minimal damage across the whole rear deck of the 43. Had it been at a more of an angle, that would have been a bigger issue for Dillman.
The answer, by the way, is Dillman closed by over a second through that traffic, 3.5 seconds, so he's still closing the gap. Melter Jakobsen, meantime, is closing the gap on all the two of them ahead. It is 10 seconds across the top 3. 6.8 seconds back from Tom Dillman is Melter Jakobsen. Well, 48 minutes to go, and someone's just turning the heat up, aren't they, here, metaphorically.
It always happens. It always happens because they sense the checkered flag. They can almost taste the champagne in some cases, and there's just a little bit more on offer, and there's a bit more to risk for it as well. And this is why it's confusing when you get clashes in the opening hour and you think, well, you can't win the race in the opening 60 minutes. But as we head towards the final LMP2 stints of around about 40 minutes, you can understand why a bit more risk is being taken.
Let's take a quick look at the overall order and the classes. It is Louis Delatraz, 5.4 seconds, must be a little bit more traffic kicking into this one. Tom Dillman, ahead of Tom Dillman, with Melter Jakobsen closing in on the Frenchman. AO by TF from Inter-Europol competition in Cool Racing. Filipe Drugovich 22 seconds back from that, and under pressure for his 4th place from Yacht Panuta, Vector Sport from Edex Sport. Luca Giotto has just gone by Matteo Capietto for 6th place into Europol's 34 car, ahead of the number 9 from Iron Links Proton. Panis Racing 8th in the hands of Charles Malaysi. Leading LMP2 Pro-Am, Mathieu Vazevier in the 83 car, 9th overall. His closest contender just out the pits is Alex Quinn, 12th overall, and the gap there is about 20 seconds, maybe a little less than that, to the Algar Pro number 20 car. Proto Competition 77 in the hands of Ben Fiscal is 10 seconds back in third, and under pressure from Lawrence Herr in the DKR engineering car, 6 seconds back in fourth. LMP3, Euro International's Adam Ali leads the way from Ultimate's 35 car in the hands of Jean-Baptiste Lehay. Wyatt Brickercheck from the back of the grid sits third. Gelt Julien for RLRM Sports sits fourth, with Antoine Ducan in the Racing Spirit 131 car sitting fifth. In LMGT3, a race which has seen more or less half the grid eliminated with incidents, Kessel Racing's Esteban Masson is 31 seconds clear of Matteo Cressoni. What a cracking race for them. Don't think we've yet seen Daniel Serra in that car.
I agree. Yeah, I was calling that we might get a driver change in the last pit stop for Masson, and it didn't happen because Masson's been going so well, but they will have to stop again though. Yeah,
Matteo Cressoni sits second. That's, say, 30 seconds behind. Lorcan Hannafin is third. That is his wheel tracks being filled by GR Racing's Davide Rigon. Half a second back with Casper Stevenson fifth in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. Still waiting for, by the way, that's the Duquesne car just going straight on as the leader gets involved at Les Combes for a decision on an unsafe release with Rotoma Miata. That is the third place car now in the hands of Milton Jakobsen. That could be a significant moment here.
And we did just get a message about Marina Sato's car being under investigation for track limits, but they've corrected that now. So car 22 is a warning at this stage. The under investigation is more concerning because nearly always that does result in a penalty. So as far as Martin Jakobsen's car is concerned, the 37, that is now under investigation. The car that he shares with Rotoma Miata. So is there about to be a drive-through penalty assessed to car 37, which runs third on the road?
That would be unfortunate, but these things matter, as we've seen some dramas on pit lane already today. Louis Delatraz looking comfortable. It has still just edged around that 3.5 to 5 second gap with or without traffic, but Tom Dillman is clearly pushing on. Quicker lap time last time around than the Swiss driver.
Grid Motorsport Aston Martin with Lorcan Hannafin driving in the pink and dark blue colours, and it will pit for the final time. Because of the various safety cars earlier on, various LMGT3 strategies have been thrown right out the window. So we're in this uneven pattern. I think that's the case with the 57 Ferrari as well. So in the end, Daniel Serra might only get about 35 minutes.
Well, Cressoni didn't take tyres last time from second. He's on pit lane with the 97 car and the 59 car, battling the pits then for podium positions. Davide Rigon 38 seconds behind Esteban Masson as GR Racing move up to second. This is the battle between Job van Uitert. He pulls the dummy on Felipe Drugovich. He's going to make that move into and through the bus stop. Neatly done there by the Dutchman. And the Brazilian. That is the battle for fourth. Drugovich didn't like that much. Tries to do return move on Job van Uitert coming into La Source. No way of doing that there.
And Luca Giotto will be wanting this to happen a bit more because he's almost with them. And as they slow each other up, Drugovich, something's gone wrong with Drugovich's car because it all of a sudden doesn't have any speed at all through Eau Rouge and Radion. So yes, the pass has been made, but I'm more concerned that maybe that's a slow puncture for Drugovich on the Vector Sport car, as now in the foreground, Job van Uitert clears the third-placed LMP3. That was weird because the 10's pace just suddenly nosedived. And
you'd have said if that was an older car, missed a gear, but he just didn't.
It did, yeah, but it had that look about it. And on the sector times, Drugovich, well, he lost him about 3 seconds through the first sector. So let's hope that doesn't continue on. Drugovich is now exiting turn 9 towards Pouhon.
Giotto, though, is motoring here, and he's looking to get onto terms with Van Uitert. Here we go. This is the final change for the so far rampant Kessel Racing squad.
And it is going to be just over a 40-minute stint there for Daniel Serra in the 57 car. Through goes Giotto on some more traffic.
Lorcan Hannafin, by the way, has rejoined in the Grid Motorsport by TF car in 3rd place because of the longer stop we predicted for Proton competition, but it's Julian Anlauen out the wheel there. It's another very quick driver with a very short stint. Nico Veroni in the 51 car as well. 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for the 37 car, and that, I think, is going to be enough to keep them out of any kind of contention for the win here. They're 12 seconds away. You effectively add 5 to that.
Yeah. So, yeah, the 37 was on an investigation for an unsafe release. I mistakenly said it was track limits earlier on, which isn't. Unsafe release isn't a drive-through. Track limits may have been, but the 37 is clear of a track limit infringement at this stage. So, yes, it's a lot less costly for Malte Jakobsen.
Drugovic on pit lane. So we're going to see whether or not this was a hiccup or a more serious problem. They're fueling the car as they would.
Well, bizarrely, he's pitting at the perfect time to make this a full final stint. So was it a tyre just starting to issue a little bit of air from a faulty valve maybe, or something he's picked up on the road, or...
Did he have a cough on fuel?
Was he running out of fuel, was my next guess. And was it that nip and tuck? Maybe they didn't realise, well, I suppose on the uphill bit of Radion, that may be where the fuel pump is struggling most as the angle of the car changes.
We've got tyres for the number 10 car.
Front right is changed, front left is changed.
Is it just front? No, all full.
A full set, but they're not brand new tyres going on to the car. So it shows how much of a premium these Goodyear Eagles are.
I think they changed 3. I don't think they changed all 4.
That's an interesting way of doing it, and it's all the crucial tyres as well. No, I would have said that the 2 rears and the front left would have been the crucial ones. They definitely changed the front right as well. A reminder that you only get 12 individual tyres for a 4-hour race.
Yeah.
And it's really 6 stints, so you're getting 3 stints worth of tyre for a 6-stint race.
So effectively, first off, what have been, is about to go a lap down, by the way, to the race leader. First of have been the lead group to make a final stop. And this phase, by the way, Tom Dillman is closing that gap. It's under 3 seconds again.
Delatraz to Dillman, first and second. Malte Jakobsen's going to fall 5 seconds further back.
Yeah, and it's dropped back a bit. Plus, we've got that 5 seconds.
And very dramatically drifting its way through Le Fagna corner was the 60 car there. So Julian Anlauen was wasting no time at all. He hasn't got the sort of stint length that he might have expected, as in the full stint. So he's enjoying himself whilst he can. Unfortunately, that car, well, 4th position. And whilst things settle down from the latest pit stops in LMGT3, we'll find out how much more time he's got to find. He's only 9 seconds away from Lorcan Hannafin, and has just done the car's best middle sector.
We think Davide Rigon has still got to stop, don't we?
Rigon, yes, surely.
He has to be, because he can't.
He's only done 3. The car's only done 3
so
stops.
he does need to stop, but he's got 47 seconds over Daniel Serra. So he's the last stopper required for LMGT3. The key thing is, where is that going to drop him to?
The team will be trying to work out the permutations as to where that it will slot back into.
Dillman is right with the leader. What is going on with Louis Delatraz? 1.6 seconds now.
Yeah, don't know what sort of traffic they are in. Just have a little look. There's quite a lot of it actually around La Source. Some of it's LMGT3 as well. So is it Delatraz just not able to get through that?
Jakobsen on pit lane for the final pit stop. This is the extended pit stop required. That will drop him. Shouldn't lose him a place actually, that 5 seconds, because Job van Uite is 20 seconds back. So it will for the moment, but as it cycles back, shouldn't drop him off the podium. Luca Giotto to find stint pits from 5th.
was Nico Verone that the leaders were trying to get through, and before that, well, Drugovic will be as quick as them just about. There was an LMP3 car that might have compromised Delatraz and Dillman as they went through the bus stop chicane, but otherwise it might just be sheer pace from Tom Dillman.
Well, it's a 2:05.7 last time around from Louis Delatraz. That's slower than we've seen from him. To put that into context, 2:03.4 from Dillman, 2:02.6 from Van Uter, so 2:01.7 from a charging Charles Malaysia.
Yeah. And again, how have you utilised your very compromised tyre allocation through the course of the race? Did you know, have they kept back a pristine set of good years for maybe even the final stint? Generally, they'll be doubling, surely, in the closing stages for the penultimate and this final stint. Most of which the LMP2s have begun that final run to the line now.
Race leader at the moment in LM GT3, Davide Rigon, Ferrari factory driver, of course. Powering on, 47 seconds to good from fellow factory driver Ferrari, this time in the Kessel Racing 57 car. But Rigon needs to stop once more, and it will be more than 47 seconds that takes.
Interesting to see the stickered tyres that Iron Link's Proton were putting on the number 9 car, so they actually have held back a whole set, or certainly one of the tyres still had a sticker on it. It might be like they were putting 2 brand new tyres on, and they've therefore spread the really good tyres in half. So you put a couple on prior to the penultimate stint, the other 2 on ahead of the final stint, and try and eke out that performance for as long as possible.
Louis Delatraz's pace back into the 2:02s. 2:02.9 for him, 2:03.0 for the chasing Tom Dillman. 1.5 seconds, new fastest lap of the race goes to the 4th place car, Charles Malaysia, a 2:01.257. Heating up again, he's got 15 seconds to find to get on terms with Job van Uitert. Milton Jacobsen on his out lap now, after that, it's 1:08, that pit stop for Cool Racing with that 5-second penalty, and he's dropped in behind Marino Sato, just behind Marino Sato.
15 seconds to Job van Uitert sounds like it might be impossible, but the way Charles Malaysia is pushing
it's
this
just
speed, then
it's just taking a second out of Job van Uitert, who is not hanging around.
No, but it is all relevant to how you've played your race to this point, and Palace, who've not been spectacular to date, might be about to grab some headlines late on.
Into the lead in LMGT3 goes Daniel Serra with Davide Rigon on pit road for GR Racing. How big a gap, and where is he going to emerge? He's rolling, we can see on our other monitor, so I think he's going to get out in 2nd place, Johnny. That's again another good result for GR Racing. So Daniel Serra for Kessel Racing. It's Ricardo Perez got back in the car.
Perez, who did the previous stint, didn't he? So who brought the GR car in?
Davide Rigon.
Yes, you're right, because we were talking about whether Rigon needed to stop or not. Right, so they put Perez back in again.
Could there be trouble here for the 3rd place car, as we've got AO by TF on pit lane. Final stop for the race leader. Tom Dillman takes the lead for now, but we're hearing car 28 under investigation, pit stop.
Car 28 pits now, in fact. Job van Uitert just going by at 60 kilometres per hour, going by the AO by TF car as the final bit of fuel goes in. It's 32 minutes to the flag, so that won't be a full tank. Something like 3/4 worth of fuel, and away goes the all-in backed car.
So still one stop to come for the 43 car. 65 car of Charles Malaysia, that must pit as well. AO by TF away and gone. Louis Delatraz 3rd place, but with the cars ahead of him needing to pit. Cycling back up the order, of course, is Mathieu Vazivière leading LMP2 Pro-Am. He'd export on pit lane with Job van Uitert, and with investigation about a previous pit stop for the French team.
There's the 17 in LMP3, which is Manuel Espirito Santo, the car that was qualifying second ahead of today's race. But race leader Tom Dillman is also occupying this portion of the circuit, approaching Blanchimont, the double apex, very high-speed left-hander. And how long will it be before Tom Dillman bites the bullet and pits this 43 car for the final time? It could even be now, and it is now. So for the final time, the 43 will arrive on pit road for a fair old gulp of fuel, but it'll be slightly less than the AO by TF car required.
Well, Louis Delatraz was on pit lane for 1 minute and 4 seconds. So, just exactly what strategic genius can be employed, if any, here by the Polish team to put Tom Dillman closer. 13 minutes to go. Wash, brush up. It's all about fuel. It's all about optimising everything you possibly can. There's no tyres going anywhere near that car. Here comes the 65 car through. This is Sean Malesi. He will need to pit, but will take the lead here.
Was that a bit of a comedic moment there where the mechanic was trying to attempt to clean the headlight, and actually there was no headlight there, so he was just scrubbing at fresh air? Thought, well, this is very easy to do. That headlight's long gone.
There he goes.
Cracked and leaves a gaping hole on the front left. It looks all right on the front right, mind, as the 43 car does rejoin.
What we need to see is, where is Delatraz? Delatraz has completed the lap. Tom Dillman is out. AO by TF are ahead, but by how much?
So Dillman down the hill towards Eau Rouge. Charles Malesi is well into the second sector and still owes us a stop. Louis Delatraz
just ahead of him.
Just ahead, but a minute and 4.
There.
So
it's 4 seconds.
Yeah, 4 seconds, but remind me what happened with the tyres for Delatraz. Did they give him 3?
They gave him... They didn't give him tyres.
They didn't do tyres. Well, why did it take 1 minute and 4 seconds? Because you can do fuel in less than that.
Who gave their car 3 tyres?
There was a car that they did. And I'm also wondering why Tom Dillman's pit stop was equal when actually there was less fuel going in, or it was only a laps less, fewer, whatever the word is. But they've ended up with exactly the same pit stop time, both Delatraz and Dillman, in 1 minute and 4. So that is marginally confusing. I just wonder whether, one car is now in an advantage because it's been given 1 tyre, 2 tyres. They didn't do all 4. Remember, you can't change all 4 at the same time as if it was a Formula 1 stop. So that's why it's important to pick and choose. Do we do no tyre change? Do we do maybe 2? Or do we do all 4 corners?
So, Malesi leads the race, 17.8 seconds, needs to stop. Louis Delatraz pushing on with Tom Dillman. 5.5 seconds back from him now, with Mathieu Vazifier 2.3 seconds back in 4th and leading LMP2 Pro-Am. Marino Sato's had a cracking run. He sits 4th in LMP2, 5th overall, with Malte Jakobsen 2.8 seconds back, having lost 5 seconds in his last pit stop with a penalty.
Going back to the car we're trying to think of that did 3 tyres, was it Felipe Drugovich in the Vector Sports car?
Yes, it was.
Because we were trying to work out why all of a sudden the pace totally dropped off for the Brazilian at Eau Rouge Radion, and then he pitted at the end of that lap and they changed the front left and both front tyres and the rear left, it was.
I wonder if they were planning to actually change the loaded side and had a puncture on the other.
That would make sense. There are many different ways you can cut this cake, 4 hours worth, and then it becomes slightly more complicated when you have 3 or 4 safety cars in the opening couple of hours.
It's a strange one here. Drive penalty for car 20. That is the 2nd place car in LMP2 Pro-Am, currently in the hands of Alex Quinn for Algar Pro Racing. Track limits in the early stages of the race, and that will be because they've still got stuff in the inbox while they were dealing with the carnage we're having in the first 2 hours. Could there be more?
Yeah, because there's every possibility that a lot of stuff now needs to be interrogated that happened in the opening 60 minutes, perhaps. Correct. So is that the first of a number of messages with those words tagged on to the end, early stages of the race?
I think the time that was foolish. Well, we always say anything could happen in the last 25 minutes of an endurance race. How long have we got to go, Johnny?
It must be the last few minutes.
It's 26 minutes.
Yeah. And 4 penalties to be issued at this point. Teams will say, well, we've spent all race long, or as much of the race as possible, trying to build gaps, and now you're going to take them away. But if there are offences in the system, and they have to be looked at, they potentially need to be punished as well. As Philippe Albuquerque, who's taking part in his first European Le Mans Series race of the season, car number 21, is being told to respect track limits, but it's nice to have Philippe back in the ELMS ranks with so much success in his past in this particular paddock.
Of course, his 83 car pits from the lead LMP2 Pro for their final stop. That should be a quick one, just 25 minutes to go. Battle here in LMP3 with the Nielsen racing car trying to make its way by the Ultimate car and the 88. This is the battle for 6th place, Mathieu Lehay and Pedro Perino.
And Perino to the inside on the approach to Pouhon, but Mathieu Lehay has fended a move like that off several times in his career, so will not be fooled. Pedro Perino, though, was very impressive in qualifying yesterday to put his car 3rd fastest in LMP3. The times are very tight.
Apologies. LMGT3, Kessel Racing leading comfortably, 21 seconds. Daniel Serra from Ricky Pera in the GR Racing 86 car. Proto Competitions, Julian Anslauer, the 60 Porsche, 3rd, with the first of the 2 Aston Martins in the hands of Lorcan Hannafin, the Grid Motorsport by TF 97 car. 8 seconds behind, but being caught by Valentina Harzeclo in the other Aston, the 59 Racing Spirit Le Mans car. Nico Ferroni is 12 seconds back from that pair, but lapping 2 seconds a lap quicker.
The 2 LMP3 drivers there needed to be wary that there was a quicker P2 car wanting to get through, which is the Laurence Hoare-driven DKR Engineering LMP2. So they postponed their turning point into 18 to allow that quicker car by. And Wyatt Bricacek then to the front of the LMP3 field. Remember, that is the car that could not complete qualifying, a single lap in qualifying, when a rear wheel went wayward on his outlap in quali yesterday.
He started from the back of the field, very back of the field. Palace Racing from the lead, 23 minutes to go for their final pit stop. That means that Louis Delatraz has cycled back through to the lead. Tom Dillman follows him through, 4.7 seconds back. 23 minutes to go, and that is the story remaining for the overall win. We've got the yellow flags at turn 5 and 6 and removed, so someone's had a moment, but that has moved on. Malaysia rolling, Malte Jakobsen through into 3rd, 15 seconds back. Marina Sato through into 4th. So Jakobsen has caught and passed Sato. Job van Utrecht trying to get into terms with the Japanese driver and is catching him. He's in 5th. Charles Malaysia emerges in 6th position from the lead with that final pit stop. Bent Viscal right now leads LMP2 Pro. I'm in the 77 car, but I believe needs to stop again. Alex Quinn on his way out from his final pit stop. It's a pit stop, it's a drive-through penalty for Alex Quinn. That was, of course, the penalty drawn for track limits at the start of the race, but stays ahead at the moment of Mathieu Vazevière, but we believe we'll need to stop in the last 20 minutes. So 4.5 seconds is the gap to determine who's going to win this 4 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, round 4 of the 2024 European Le Mans Series. On board here with Malte Jakobsen from Denmark. He's got 15.5 seconds to make up Tom Dillman, 20 seconds to make up to Louis Delatraz in 22 minutes. That's some task ahead. Of course, the young Dane named as a 2025 factory hypercar driver for Peugeot. Luca Muller moves away from that squad. The reserve and development driver, Malte Jakobsen, champion here in the European Le Mans Series 2 seasons ago in LMP3. 2 seasons from LMP3 to hypercar is some going, some talent. Keep an eye on that gap, and it's coming down a little. GT3 order as it was, other than Julian Andlauer beginning to close in on the GR Racing car in second place. Ricardo Pera has just 8 seconds of leverage now over the chasing Proton Porsche. Marino Sato, this is his final stop. Lacey moves ahead to 6th. Also, Luca Giotto moves up a place. Top 8 cars at the moment, separated by about 45 seconds. We've had quite a while under green flag, Johnny Palmer.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been a treat, hasn't it, really, compared to a lot of the rest of the weekend?
Yes, indeed. Gap, by the way, with 20 minutes to go for the lead, under 4 seconds now. So what, in terms of pace, in terms of tyre, in terms of luck, as this lead pair got? Keep an eye too on Malte Jakobsen, but he's shaving tenths, but it's only tenths out of the advantage of the 2 ahead.
Running slightly off the road there, the Ultimate car ahead of the race leader. That will have been a distraction to Louis Delatraz, but he was far enough away to react to Mathieu Le Hay.
So we had that investigation earlier for EDEX Sports. 28 car, that car running 4th at the moment with the Operanuter, so he's trying to close down Malte Jakobsen. Reprimand, tyre pressure violation, first offence. So in racing terms, no immediate drama.
Down the hill goes the race leader, in front by 4.5 seconds over the Inter-Europol competition car of Tom Dillman, who closed the gap to just a couple of seconds, about 1.5 seconds earlier on, but now Delatraz getting his head down, knowing that he can push a bit more on these tyres, and the car's getting lighter, of course, as well. So the closer to the checkered flag he gets, a bit more risk can be worked in to the equation.
Just a bit of time there, but a second to Tom Dillman, but did it with traffic on the Camel Straight. So Dillman is not going to get that option. So 3.6 seconds at the moment, but I'm pretty sure that's going to come out because Dillman is going to catch these cars in a less optimal part of the circuit. Great run, though, from both these drivers. There's Dillman. It's the team LMP3 car between. Pedro Perino, I think, still aboard that car. It is. He's dealt with Mathieu Le Hay, he's pulled away. Now trying to go into terms with Manuel Espirito Santo to kill racing.
And at the head of the order in LMP2 Pro-Am, Bent Visgal in the car that Giorgio Roda started from 2nd position. Roda had taken every pole position up until this point, but couldn't do it yesterday. Rene Binders had a spell in that car as well. And now gold-rated Bent Visgal of the Netherlands bringing that car home in the top 5 as well. In fact, at 4 of the top 10 positions occupied by LMP2 Pro-Am cars.
To Sport under investigation of possible technical infringement. We'll worry about that when we hear about it later. For the moment, completing lap 86, Louis Delatraz, and indeed that traffic has played his way. 5 seconds to the good.
And the difference between the top 2 in LMGT3 is too big, really, for Ricardo Pera to do much about it. 27 seconds. The gap to Daniel Serra, but interesting they put Pera back in the car. Andlauer's the one on the rise in the 60 Proton competition car.
He's made a bit of progress against Ricky Pera. It's now 6.7 seconds. He's not catching on that quickly. It's always about, isn't it, when you get to the stage where one aspect of performance, whether it's fuel management or tyre management, hits that cliff. How far he's been pushing
Yeah, and so often a driver of great repute might not actually be noticed a great deal on the timing screen because they are taking it so easy, but then they've got lots of meat on the tyre to lean on at the end of the stint, and the times really do start to tumble there. So 6.4 seconds the gap, Andlauer to Perra, and let's see whether this consistent run from Julian Andlauer can now continue for the final 16 minutes to alter the places on the podium in LMGT3.
Could be trouble for the 97 car. Under investigation, track limits for Grid Motorsport by TF and Lorcan Hannafin. He's under major pressure from Valentino Haase-Clove behind, just a second back. And Nico Veroni under 5 seconds back from the pair of them. That could be costly.
That will certainly alter the places away from the podium. Struggling to work out why the Aston Martins have fallen down to the extent that they have, because they were circulating first and second for quite a chunk of the time. Remember when Casper Stevenson was ahead of Johnny Adam, and only about a car length between them, but they've not been able to sustain that performance for the last few stints. So 4th and 5th at the moment, but potentially it's going to get even worse for the number 97 Grid Motorsport car.
So looking at Gael Julien. There's a drive-through penalty for the car 97. That is going to cost them 2 places. So Lorcan Hannafin pinged 4 track limits, and the gaps behind to Valentino Haase-Clove and Nico Veroni means that there's the inevitability that it's going to drop the car from 4th to 6th. Here comes the Panis Racing car, Charles. He's on the charge, looking to get through. This is a change for position at the moment with Ben Viscal. Trouble though for Julian Andlauer.
He's pushed too hard. Perhaps. I'm rather speculating there.
It looked like a left puncture.
It does look like it's definitely a rear left that's gone down, but is that because he was pushing like crazy to get on the podium and maybe even catch Ricardo Perra as he run over a bit of debris, of which there'll be plenty around the racetrack, despite the rapid amount of sweeping that's been done by the marshals. But it's a rear left that's almost been stripped from that wheel. The carcass is still just about going round the wheel, but it's tucked inside, and he's quite rightly going at the speed that he is to prevent any furth damage. How about this down towards the Lecombe sequence of corners? It's the 65 car getting 5th position overall. So Charles Milesi moving ahead of Ben Viscal.
Luca Giotto closing as well. I noticed the background there, so he wants to get involved in this. You can see him just the previous corner. So there's still positional change to come. Lorcan Hannafin is taking that drive-through penalty now and will get out ahead of Julian Andlauer. So he's lost 2 places and gained 1 back, but up into 4th place, 3rd place rather, Racing Spirit of Le Mans, but being caught by Nico Veroni. Is it going to be an Aston Martin on the podium? Could it be a Ferrari 1-2-3 with 3 different teams?
Yes, and that would be something. Kessel, GR, AF Corsa, all fighting for a position on the podium. But how far up the order can Valentin Haase-Clove get? He's staring at a 30-second gap to make any more forward progress. But yes, the bigger issue is he going to get caught? And this could be tricky for Andlauer to get from one side of the road to the other to access pit lane. I think he was far enough ahead of any traffic approaching the bus stop behind.
Martin Jakobsen seems to be struggling for pace at the moment. He's being caught quickly by Job van Uitert. And the charging Charles Milesi. The final podium position is up for grabs here.
And Milesi is wasting no effort at all, and has looked far quicker than Job van Uitert on balance. Malte Jakobsen perhaps under pressure as well. He is under pressure as well, but can he stay ahead and not be drawn into, not be distracted too much by it? The problem is it becomes two-pronged, as in Van Uitert and Milesi are trying to attack, one on one side, one on the other. Then Malte Jakobsen will really have his hands full.
Meantime in LMP2 Pro, by the way, Alex Quinn cycles back round to the lead as Ben Viscal pits from the 77 car. Surely that car has to pit again. They must be on a massive fuel save in that car. That car has had a very recent drive-through penalty and yet still has cycled round to the lead. I cannot believe that car does not need another pit stop.
Yeah, maybe you're right. time will tell, and we've only got 11.5 minutes still to go.
If there's one team here I would not try to outguess on strategy, it's Algarve Pro Racing.
Yes.
David Leach and his team there are just capable of throwing all sorts of weird and wonderful strategies at things. But in this case, I'm expecting the 20 car to roll down pit lane in the next 10 minutes or so. Louis Delatraz, by the way, still 5 seconds to the good. Duquesne team car in the background there. Under pressure from, and off the track, and that will put the Nielsen car through. It is Nick Yellerly going by James Allen, who looks to have nothing left to give, likely in the rubber department. As this pair get involved, this is the battle ahead of them for the final podium slot. That is Valentino Haase-Clos in the Aston Martin being caught by Nico Veroni. And this is the battle for third, because Job van Uite has caught Malte Jakobsen. Has to be tyres.
Jakobsen on the whole is not caught by anybody.
And look at Malaysia behind as well.
Well, yeah, we already mentioned that Malaysia was closing the gap to Job van Uite, so I was bothered that it may become a pincer movement on Malte Jakobsen. They're still separate, and Job van Uite is going to try it first of all, and Jakobsen just cannot slow him down. He can't do anything about that. And or apart from Job van Uite maybe running a bit too deep into Les Combes, and that might have given the Dane the place back again, but he didn't. And here is Charles Milesi to also swallow up the very talented Jakobsen. But in this phase of the race, nothing up his sleeve at all.
No.
And maybe the engineer's kicking himself a little bit now to have been running out of steam with still 10 minutes left on the clock. You want to be doing this as the checkered flag is flying normally.
Didn't even move to defend it. He knew that the game was up. That's the right thing to do at that stage.
I'm sure he's fighting the car quite severely, but I think Job van Uite is not in the ideal phase of his stint either, because the better car by for sure of these three is Charles Milesi in the black, yellow and red. And that is the Panis car.
We're talking about this, by the way, Tom Dillman coming back at the leader again, under 4 seconds. Again, this is likely to be traffic, but just needs one stumble. Nico Veroni right there with Valentino Haase-Clos for the final podium position, LMGT3. It's all coming together nicely here. Alex Quinn, 11 seconds ahead of Mathieu Vazevière. Does the Algarve Pro car need fuel? 8.5 minutes.
Panis car looking for a way by Job van Uite this time into La Source, but it's probably going to be better to get a good exit out of this corner and make sure. Oh no, I was going to say do it on the Kemmel Straight, but he won't need to, because Job van Uite just couldn't really turn in at La Source. The much more manoeuvrable car of these two is the 65, and Charles Milesi will swallow up Job van Uite to give him third position, up to third ahead of Van Uite.
This has been a hell of a run from Charles Milesi. Meantime, by the way, the 20 car from Algarve Pro Racing, the lead in LMP2 Pro is on pit lane, as we presumed he must. That will cycle Mathieu Vazevière in the AF Corsa car through to 7th overall and the lead of the class.
The other thing that's happened is that Wyatt Bricacek came in for a pit stop too, so that's put Adam Ali along with his teammate Matthew Bell now to the head of LMP3. Remember, that car was in the gravel trap at Les Combes at about half distance, so they've turned this race around spectacularly well too.
So your international lead for Racing Spirit Le Mans and RRM Sport, and those three are separated by just 11 seconds with 7 minutes to go. What have they got left? Yes. Antoine Decant, quick young man. Gael Julien, a quick young man. And that could still be up for grabs. Kessel Racing for GR Racing, that looks done. Valentino Haase-Clos still fending off Nico Veroni.
Here's the LMGT3 fight for third position. So Veroni, as you say, in that fourth spot, and they're both getting monstered by one of the two cool racing cars from LMP2, but Varone is able to make the space, and to be honest, there wasn't a great deal of time lost there from either the Ferrari nor the Aston Martin. Maybe a bit more of a gap between the third and the fourth place cars, but we said that Hasklow was going to be under pressure in the closing stages. There's a load of smoke pouring out the back of that Cool Racing car, almost as if it looked like it was brake dust, but it was able to slow sufficiently for Lecom.
Race leader behind them, and the gap now 7.4 seconds. It was traffic, wasn't it? Looking as well at Luca Giotto, who is closing Milton Jakobsen now for 5th, and increasingly the young Dane just looks like a sitting target here.
Yeah, how far back is he going to tumble? But he'll know that there's nothing that can be done. If he pushes any harder, the car could potentially be off the road. So he has to balance the frustration with what the car can actually do in this late stage.
Incident involving car 63, that was the Iron Lynx Lamborghini, and 85, the Iron Dames at turn 3. No further investigation necessary.
Well, they were both out of the race, of course. They'd already penalised the 85 for its incident at Lecom corner involving different car. Well, no, the same car, because there was contact nose to tail, wasn't there, between Sarah Bovey and Hiroshi Hamaguchi on that occasion, but it accounted for Sarah at the time, and 2 more Ferraris of Matt Griffin and Johnny Lawson. But they have said no further investigation necessary, probably because both cars were in retirement anyway.
Adam Alley, by the way, has got the message that there could be risk, and LMP3's put in a storming lap that's put another couple of seconds on the chasing pair. All of a sudden, Nico Varone right back there again, does a sniff up the outside of the Aston Martin. This is going to be a drag race down the start-finish straight.
Varone needed to know the Ferrari's dimensions there, because there was about a cigarette paper between the front of the Ferrari and the rear wing of the Aston Martin. Around the outside will go Varone. Valentin Hasklow, it's a drag race, but the Ferrari's going to win it. He's ahead of the Aston Martin into 3rd position. An awesome overtake late in the day. We're inside the final 5 minutes, and it just shows how much, again, I think down to tyres mainly, how much grip that Ferrari's got on the higher line at the source.
Good run, though, through Rouge Radion from the Aston Martin. Tries to grab the toe from the Duquesne team car. He's going to try and come back at him here. Not sure he's got enough under the car underneath him to do that at this stage. But, yeah, car 57, our leader in LMGT3. Possible technical infringement. Wait and see whether or not that's a drama. 4 minutes to go, Johnny Palmer. 3 seconds the lead gap. Jacques Venuta looking fending off Charles Malaysi for 4th place. It's Luca Giotto going by.
Malaysi's slowing, surely. He hasn't got anywhere near as much speed as Giotto. And there's smoke, a little bit of smoke coming out of the 65. So this is a late drama for Charles Malaysi, because Giotto's got by, and even Malte Jakobsen's quicker than that car now.
Trouble. You're absolutely right.
I didn't understand why Malaysi wasn't defending to Giotto. Is this fuel? Brakes. Or is it tyres? Or is it brakes? It could be any combination of the aforementioned.
As he pushed too hard. Giotto, though, great run. He's now through into 4th.
So maybe he's realised that all of a sudden he can't stop the car as readily as he would wish.
Smoking. It's definitely smoking for the middle of the car.
But that's what I saw out of, I think, the other Cool Racing car briefly from Ferdinand Habsburg as he slowed for Lecom a couple of laps ago. There was just a massive dark cloud of brake dust.
25 car, Alex Lynn on pit lane. Trouble for the championship winners last year. 2.5 minutes to go. The gap is down to 2.5 seconds for the lead.
And if drivers like Malaysi and Jakobsen, who are going to overlap and change position, but if these guys are struggling with their cars, then there's nothing to stop Louis Delatraz and Tom Dillman to potentially hit issues this late on in the race as well. 2.4 seconds, as you say. It almost feels like we should be calling them through each individual split, because 0.3 of a second was gained by Dillman through sector 1 alone on this lap.
LRM spot, by the way, out of it for the win. They've been in and out of the pits.
So into Lecom, and Malaysi just opens the door and says, I can't do anything with this car at the moment. So through you go, Luca Giotto. And this was the overtake, superb, from Nico Verone around the outside.
Here's another one of these rising stars, isn't he, in sports car racing at the moment. Bright future ahead for that young man from Argentina, of course. Kessel Racing lead from GR Racing, and from now Nico Verone, Ferrari 1, 2, 3 with 3 different teams. Your International Racing Spirit Le Mans, DK Engineering up to 3rd place in LMP3, LMP2 Pro Am, AF Corsa, Proto Competition and Algar Pro Racing at the 1, 2, 3. AO by TF, the gap is down to under 1.6 seconds.
That was 7/10 of a second through the middle sector alone. So that's a full second, 2/3 of the way around the lap that Tom Dillman has gained.
It's this lap and one more. Has he got a problem? Is he managing this? He can't be managing it to 1.5 seconds.
It's not comfortable, is it?
No.
Not comfortable at all. It's certainly not for the AO by TF guys. Here they are, so this is good to get a visual on it. The gap as we begin the final 7 kilometres of this year's 4 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, and it's a second now between Louis Delatraz and Tom Dillman.
And it's this and one more. It's 2 laps to go.
This is called as the last lap, you sure?
They just crossed the line.
They crossed the line, and this is
my apologies.
This is the last lap.
Fine, there's the last lap. So single second. Also closing, Luca Giotto is closing on Jon Vanuta for the final podium position. After carnage in the first half of this race, the second half has been mesmerising.
It really has, yeah. And that's the beauty of finding your rhythm as a team, as a mechanical crew, as a driver lineup, making sure that you're at one with the car as well. And several, to be honest, have sort of parted company with how the car has wanted to do the race, whether that be, as we said, whether it's through fuel mileage or tyre wear, or in fact brakes, because there's a number of hard stops around this Spa circuit that really do punish the brake pads. Louis Delatraz, though, happy at the moment to be a second ahead, but it's 0.7 through the next split. There's a slowing car there as well. It's one of the Algar Pro Racing cars.
It's getting out of the way, I think. There's also another podium position up for grabs, because 3rd place at LMP3, White Brickercheck under real pressure for Manuel Espirito Santo. But that doesn't matter right now. The clock has run down on the final lap. And all of a sudden, the rot seemed to have stopped here for Louis Delatraz. And if anything, it's the chasing car of Tom Dillman that seems to be dropping back a little.
Back to a second it was as they head through curve Paul Frere. So Louis Delatraz along with Robert Kubica and Johnny Edgar, who kicked off this race, and that was through the real trying period as well, but Johnny kept his patience. He handed over to Robert Kubica, and Louis Delatraz has brought it home for the AO by TF outfit's first victory of the season in the European Le Mans Series. It feels like it's been a very long time coming, but truly well deserved. And the British squad are victorious, therefore, after 95 laps. 1.1 seconds, the gap, back to Tom Dillman for the championship leaders in their Inter-Europol competition car.
Good points for them. Will it be Jon Vanuta? Not home yet. And Luca Giotto had the gap under 2 seconds as they're making their way around this final lap.
I should say, actually,
he's home. It's Jon Vanuta to complete the podium. Looking who else has made it through. Kessel Racing will win the race in LMGT3. It will be your International here, crossing the line with Adam Ali. Matthew Richard Bell, that duo will take LMP3.
Well ahead.
Racing Spirit Le Mans, Antoine Decan. What about the final podium position, though? LMP2 Pro Am, AF Corsa. Mathieu Vazevier brings the car home with Alessio Rivera and...
Who's that spinning? Who's that spinning in the background? That's the DKR car. So we're going to have a late change on the podium for car number 4. I'm sure that was... Yes, it is. There's a change there as Manuel Espirito Santo bags a podium spot because Wyatt Brickercheck has not made the finish line. You can't make this up, Graham. Honestly, we thought the race had settled down, and then you get that moment. And Wyatt Brickercheck, I think, has stalled now. So he can see the finish line out of his right-hand window.
He's lost 4th.
He's lost 4th, but he's not going again yet. So remember yesterday for Wyatt, the wheel fell off. Literally, the wheel fell off the car. And now he does finish, but it's 7th rather than what might have been in 3rd position. Here is the race-winning team in the LMGT3 category. it will be Kessel Racing for Daniel Serra to complete the run, along with Esteban Massan, who did the lion's share of the middle chunk of the race, actually. And every credit to Takeshi Kimura, who got clear his 90 minutes that he needed to do as the bronze very early on indeed. But from a DKR engineering perspective, they wish they had not come to Spa at all this weekend.
It's a horrible day for that squad. Has he made the flag? He has. He did get there, but he lost 4 positions to that spin.
In sight of the finish line.
He will be distraught.
I know. And he's an out-and-out professional, no question about it. He was obviously coming back from the disappointment yesterday of not being able to compete in qualifying, and now has made, presumably, an error. I don't know whether it was contact or a mistake, but nevertheless, the result is the same, and it's a 7th place finish. But credit to Manuel Espirito Santo, who was pushing like crazy in the closing stages with the merest chance of a podium. Cedric Ultramar, Miguel Cristoval and Manuel Espirito Santo get good points for Cool Racing. As now to celebrate, AF Corsa's outfit number 83 with Mathieu Vaxivière bringing that car to the finish. But there's the trio in AO by TF Sports Car. They are run by a British team, but they're an American flagged entry. I should correct that from a couple of minutes ago. So the American team, Tom Ferrier's run squad though, and the all-in-backed AO by TF Sport crew are the winners. And are they now properly in contention for this year's championship?
We'll keep an eye on those points totals. It is a first win of the season for Kessel Racing. In fact, that is the first podium of the season for Kessel Racing. It's a 2nd win for Euro International, back-to-back wins for the Italian-American squad. It is a 2nd win as well for AF Corsa in LMP2 Pro-Am. Winning at Barcelona at the start of the season. They will take the lead in the points for LMP2 Pro-Am. And as for AO by TF, they came into this race, Johnny Palmer, without a win to the name, as you quite rightly say, 2 other podiums, 6 points off the lead in the championship. They will be championship leaders this evening.
Yep. And to be honest, even though they'd not grabbed that win to this point, the rest of the season had been okay. The start wasn't great in Barcelona with a 7th place finish, but as you say, podiums otherwise, and it's gone 3-2-1, hasn't it? The sequence is completed. Steph Wentworth suggested it might do yesterday to Johnny Edgar. He didn't want to speak too soon, but that's a nice little pattern, and maybe they're going to be in and around the podium for the remaining races as well.
It does mean, as we talked about the start of this race, that Louis Delatraz has now got 4 race win apiece for each of the last 4 seasons, all 4 with different teams.
Yeah. So that's at least 1 race win in this season, last season, the season before, and the season before that. Terrific effort from Louis Delatraz. And high time, therefore, we get some reaction. Look at the car guys celebrating, but here are our overall winners.
Well, the current celebrations are here down at number 14, AO by TF. A huge congratulations to all 3 of you and the team. It feels like it's been such a long time coming, doesn't it?
Definitely. I mean, we would have wanted to win earlier. We had a difficult start to the season, but then P3, P2, and P1, so hopefully we can keep it there. And I mean, amazing job by everyone at AO and TF, because today was on them. Great car, and to my 2 teammates, of course.
And now you guys have taken the championship lead in LMP2. It's got to be a massive boost going into the 2nd half of the season.
Yeah, sure. I mean, competition is very high, very tough, many competitive cars, so it's all about small details. And as Louis said, we are on improving curve, so of course winning is always nice, but it will never be easy, so we have to keep focus. And there is still 2 races to go, and we hope we'll be fighting for the title until the end.
All right, brilliant. Thank you so much, guys. Enjoy the celebration.
Thank you.
Robert Kubica, and prior to that, Louis Delatraz. We didn't hear from Johnny Edgar because we heard from him yesterday after the qualifying session to get reaction to Delatraz's pole-setting time.
Yeah, great stuff from Johnny Edgar, but the race-winning stint, I think, there came from Robert Kubica. He took that car away in the lead at a point where there was green flag running to be able to do that. Basically threw down the gauntlet to the rest. And from there on in, it was about Louis Delatraz bringing that car home and managing the gap, and he did that well.
Tapping the nose of his mount was Robert Kubica as he stepped out of the AO car with a grin. And we'll be giving, of course, ample coverage to the various other categories that have done well in this particular race, not least to the gang from car number 11. They continue to do it with just the 2 drivers, but it is certainly paying dividends for them to this point. We might even have to think about how the points are panning out with a race to go. Can they seal it with only 5 races done? We'll wait and see. 1.1 seconds was the winning margin in the end, so it was nip and tuck between Louis Delatraz and Tom Dillman by the end. Edek Sport a distant third, with Joop van Aerten at the wheel of that as he crossed the line ahead of Luca Giotto for Inter-Europol competition and Malte Jacobsen. LMP2 Pro-Am is won by AF Corsa again, car number 83. Mathieu Vaxivière at the wheel with the closing stages, ahead of Bent Viscal for Proton competition number 77, and Alex Quinn finishes on the podium in LMP2 Pro-Am. LMP3 is won, as mentioned, by Adam Ali and Matthew Bell in car number 11, ahead of the 31 crew of Racing Spirit of Le Mans. That was Antoine Ducin to bring it to the line. And Manuel Espirito Santo will not have believed his luck to see a spinning Wyatt Bricacek before the line. So he came across to finish on the podium. Cool Racing nabbing that in number 17, the 11th hour, really. Daniel Serra in car 57, Nets Kessel Racing's, you say, first podium of the year?
First podium of the year with a win.
Superb effort. And in fact, a lap clear of GR Racing's number 86 car. And to complete the podium, the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. Round 4 of the European Le Mans Series here at Spa-Francorchamps under beautiful blue skies got underway. We had a clean start. However, the next couple of hours, the first half of the race really, would be very untidy indeed. There was a bit of smoke here and there as cars on cold tyres and using cold brakes struggled to slow the speed down into La Source. But this, for John Hartshorne, was a big crash in the JMW Motorsport Ferrari. It was Ryan Cullen trying a move around the outside that didn't quite come off. That resulted in the Ferrari spinning into Matthias Kaiser in the Algarve Pro Racing car. He almost got through. Big hit into the concrete wall, though, for John Hartshorne, who thankfully walked away. But his 66 JMW Motorsport Ferrari utterly destroyed, and that would be the first of many LMGT3 cars that we would lose. We almost lost 3 of them in this incident alone. Sadly, it will put Matt Griffin out of the race. Johnny Lawson taking avoiding action in the background in the number 50 Burgundy Formula Racing car. Although Matt Griffin was able to limp his car back to the pit lane and Duncan Cameron got on board to try it, it would go no further. Then there was a spin at one of the restarts for the Duquesne car of Jean-Baptiste Simonauer. So look in the distance, there he is, stuck in the middle of the road, and everyone else did very well. A spin for Hiroshi Hamaguchi, who was leading the LMGT3 category at the time, and as he got away from La Source with no momentum, was it that he couldn't also turn in at Radeon corner, and that accounted for contact maybe with Sarah Bovey, which would put her car out on the spot, although she did limp to the end of the Kemmel Straight, but minus much steering at all. Also a spin for actually today's LMP3 winners. That's how emotional Sarah Bovey was getting about it all, because there were 2 key incidents that would take the 85 Porsche, which was brand new for this weekend after their original car was too badly damaged on Friday. More incidents at Eau Rouge Radeon, which would take out a car that was very much in contention for LMP2 Pro-Am, the Richard Mille by TDS machine, and the Formula Racing Ferrari again. And Johnny Lawson limping away, or rather gingerly heading away from that car, but thankfully he didn't need any assistance from the marshals to do so. Side-by-side contact between the United Autosport and the Edek Sport car in the final corner, and then level pegging. And this was key for the 57 Ferrari to get ahead of the 2 Aston Martins. In fact, Esteban Masson was able to overtake both pretty much on the same lap. There was also good dicing in LMP2 at the end of the Kemmel Straight once more, and that an overtake around the outside that was clean. This was whilst Malte Jacobsen was struggling maybe on the older set of tyres, and whilst Charles Lacey was loving life at this point, then he would lose performance for whatever reason, and that would put Luca Giotto back ahead of the 65 car. But it's a first win of the year for AO by TF with their lineup of of Johnny Edgar, Robert Kubica and Louis Delatraz. A win for the 83 crew of AF Corsa to really put them back up in the championship rankings. Euro International winners in LMP3 and a first podium of the year for Kessel Racing's number 57. The car guys, Daniel Serra bringing that over the line.
Cracking stuff. A race of two halves, Johnny. Race of chaos at the first half of the race, the encounter, and great racing for the last 2 hours here at Spa-Francorchamps. All goes quiet before we get into the podium ceremonies for the 4 classes we've got here. And we're going to see some twists and turns in the championship points as well here. Very few of the major scorers thus far putting big points on the board here. It's been a tale throughout this year in most of these classes where it's not unusual to see a car or a crew with multiple podiums and then somewhere where they've not scored or scored very little. And that's just keeping this exciting all the way to the end. Remember, we go to Mugello next.
Nobody knows what's going to happen there.
No. First for the European Le Mans Series and then Portimão for the traditional finale. But here come the podiums.
So EDEC Sport, the 3 drivers in number 28, welcome to the 3rd step. Initially, Marcus Siebert of Argentina, Richard de Gueras of France, and Joop van Uitert of the Netherlands in these very striking race suits for Inter-Europol competitions trio. Tom Dillman, Sebastian Alvarez and Vlad Lomko in their number 43 car, and that will keep their championship bubbling nicely. But they needed really to outperform this lot from AO by TF, because they, we think, will now take the championship lead with car number 14 to be confirmed in a moment or two. Johnny Edgar, Louis Delatraz and Robert Kubica are the winners of this 4th race of the season. And as the fanfare eases off, we will hear the national anthem of the winning team. It is Tom Ferrier's outfit running AO by TF.
Congratulations to the
well done to AO by TF and to Kubica, Delatraz, Edgar. The combination finally works, and well, are they going to have a very strong end to the year? This is definitely psychologically a big hurdle jumped.
Huge.
And yeah, as I say, nobody really knows what's going to happen at Mugello because the ELMS has never run there. There's more familiarity with the Portimão racetrack, but that traditionally throws us a curveball as well. So you've got to stick with this because it's going to be a very exciting end to the year.
Yeah, well, you look at last year with the one off the 2 races we had at Portimão, and weather throwing a spanner in the works there, and it really is a great place to finish the season. But I think we're all looking forward as well to somewhere new. That's always a plus in any championship. It's been a little while since we've done that, and Mugello, I think, a very popular addition this year.
Yeah, well, I know you and I have been to the Mugello racetrack a number of times in the past, and there's no complaints with the food and drink in the near vicinity. It's a beautiful setting with the Tuscan hills in the Tuscan mountains on the horizon. Yeah, the one unknown is how it will lend itself to multi-class racing of this level, you know, kind of world-class type multi-class racing with the LMP2s that are phenomenally fast. They've proven that this weekend on the resurfaced asphalt of Spa-Francorchamps. A chance to cool off a little bit because the track temperature has been about 40 degrees through the course of today, and a well-deserved glug of champagne for our race winners.
We're going to see some very different looking point standings, I think, after this race.
Right, yes.
And not just in this class, but here in particular. There's the championship leaders on the 2nd step of the podium, so big points for them. Panis Racing also scoring reasonably well, but not as well as they would have hoped. But AO/TF will take a mighty leap forward. EDEC Sport also will be expecting.
Yeah, it could have been a lot better, of course, for Panis Racing, but Charles Milesi is maybe now regretting how hard he was pushing in the closing stages, because he was right on the peak of that curve of performance, but then it eased away from him. And Malte Jakobsen was probably thinking, yeah, I thought about going that fast, and I knew it wasn't going to be a great idea, as he waved at him, reversing that overtake, which happened very close to the end. It's a gap of 2 points. We knew it was going to be tight, and AO/TF do indeed leapfrog into Europole competition to first. 65 plays 63. And then 13 further points back, EDEC Sport, number 28. Then the Panis crew. It's tight for third, isn't it?
It is.
A couple of points there between EDEC and Panis, and then a larger gap to Cool Racing in fifth. That's the Malte Jakobsen car. And the Algarve Pro Racing team, number 25, in sixth place. So Johnny Edgar, Louis Delatraz, Robert Kubica will be the championship leaders in the Drivers' Trophy, heading to Mugello, the penultimate round of the season, ahead of Sebastian Alvarez, Tom Dillman and Vlad Lomko. And then the trio from car number 28, Marcus Sieber, Richard de Guiras and Joop van Aerten, who were also third on the podium today. We will get some more reaction now from other categories in today's race. Here's Steph.
Now joined by the winners of LMGT3, the number 57 Kessel Racing, and it was quite a crazy race in the LMGT3, really. We lost quite a few cars. Daniel, it took a while for us to see you as well, but you had a mega final stint.
Yeah, honestly, I think Esteban and Kimura, they did an amazing job. He gave me the car with almost 20 seconds in front. I knew that when I come back to the track, the guy behind didn't change tires, so this is why the gap was a bit closer. But anyway, car was amazing. It was more about to manage the good job that they did in the first and second stint.
And first podium, first win of the season. It's got to feel good, right?
First time podium number one. Very happy. And so very survival race. Good job, professional driver to button touch. Very nice. My job.
Brilliant. Anything to add, Esteban?
Yeah, I mean, extremely happy. First podium of the year, first win. The race was just amazing. We had an amazing car today. So big thanks to the team, to the teammates, of course. And yeah, hopefully we can continue like this for the last two races.
Brilliant. Thanks, guys. Enjoy.
Thank you.
It's also, I love those interviews, because you get a flavour of the personality of each of the drivers, and Takeshi Kimura is an utter enthusiast for GTs, for road cars. He is the car guy.
You look in the encyclopedia on the word enthusiast, there's a picture of Takeshi Kimura.
With a big grin.
That trio take to the top step of the podium. Second, of course, going to GR Racing, Ricardo Pera. Put in a heavyweight stint there. Mike Wainwright, of course, starting the race, Davide Rigon, and then of course at the end, Nico Veroni catching and passing a number of those cars with Charlie Samani and Manu Collard. Ferrari 1, 2, 3, three different teams.
And here is the national anthem of Switzerland for Kessel Racing.
Congratulations to the Kessel.
Takeshi Kimura, Esteban Masson and Daniel Serra are victorious for the first time this year, and that might well put them closer to a good finish in the championship with 2 races to go.
So GR Racing well up there in the points with some consistency. Joined, by the way, on the top step, the trio of drivers by one of the longest standing members of the endurance racing family, Tiziana Borghi, team manager at Kessel Racing, and his racing career goes back as a World Championship co-driver in World Rallying Group B. Someone showed me a picture fairly recently of her in the Jolly Club Lancia 037 in San Remo Rally, and quite the character. So great day for that trio and that team. That's Racing, one of the powerhouses of customer racing for Ferrari for so many years.
And to run you through the other drivers that feature on the podium, GR Racing's Ricardo Pera, Davide Rigon and Mike Wainwright. It's more impressive for Pera because they put him in the car, took him out and put Rigon in for a bit, then they put Pera back in again. So
I don't think Davide was in that car for very long at all.
It was probably only, well, there isn't, I don't think there is a minimum time being a gold. No, in those combinations, as long as you don't exceed an hour and 15, then Rigon was plonked in there for, what, 40 minutes, we'll guess?
Maybe.
And then Ricardo Pera brought the car to the finish. Third in LMGT3, the AF Corsa crew from car 51. Charlie Samani, Manu Collard and Nico Verone. Now you can do the points, Graham.
It's 1 point, isn't it? It's 53 points. The Racing Spirit Le Mans Aston Martin crew came home fourth today. From GR Racing. 52 points for Mike Wainwright's squad, 49 points for Iron Lynx, who led coming into today, but none scored, as did the Iron Dames. They're on 40 points, both big damage for their hopes, and then 39 for today's winners. Casper Stevenson, Derek De Boer and Valentino Hosaclo lead the championship by 1 point from Davide Rigon, Mike Wainwright and Ricky Berra. Andrea Caldarelli, Axel Jeffries didn't get in the car today, but with Hiroshi Hamaguchi, they sit third.
LMP2 Pro-Am we will do next, so let's catch up with the AF Corsa gang with Steph Wentworth.
And here we have the winners of LMP2 Pro-Am, the number 83 AF Corsa. Fanch, of course, not the first win of the season, second one for you guys, but means so much, especially at such an iconic circuit.
Yes, indeed, lots of ups and downs. It was a tough start for me. I did a mistake and then I had to carry a flat spot for my double stint. And I'll be honest, I think we were a little bit lucky with the safety car, but you know, sometimes you need a bit of luck with those races because it was tough. A lot of things happened, so very happy for the championship.
Of course, and we know that you guys are the reigning champions. Matt, you brought it over the line. How was that final stint for you, and how good does it feel to know that this is going to mean so much in the context of the championship?
It was great. We were in different strategy, but I was pushing the first part of my race, of my stint. But at the end, we were P1 leading the race, and the car felt great. We had a difficult start beginning of the week, but one more time the team reacted well over the week, and we had a great car for the race. So yeah, and yeah, a bit of luck, as said Francois, but yeah, we need to create our luck as well. So yeah, we deserve it, and I'm really happy for all the team, and yeah, it's a good start after summer break.
Fabulous. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations to you guys and the team.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know for a fact that crew of drivers wouldn't wish ill on their championship rivals, but actually the fact that the 20 didn't finish that race is going to be crucial, I'm
Massive.
sure, when we look at the championship points.
It's going to be one of the more dominant positions at this stage across the four classes, and you race to win. You win the race, you come away with the points, and unfortunately for the Richard Mille by TDS squad, they nil score here. They were leading the championship. They will not be leading the championship this evening.
So Francois Perrodo, Mathieu Vaxivier, Alessio Rivera on the top step of the podium. Here's the national anthem. The national anthem of Italy for AF Corsa, of course, with a team member on the top step of the podium as well. And let's flesh out the rest of the podium. Second place to the 77 crew for Proton competition of Giorgio Roda, René Binder and Bent Viscal. Third position to the Algarve Pro Racing squad, number 20, Alex Quinn, Crichton Lentudis started that car, and Richard Bradley had a rather entertaining stint in the middle, not least. We had some contact with Andy Merrick, you may remember, at about half distance.
Yep.
Trophies being handed out.
Mike McGregor from Goodyear hands the trophies out. Yep, Algarve Pro Racing follow up their win at Imola with third place here. Crichton trying to get ahead of matters with his champagne cork being just cancelled away from that as a strategy. It's the pro driver's job to keep them
in check. Yeah, absolutely right. In so many definitions, and in a moment those champagne corks will fly. And are they going to continue playing these games of dropping the champagne bottles from a great height to the asphalt beneath? Because it hasn't worked well, particularly so far. Not with the LMP2s. Lots of bottles of champagne smashed. Why would you do that? Just carrying down the stairs.
Yeah.
There's a set of stairs behind these podium. It's more spectacular, I get that. Anyway.
Joy Unlimited for the 83 crew. That, I think, could be a defining result for this championship.
Yeah, this is a pivot point, you might say, in the run of the season. And that so often happens in race 4 or race 5, and sometimes championship, although not completely sewn up heading to Portimão, it's just about there. We have had in the past, though, races won with a round to spare. This has turned into quite a game, hasn't it? And the final bottle will be...
It says
no, it's not.
No, you keep that, son.
With it.
It's like
one more go. One more go. This is very delicate. Don't drop it. Don't drop it. Oh.
It's like a penalty shootout at the Euros, isn't it?
Yeah. At least it was caught. I mean, on the way down, half the bottle of liquid was lost, but nevertheless, he'll get a slurp, and well-deserved. 20 points is the advantage then for AF Corse, so that's not quite as bad as I was thinking it might be for everybody else, because there's still, 52 points on the table.
Correct.
But Richard Mille by TDS slipped to third position from a strong lead of the championship. So they get their point from pole yesterday, but nothing else from today's race. Algarve Pro Racing, therefore, up to second with the number 20 car.
Yeah, absolutely. Proton competition still in the fight here. Nielsen Racing trailing a little. Alessio Rivera, Francois Perodo and Mattia Vaziviera it is. Leading Alex Quinn, Crichton Lentudis and Richard Bradley from Sosi Besh and Salas in third.
And one more category to deal with, and Steph Wentworth has that interview in the bag. Let's join her.
I am joined by the winners of LMP3, the number 11 Euro International. And this is not the first time I've seen you guys this season. Congratulations. Not an easy race, though.
No, I mean, that was really, really tough. I made my way up to second, made a pass for the lead, but I got tagged by someone. I think it might have been a P2 car. Ended up in the gravel, which was not ideal, and we went back down to 10th. But if there's ever a mega team effort, this was it today. The strategy was perfect, like it put us back in the running for the win, and obviously that with the pace, the car was mega. I mean, I can't believe we went first, last, first, just buzzing.
Yeah, it was quite a challenging race, especially with the safety cars at the beginning. Adam, you got a little bit more green flag running. How was that for you?
It was good. The car was mega. As Matt said, going from last to first isn't something that you can do strictly on driving in a event this competitive, so the team did a mega job with the strategy getting us back to the front, so I had an easy job this time.
All right, congratulations guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think he's rather downplaying matters there, Adam Ali, because he really did push very, very hard indeed in the closing stages. I mean, I take the point that everything was concertinaed at about the 2-hour marker, and then he just needed to keep it neat and tidy. But yeah, the calls on the pit wall are very, very crucial as well. Cool Racing finish in third. It is a surprise third, I'm sure, for everybody, and they will take this with both hands. Miguel Cristobal, Cedric Ultramar and Manuel Espirito Santo benefiting from that really late spin from Wyatt Bricacek in the number 4 DKR Engineering car. Second place to Racing Spirit of Le Mans, number 31 crew, Antoine Ducin, along with Jacques Wolf and Jean-Ludovic Foubert.
Yeah,
but the win goes again to Matthew Bell and to Adam Ali.
Yeah, that's their first podium of the year for Racing Spirit Le Mans. It was usually a tightly contested effort, and it is the driver duo, and Antonio Ferrari, the team principal, on the top step of the LMP3 podium. And we'll hear the Italian national anthem once again.
Congratulations to Matthew Richard Bell.
It's Euro International who are the winners in LMP3, and that is really cementing their positions at the top of the charts, because they came in with a 2-point lead. It'll be a lot more than that, heading to Mugello in 4 weeks' time, leading the number 15 car of RLR M Sport at the time. Well, they finished 4th, so that'll be 12 points to that crew. Team Virage, who were a nearish rival as well, only 6th, as Julien Henrion brought that car over the line. So it's back-to-back victories for Euro International, and only once have they been off the podium. That was in Le Castellet back in May. So again, the spraying of the champagne will be done very, very shortly after these really smart ELMS trophies are presented. The cheers, the photographs, the interviews a little bit later on as well. Check the ELMS social media pages for interviews with the winning drivers in a moment or two. They will be feeding into your various feeds and inboxes over the next hour or so. But the champagne will spray for the 4th time on the podium, and the fireworks set off as well. A terrific effort from this duo. They're still making it work with only 2 drivers.
Absolutely. On a warm day as well, in a race that you might think lots of safety car, maybe a bit of a rest. If anything, it's hotter. And tough day here at Spa-Francorchamps with the conditions and with what was going on in the first 2 hours of that race. Staying out of trouble became key, did it not? So the final podium celebrations, Johnny. 4 races down, 2 to go. Next up, as you said a little earlier in the show, Mugello, 29th of September at Mugello, before the series finale on the 19th of October. A Saturday race at Portimão. Don't get caught out by that.
Yeah, definitely worth knowing. And we, last year, of course, had 2 races to deal with, a Friday and a Sunday race. Yes, held slightly earlier this year.
So 8 hours of racing, 52 points still up for grabs. European Le Mans Series still well alight. There are the points of the LMP3 teams trophies. It's a healthy 14 points to the good for Euro International's 11 crew from the 15 from RLR M Sport. 6 points back. Team Virage still in it. Cool Racing look to be up against it to retain this title. 48 points now with DKR Engineering after that fumble at the end of the race, I'm afraid. 5 points back, with Ultimate a further point astray. That's the top 6 from the 10.
Yeah, tight for 4th, 5th, 6th, certainly, but for the key places, that gap's opening up a touch. 3rd place will give you 15, and it's a 14-place advantage, as you say, for Ali and Bell, Gael, Julien, Michael Jensen, Nick Adcock on 63, and then a further 6 points back for Julien Henrion, Julien Gerby, and Bernardo Pinheiro. It felt like for those guys, Pinheiro in fact a little further back because he hasn't done all the races for Virage, but it felt like Virage should have been getting a better result than that, particularly from Julien Gerby's opening stint. He was overtaking cars around the outside of Virage corner, Bruxelles corner, for instance, but it's a 6th place finish for the team in 3rd in the championship.
Margins were tiny at the end, by the way, in LMP3. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars, 7 cars in just about 40 seconds. Oscar Tenio, Torsten Kratz amongst the losers today. The W10 Baron Rinaldi racing crew, a bit like RSGP in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, showing pace but just cannot bring a competitive run to a big points finish. That's the scene at Spa-Francorchamps in its pomp at the moment.
Yeah, the quietness now descending on Spa-Francorchamps, only for a short time. There'll probably be a track day here tomorrow. This place absolutely thrives on the sound of racing engines. And I hope you've enjoyed a very entertaining weekend of ACO rules action. 2 wonderful races from the Ligier European Series yesterday, especially that second one. If you've not seen that, it's an absolute cracker. Michelin Le Mans Cup, the results changed radically from yesterday, and that was a stop-start affair. We hoped that the worst was kind of out of the way with that, but then this ELMS race provided us with plenty of incident and sadly some emotive moments for those teams that are well up there in the championship. But has that changed dramatically? We got 2 races to go. We go back to Italy at the end of September to the Mugello circuit in Tuscany, and then a matter of 3 weeks after that it'll be a return to the Algarve International Circuit at Portimão. Loads more to come from the ELMS. My thanks to Steph Wentworth and Graham Goodwin. From Johnny Palmer, we sign off from Belgium. Bye-bye.